This is the story of our boy who lost his life after joining a gang. He had one regret, not pursuing his passion for boxing. But fate gives him another chance. Reincarnated in a new world as a scrawny boy who is often bullied for his weakness, he decides to change his destiny. Armed with his knowledge of boxing, he grows stronger and defeats countless opponents. If this piques your interest, let's begin the story. Our story begins with men in suits in the alley, beating someone. Our protagonist is badly injured but still has cigarettes in his mouth. Park Kang-tae told the men that it hurt so much, but one of the men just told him that he'll give him some time to smoke his last cigarette. So, he grabbed his lighter to light up his cigarette while thanking the man very much. The lighter released a fire and he started smoking his cigar. The man told the bald man to send off his brother easily in one shot, to which the bald man agreed. Then the bald man apologized to him, but he just spat out his cigar and told the bald man that he knows they are just doing what they are told to do. He knows that his life has been full of anger and despair and he is still attached to it. Boxing was everything to him, and he had everything like height, punching power, and star quality. In high school, he was even called a promising prospect in the boxing world. But he couldn't ignore the provocations that came his way because he couldn't control his young blood. He was told that he could never box again and was shut down. He thinks there must have been other ways, and he might have been able to make a comeback because he knows that, at the very least, there was a way to make a living as a boxer. But he also knows that it is useless to regret it now. Still, if he had the chance, even just once more, he wants to do boxing one more time. Suddenly, he heard someone telling him that he was ashamed to be a boxing apprentice like him, but then someone called him Kalli to wake him up and asked if he was dead. Then someone shouted that they didn't care if he died and that they should go, making him wonder who it was. 3 boys were panicky, running away, leaving a young man bleeding on the ground. The young man's eyes were empty, but then they woke up when Park Kang-tae's soul entered the young man's body, and he sprang up to catch his breath. Then he looked at his shaking hand, wondering what it was, knowing that he definitely died from being stabbed, and who was that body? A few days later, the man told the men that the losers of the match go to the mine. But if they won, they stay there in that August boxing apprentice school. The instructor named Nixar also told them that if they didn't want to go to the mine, they should train like they were going to die and listen carefully to the pairs he was assigning them to now. Then Nixar begins pairing Torres and Meros, Undat and Bizon, Kizo and Damien, Johnny and Caesar, and lastly, Slit and Kalli. Then told them that the pairs called now would have a match in a week. The huge men laughingly replied to Nixar that it was clear, but the skinny men asked their captain if he was telling them to die. Park Kang-tae, who reincarnated as Kalli, knows that Nixar called the inferiors against the superiors, and he can see Nixar's intention. The mine is a dangerous place where many people still die from accidents or lung disease in the 21st century, and the environment there is even worse. So he knows that he must avoid going to the mine at all costs. Suddenly, Nixar called his name, making him jump in shock, and told him to follow him because he had something to ask him to do separately. One of the superiors asked if Kalli was getting special treatment again, and the other superior furiously replied that Kalli is a jerk who can't even keep up with training. On the other hand, somewhere else, Nixar told him that he had submitted his name to the owner for discharge. He asked Nixar if it was true, but he was surprised that he was calm. Nixar told him that he was not a boxer and he had a small build, so the same goes for the mine. He'll die soon, making him think that with a body like his, he'll die in less than a year. Then Nixar told him that he'd recommend to the owner that he be sold to a different master, but he told Nixar that he'd go to the match in a week. Nixar asked him if he is really Kalli because if it was usual, he would have already cried and cried, but he firmly told Nixar that he will definitely become a boxer. Then he confidently glared at Nixar, making Nixar smile, and told him that if that's the case, he wouldn't say anything more, but if he changed his mind, he could come to him anytime. Then he silently walked outside, thinking about Nixar, questioning if he is really Kalli. But he knows that he is not because until recently, he was a gangster named Park Kang-tae who lived on Earth. He got a second chance as a boy named Kalli, which is the opportunity to do boxing again. But he knows that his current body is frail with weak bones and insufficient stamina. His growth spurt is late, and his punches are weak. In addition, it seems that Kalli has been subjected to a lot of bullying, and it must have been because of that frail body that it wasn't seen. This makes him wonder why he got a second chance with that body. Suddenly, someone called him from the side, and the superiors were glaring at him, making him realize that it was starting again. Then Slit punched his face and kicked him away while telling him that he has never liked a bastard like him. The fact that the instructor took him in as an exception is also a problem. Then Slit asked him what he was bragging about, his father being a champion, and told him that he should just die because he was just a weak, insignificant bastard. The other man who was looking at him thought he was pathetic, but then they noticed that he was still standing up, making them can't believe it because they know that Kalli would have been beaten to a pulp if it was usual. While he was wondering how pathetic the owner of his body must have been, Slit teasingly told him that he only had to look at his face for a week, but he agreed and jokingly told Slit that it was because he was going to be dragged to the mine. This made Slit angry and he launched his fist to punch him again. He was stunned, realizing it was a massive fist, and with his current body, it was impossible to dodge it. He wondered how he could dodge it, but then he was surprised to see the fist slowly approaching him. Seeing it coming, he managed to dodge the punch in time, and he wondered if he had truly dodged it. The man who was observing them was also surprised and wondered what was happening. Slit became even more furious because he had avoided his attack and launched his fist once again. It was clear that he could see the trajectory of the fist, so he dodged the attack once more and skillfully avoided other attacks while getting closer to Slit, as he could also see when the guard was down. Then, he punched Slit's chest, making Slit stumble back, and the other superiors were shocked. But Slit grabbed his shirt and aimed for him, angrily calling him a weakling, then launched his fist toward his face, hitting him hard. After this, the superiors walked away with Slit telling him that nobody liked him being cocky. The man who had been watching them from the start observed for a while and then turned around to leave, leaving him alone on the ground, badly injured. However, he smiled and laughed heartily. He wondered why he hadn't noticed until now that something as important as body weight in boxing was eye-hand coordination and reflexes. The hand-eye coordination that can see every grain of sand that falls and follows its movement, and the reflexes that dodge all the punches. He knew he had a pretty useful corner and swore that he was not going to the mine because he would win and survive. 20 years ago, there was a rising revolt of the armored gladiators, and it was a challenging situation that even regular troops struggled to cope with. The kingdom, which had barely suppressed the rebellion, later abolished the slave gladiator system, and that's how fighters were born. He found out that in this world, the audience only took pleasure in fights where opponents were destroyed with fists. Moreover, his current body made it easy for him to get injured. A man told him that if he was already exhausted, he could run slowly, but he replied with a cough, insisting that he was fine. He knew that he had to do everything to survive because in that place, lacking strength meant certain death. Moments later, Nixar shouted to them that it was over and they should stop. This left him catching his breath in exhaustion, feeling frustrated, knowing that he could run better when he was drinking alcohol or smoking. On the other hand, Nixar, who observed him, wondered how the kid who always lagged behind was now in the middle of the pack. If Kalli had been like this before, they wouldn't have let him go, making Nixar wonder what had happened to Kalli. Then Nixar overheard one of the men asking his friend why Kalli had run with all his might today after getting beaten up. The friend inquired back if he thought Kalli was acting a bit strange after his head got hurt. Nixar asked them what they meant by Kalli's head getting hurt, leaving the two men shocked. He inquired further if Kalli got beaten by another group, and the men replied that they believed Kalli got beaten harder than usual. They thought Kalli was dead because he was bleeding from the head, nose, and more. Nixar wondered if it was changing Kalli because he felt the specter of death. He knew they needed to wait and see a little longer, so he ordered the men to run 50 more laps, to which they immediately replied yes. In the afternoon, during individual training, Kalli noticed that everyone was working hard to avoid going to the mine. He realized he had to work just as hard, but he understood that the training was ineffective. It was impossible for him to inflict significant damage with his current body. He knew he had to aim for a crucial area like the jaw because a well-placed jaw hit could shake the skull and make opponents fall. He needed to perfect his aim for the jaw. A man asked him what he was doing, and he replied that he was in the middle of training. The man questioned why he wasn't training like the others in their training camp. Kalli suggested they train in a different style, similar to what they did in their training camp. The man called him cheeky and reminded him that they had been fighters even before he was born, so there was no value in ignoring the veterans. Kalli knew that in that place, boxing was of the slugger type, much like a heavyweight fight in his world. He used to train with that style, but regular training wouldn't help his current body. The man told him to pick up the log and repeat it again and again. But then someone grabbed the man's shoulder and asked him to wait a minute. Then, Nixar asked Kalli if he was learning it from his father, to which he nodded in agreement. Nixar told him that if that was the case, he could use that style in their training camp, and if it was the champion's style of training, there was something to learn from it. Then Nixar told him that he could keep that, and he agreed. Nixar thinks Kaviran is a champion, but he wasn't a boxer, and he wonders if Kaviran teaches Kalli any other training methods. He also thinks that Kalli must have changed after that day, and now Kalli feels different. When the sun was about to set, he leaned against the tree tiredly, realizing that he couldn't handle it because he was weak. Then his stomach growled, making him feel hungry, and he craved something sweet. He noticed something above him and saw that he was leaning against an apple tree. He bit into one of the apples and exclaimed that he felt alive. But then someone asked him what he was doing there, and he was surprised to see a noble lady looking at him. He tried to say something, but he was too nervous. The lady told him that if he didn't have an explanation, he should pick an apple for her and come down because she wanted to eat one too. He immediately climbed down and gave her an apple. She took a bite and praised him, then asked him if he wasn't a slave in the training camp and if he didn't know that it was a noble family garden. She reminded him that if he got caught, he would be punished. Shatteringly, he replied that he really didn't know, knowing that if he got hurt, he couldn't compete. She smiled and introduced herself as Azalea Aegist, and her father was Baron Gadolf Aegist, who is his master. She ordered him to say his name, and he replied that he was Kalli. She told him that she'd pretend she didn't see what he was doing today because he gave her that apple, but if he got caught again, she'd swing the whip herself. Then she ordered him to quickly leave that place before the others saw him, to which he thanked her and immediately ran away, thinking that it was a close call. Azalea watched him running away and noticed that he was small and looked weak for a boxing slave. Then she looked at the apple that Kalli gave her and ate it while thinking about his name. The next day, Kalli was busy training alone with his hands while the superiors were training using the log on the side. Slit noticed that Kalli had changed and was attracting everyone's attention with his unconventional training. He also remembered that last day, Kalli even hit him, and he knew that if it continued, it would be the end. This made him furiously throw the log he was carrying and ask one of the superiors if the instructor was supposed to come. The man replied that the master called them, so they left. Slit smiled upon hearing this, thinking that there was no harm in testing the opponents in advance. He told everyone that he had to show them who's the boss. Then, Slit was about to grab Kalli from behind, thinking he'd start with Kalli's annoying face and plan to smash Kalli to the ground. However, Kalli ducked in time to avoid it. He turned around to face Slit and launched his fist towards Slit's jaw, but he stopped in time and surprisingly apologized to Slit. He explained that he was so focused that he didn't notice him next to him. Worriedly, he asked Slit if he hit his face, and Slit replied no, saying he was fine. He told Slit that it was a relief and that he shouldn't get hurt before the match. Slit shook in fear. He told Slit that he'd go back to what he was doing but knew that Slit was a troublemaker. He remembered that when they were in the organization, he saw his share of guys like Slit. He swore that those who tried to act tough by making others look weak, he would crush them all. On the other hand, the man was busy training with a log, knowing that it wasn't a coincidence. Then the man walked towards Slit and asked Slit if he was worried because he looked pale. Slit shouted and asked the man what he was talking about. He told the man that he was lucky to have a wimp like Kalli as his opponent, so nothing could be better than that. The man told Slit that it was true that Kalli had changed because usually, Kalli would whine and annoy them, and they would beat him up. But lately, he saw determination in Kalli's eyes, indicating that he wouldn't lie like before. So, Slit better not be careless and let his guard down. This made Slit surprised, and he couldn't believe that even Torres was paying attention to Kalli. Torres smiled upon seeing Slit's reaction and slammed Slit back, telling him that Kalli was still Kalli, so he shouldn't worry and should just send that trash to the mine. Slit confidently replied, of course, and said it was what he had to do. Meanwhile, in Gadolf's mansion, a man told Nixar that it seemed like the preparations for the match were going well. Nixar replied that they had even started living in the training facility. Gadolf asked Nixar if Torres was the promising one he mentioned and how Torres was. Nixar replied that Torres had a good balance of strength and agility. He was aggressive and skilled, and he had a good eye, which allowed him to overcome his weaknesses. Torres could even aim for the champion title. Gadolf told Nixar that he was looking forward to it and that there was something he wanted him to do, making Nixar ask Gadolf what it was. Gadolf explained that, as they knew, their training center's reputation had been declining, and they had been struggling financially. They had to send half of the slaves to the mines due to a lack of funds, so he wanted to invite commoners as spectators and raise some money. He believed that commoners must have missed watching the boxers fight and would surely enjoy it. Then he asked Nixar if he could show them a match worth watching. Nixar replied that he could, all while thinking that Gadolf was his master, but he considered Gadolf incompetent. Nixar knew that the reason the training center's reputation had fallen in the first place was due to Gadolf August Baron's greed. Gadolf had been running the training center for 15 years, and for the first 5 years, he was able to maintain it with the boxers he inherited from his ancestors. However, for the next 10 years, he forced them to fight too much, and they died out. August's territory was barren and had little farmland, so he had been relying on the training center's income to support his family, but now it was not enough either. Nixar thought about how things might have been different if Gadolf hadn't sent young boxers to the Kingdom Boxing Tournament 2 years ago. Then he remembered a man who had promised him that he would definitely win. But that man had died, making him frustrated. He thought that if Gadolf hadn't done it, the training center might have had a chance to rise again. Azalea told her father that she wanted to watch the match too and asked if he could prepare one more seat for her. Gadolf asked her what it was for and questioned whether she had not said she hated it because it was barbaric. She replied that sometimes she thought barbaric things were okay too. Nixar warned Azalea that it might be too stimulating for her, but she insisted that stimulating meant fun. Gadolf chuckled and told his daughter that she really wanted to see it badly. She was not usually interested in fights like these, but she wanted to see for herself how Kalli fought. The day of the match arrived, and Kalli entered the place, fixing his hand bandage, thinking that finally the time had come. A moment later, someone raised a hand in the air, and the people cheered loudly. Taurus thought it was easy, and the match ended. On the other hand, up top, Nixar and Gadolf were watching. Gadolf told Nixar that it was a great fight and instructed him to train Taurus well and make him a champion in just 1 year, to which Nixar agreed. Then the instructor shouted that the next and last fight would be between Slit and Kalli. Azalea, who was watching the match, noticed that everyone was tall and muscular, but that kid named Kalli was as skinny as a bone. She wondered if Kalli thought he could become a fighter with that small body. Nixar told her that for a fighter, physique is an absolute factor because physical strength is directly related to power. However, there is still a way. Slit asked Kalli why he didn't just surrender now, as if he fought Slit till the end. He wouldn't have good health anymore. But Kalli told Slit that if his ability matched the way he talked, he'd already be a champion. He knows it's not that simple, and he can't find a place to hit Slit. He understands that the most significant challenge is the difference in physique. It won't do any good damage if he hits Slit's torso with his fist, so he needs to target Slit's jaw. To do that, he needs 2 things. Slit launched his fist to punch him, but he dodged it. He thought that first, he needed to make Slit's upper body bend like it was now. He continuously avoided Slit's punches, making the people watching shout at him furiously, telling him not to just run away and calling him a scaredy cat. They asked him what he was doing. Slit thought that by getting provoked by the viewers, he had almost lost all his stamina, but he wondered why Kalli was fine. Then Slit launched his fist at him once again, calling him a small bastard. Kalli was surprised, but he knew that it was part of his plan. He made Slit keep attacking him, which caused Slit to lose most of his stamina faster than Kalli, who was just avoiding the attacks. Second, when Slit would lose his guard, he could strike his jaw. But then Slit grabbed his shoulder and launched his fist at his side. Kalli was surprised because it was cheating. Slit's fist hit his side, and a few of his ribs broke. He shouted in pain and fell to the ground. The people cheered for Slit, while Kalli wondered if everyone knew Slit was cheating because Slit had grabbed him with all his fingers, not his gloves. The instructor began to count down, and he thought that he never expected this to happen. He wondered what he should do. When the instructor counted down to 3, he pushed himself to stand up. Fortunately, he managed to get to his feet in time, although he wondered if his ribs were broken and how many were affected. However, he knew that wasn't the problem for now. The instructor asked him if he could still continue the fight, and he thought that he had already died once, so he would survive now. Slit told him that he'd regret standing up, but he just glared at Slit, knowing that his ribs were already broken, and he couldn't move freely. Then Slit launched his fist toward him again, making him think that it was the worst situation, and now that it had come to this, he would do whatever it took. He met Slit's fist using his head, causing Slit to shout in pain. Slit was surprised, and his hand was hurt too. He launched towards Slit, realizing that he needed to attack him. Slit, angrily, was about to attack him again, but he dodged it and saw that the chance was now his. He punched Slit's jaw with all his might, making Slit stagger back a little. But Slit just smiled at him and asked if he thought only one of his punches would kill him. Suddenly, Slit collapsed and fell to the ground. The instructor began to count him down, while the viewers were shocked and confused. When the countdown reached 0 and Slit didn't stand up, the instructor announced that the winner was Kalli. The viewers were astonished and asked what was happening, but he was just glad that he was still alive. He swore that he wouldn't let his second chance at life go to waste. A week later, the slave traders arrived, and half of the apprentices were sent to the mine. The only exception among the inferior students was him. Now, there were only a little over 10 people left in the training ground, so the training center was quiet. Later, at August's mansion, Nixar told him that the shackles would be released when he returned to the training center. He looked around because it was his first time coming to August's mansion. Nixar asked him how his body was, and he replied that he was fine. Then he excused himself to ask Nixar why the lady had called him. Nixar replied that she seemed to be interested in him after the last match. A few minutes later, in Azalea's room, she greeted him and told him that they were meeting again. Then she ordered Nixar to stay outside for a while, and Nixar, confused, replied okay. After Nixar left, she told him to sit there, but he told her that he was fine. She told him not to refuse as she didn't ask twice. He mentioned that he heard she had called him, and she responded by throwing some fruits at him, telling him that he was a bit impatient and should have some fruits. They began to talk, and he ate the fruit she had given, which made her look at him with a smile. Then she explained that she had called him because she had something to ask him. She inquired if he knew that slaves had no right to refuse. He replied yes, while thinking that Azalea was hard to read. She told him that he was amazing in the last match and did well with his thin arms. She also mentioned his one shot, but her father said it was luck and coincidence. She asked him if it wasn't, making him ponder that she was smart and quick because Slit's punch was a coincidence, but then he told her that he shook his head, which left her confused as to what he meant by shook. He explained that if they hit the chin accurately with their fist, the head would shake, and the person would lose temporary control of their body. But it only applied when the impact was strong enough. She asked if he aimed and attacked, to which he replied yes. She smiled and praised him, then told him that she looked forward to his future moves, so he should keep winning and become a professional boxer. She also mentioned that if he became a champion, he might become a free person. He looked at his hands and the shackles fall to the ground, and thinks about what it meant to be a free person. The afternoon training session arrived, and Torres was training seriously while thinking about freedom because it was his goal. He swore that he would definitely achieve freedom. When Torres was 14 years old, Nixar told him that he would become strong enough. Otherwise, Nixar wouldn't have brought him from being a farmhand. He also had a natural physique and fighting spirit, so he should work hard to become a champion and a free person. He threw the log on the ground while thinking that he used to dislike guys like Kalli who did pathetic things every day without a goal. However, when Kalli suddenly changed, beat Slit, and survived, he realized that they never know what will happen in the world. Then someone told him that lately Kalli was acting up, and they should teach him a lesson. Because of cowardly Kalli, Slit had to go to the mine. A man named Kijo, with the nickname Mantis, told Torres that they should go beat up Kalli. Torres replied that he was done and didn't care anymore. This made Kijo ask if he really didn't care and say that it was boring. Torres thought that if Kalli wanted to change himself, he wouldn't bother Kalli because he was just annoyed by Kalli's begging. On the other hand, Kalli was busy in a corner of the training room alone. He noticed that his ribs were completely healed now. He had started exercising around the time he recovered and had gained some muscle too. Then someone called him and told him that he had come out of the training ground after a long time. He just thought to himself that he had been wondering when they'd show up. Kijo asked him if it was fun to win easily, and he sighingly replied that it would be troublesome if they got hurt. Kijo teasingly told him not to be too scared because he'd go easy on him. However, he corrected Kijo, saying it was troublesome if he got hurt. This made Kijo angry, and he launched his fist to attack him, but he jumped backward in time to avoid it. Kijo tried to punch him again, but he avoided it once more while launching a counter-attack, then hit Kijo's jaw. Kijo coughed out blood and slowly fell. He was thinking that Kijo must have thought he won by pure luck. Then he told them in his mind that they were overconfident. With tall height and overwhelming reach, it felt like facing someone with a spear. His long jabs and punches made it nearly impossible to approach. He knew that having a long reach was a significant advantage, but Kijo had a large movement and a bent swing that didn't allow him to take full advantage of the reach. It meant that Kijo was essentially a big punching bag. He understood that he shouldn't give Kijo any breaks and needed to maintain the pressure, so he continued to punch Kijo. However, two more men suddenly appeared behind him, ready to attack. This surprised him, but he managed to avoid their attacks, wondering if the three of them were coming at him. Kijo told him not to get cocky with the punch he had landed by chance. Frustrated, he asked Kijo if he was resorting to numbers because he was at a disadvantage. This enraged Kijo, who tried to punch him, but he skillfully avoided it. Unfortunately, another man knee him from behind, making him realize that they were willing to gang up on him to maintain their self-esteem. He fell to the ground and looked up at them, recalling that he hadn't been much different from them before. Torres stood up and said that he couldn't stand it anymore. He asked Kijo why he was making a fool of himself in a one-on-one fight and told him that if he wanted to gang up on someone, he should have done it from the start. Kijo asked Torres why he was on Kalli's side, and Torres replied that he didn't take anyone's side. He was simply annoyed by the guy who had been beaten by Kalli and was now acting up. Kijo shouted that he hadn't been beaten and had just let his guard down for a moment. Torres challenged Kijo to have a one-on-one fight again, with him as the referee. Kijo confidently accepted, and then he gave Kijo a menacing glare with his sharp eyes, which made Kijo jump in horror, wondering if that kid was Kalli. Kijo attacked him, but he easily avoided it and pointed out that it was a slow punch, finding it strange that Kijo couldn't dodge it. He continued to punch Kijo's side, and Kijo raised his fist to attack him again, telling him to shut up. Once more, he easily avoided Kijo's punches and told Kijo that he was wasting movements as well. Then he launched his fist toward Kijo's face, saying that Kijo was only showing his weakness. He punched Kijo's jaw, making Kijo dizzy, and he collapsed to the ground face first. Torres noticed that Kalli looked like an experienced boxer. He knew that Kalli's father was a champion, so Kalli must have some talent. Kalli called Torres, but Torres told him that they had nothing to do with each other. Still, Kalli asked Torres if he didn't hate him and why he helped him. Torres just turned around, asking him if he had to explain that to someone like him, and told him to just get lost now. After that incident, there were no more guys who picked on him blatantly, and they implicitly acknowledged that Kalli was one of the boxing apprentices. Meanwhile, in the August Mansion guest reception room, Gadolf shouted at someone not to worry and just proceed with the match as usual. Then someone came out of the room with a smile, leaving Nixar surprised. Nixar walked inside, calling Gadolf, and reminded Gadolf that he had told him to refuse that match because they only had apprentice boxers on their side. But Gadolf angrily asked him if he could stand it and told him that Dorman hadn't brought any proper boxers, so they might win if they did well. Nixar told Gadolf that there were two ways to handle it: either prepare the best members and fight, or send out a sacrificial lamb for the next round. But Gadolf angrily ordered him to pick the best three and come because he wanted to see Baron Dorman lose his temper. Nixar wondered how much more Gadolf had to ruin the training center before he came to his senses. He realized that if aces like Torres became disabled, the training center would be in jeopardy. He also noted that they had 3 days left to train the aces and prepare for the upcoming match. Later, Nixar called Torres, Kijo, and Kalli to inform them that he had decided to train them and put them in a match against Dorman's training camp in 3 days. He chose them because they were the ones whom he and the other instructors believed were the best. Torres asked Nixar if he thought the team he was assembling would win, and Nixar remained silent for a moment, thinking about Gadolf. Finally, he told them that they had a ridiculously small chance of winning. Worried, Kijo asked Nixar if they would die if they lost, and Nixar replied that Gadolf wouldn't let them die because they were his property, but the opponents could certainly break their bones. He asked Nixar if he had called them because he believed they could win, but Nixar just told Torres that he would practice sparring with the other instructors repeatedly to gain more experience in the next 3 days. Torres nodded in agreement. Then Nixar told Kijo that he should find a way to handle his fear and train his mentality. Then lastly, Nixar tells Kalli if he needs anything he can tell him, and chosen him because of his recent improvement, so he didn't have a specific training plan for him. Upon hearing this, Kalli told Nixar that he needed one person to help with his training. A moment later, Torres was being punched by someone, and the instructor advised him not to hold back because their opponents were experienced fighters. He emphasized that no matter how strong the opponents were, when Torres hit them, they would fall. The instructor also told Torres to act like a winner, even if his legs were shaking and he felt like collapsing. He needed to make the opponent believe that he was an indomitable force. Then the instructor suggested taking a break and continuing later. However, Torres noticed Kalli on the side, making him wonder what Kalli was doing in that training field. On the other hand, the laborer named Valkyra asked Kalli if he was crazy and if he really meant to throw the stone. Kalli simply told Valkyra to go ahead and do it, asking what he had just said. Valkyra replied that it was nothing and that he would throw the stone. Valkyra threw the stone at Kalli, but Kalli easily avoided it, causing the stone to hit the wall instead. Kalli understood that it was a hit-or-miss situation, one of the key aspects of modern boxing. He knew that no matter how hard he trained in 3 days, there was no way he could gain muscles. Therefore, he planned to focus on training his footwork, weaving, and refining all of his reflexes, as they were his most critical weapons now. A moment later, he caught the stone that was being thrown at him while praising Valkyra for doing a good job. He told him that the training was over for the day, thinking that sharpening his body's reflexes was also a form of training for boxers. Then he arrived at their room and heard someone shouting that he would kill them all, with others trying to calm a man named Valky down. He was surprised by the situation and asked what was happening. Valky angrily told Dorman that he wouldn't forgive him. Kalli asked Kijo what the hell was happening, but Kijo replied that he didn't know either. Kalli urged Kijo to tell the truth because it was a serious situation. Kijo explained that fighters from Dorman's training camp had come by and mercilessly beaten them because they were angry about the match. However, there were no severe injuries, only bruises, so it was challenging for the instructors to handle. Kijo thinks they will be completely defeated. Valky shouted that Dorman and his fighters were sons of bitches and that he would kill them. Then Nixar appeared, shouting at Valky and furiously asking him if he was stupid. Nixar slapped Valky and told him that if they lost, it was over. He reminded Valky that he had already lost a fight. Nixar then encouraged them to become stronger than their opponents from now on. Kalli realized that after training and living with them, he had formed a bond with his fellow trainees. He knew that from this point on, the fight wouldn't only be an event for the citizens, but also a battle for Gadolf's pride, and it was the clash between two training camps. 3 days later, at August Estate Arena, a spectator commented to his friend about the buzzing crowd in the stands, noting that it seemed like half of the estate's residents had gathered there. Meanwhile, Nixar instructed Kijo, Torres, and Kalli about the herbal tea in their hands, explaining it would relax them and provide strength. He advised them that if they believed they were going to lose, they should raise 2 fingers high, as it was better to have their pride hurt than to become crippled. Nixar then revealed the order. Kijo would go first, followed by Torres and Kalli. He directed Kijo to get ready, which caused Kijo to spit out his tea and nervously question if he was really going first. Nixar simply pushed him into the ring, telling him to do well and return. Kalli called out to Kijo, noticing his nervousness, and asked him why he was so tense. He advised Kijo not to let the opponent get close to him. However, Kijo was angry and questioned Kalli, stating that they needed to be close to hit their opponents. The host announced Kijo's entrance into the ring, and the crowd cheered for August. Some in the audience wondered about Kijo's height when he was an apprentice, which made Kijo anxious. The host then introduced Kijo's opponent, Bass, a warrior from the Dorman Training Center with 14 wins. Bass called Kijo a kid and remarked that having long limbs didn't necessarily make one strong, making Kijo nervously shake. Kijo's stiffness worried Torres, while Kalli expressed concern for Kijo. On the other side, Joshub laughed heartily, commenting that Kijo was tall but still just a kid. Baron Joshub Dorman teased Gadolf, asking if he agreed. But Gadolf, while angered, believed that the match had yet to begin. The host announced the start of the match, and Bass immediately lunged at Kijo to attack. Bass threw a punch at Kijo, but Kijo managed to dodge it. He avoided another attack from Bass, who was smiling and eager to engage. However, the audience expressed their frustration, questioning if Kijo was a real man and whether they had come to see such a performance. Kijo, frustrated, cursed them in his thoughts, knowing that anyone could talk. Suddenly, Bass appeared right in front of Kijo, launching an attack and questioning how long Kijo intended to run away. Kijo instinctively covered his face with his hands, but Bass managed to land a punch on his chest, causing Kijo to shout in pain. Bass considered Kijo pathetic for falling for such a trick. He then followed up with a punch to Kijo's face, which made Kalli, Torres, and Nixar worryingly stand up in response. Kijo fell to the ground hard, and Bass proudly raised his hands in victory. However, the audience expressed their disappointment, criticizing Kijo's performance and urging him to get up quickly or even contemplate giving up entirely. The referee began the countdown, and Kijo wondered how he could possibly win. Then he looks to his side and notices that Gadolf is glaring at him. Bass was confused when he sees Kijo gets up, and Kijo knew that if he gave up, without throwing a punch, it would likely mean being kicked out of the training center. Bass, teasingly, asked if Kijo still had the will to fight. But Kijo told him to shut up and reminded himself that he was a boxer too. He told himself to calm down and follow the instructor's advice. He recalled Nixar's words, in which Nixar questioned why he lost to Kalli. Nixar noted that it wasn't a fight he should have lost, especially given his advantageous physical attributes. Nixar pointed out that Kijo had failed to use his height and long limbs effectively, likely losing his composure and becoming impatient, which allowed Kalli to get too close. Nixar advised him to stay calm, not be afraid, prevent the opponent from getting too close, and intercept the attacking opponent. With this advice in mind, Kijo used his long arm to punch Bass in the face, causing Bass to stumble in shock. Kalli, Torres, and Nixar cheered for Kijo. Even Kijo couldn't believe that he had landed a punch successfully, but he felt confident that his fist had struck Bass. Kijo continued to punch Bass, taking advantage of the situation, while the crowd loudly cheered for him. Kalli observed that Kijo was now more flexible and faster, having reduced unnecessary muscle stress, making his attacks even more threatening. Kijo's agility and speed were evident, and his attack style was akin to that of a mantis. Bass was ready to retaliate, but Kijo's height presented a challenge, and it was hard for Bass to mount a defense. Bass knew that he had to hit Kijo harder than Kijo was hitting him to secure victory, but Kijo skillfully avoided Bass's attacks and smiled, knowing he had the upper hand. Kijo launched his fist into the open space on Bass's face, delivering a powerful blow that sent Bass falling to the ground and collapsing. The crowd erupted in cheers, leaving Kijo both surprised and overwhelmed. He immediately looked for Nixar in the audience, and upon seeing Nixar nodding and smiling, Kijo raised his hand with tears in his eyes and jubilantly shouted that he had won, prompting more cheers from the spectators. Gadolf teased Joshub about their apprentice's victory and asked if Joshub had seen it. Joshub responded with frustration, reminding Gadolf that they still had 2 fighters to compete. Gadolf instructed Valkyra to convey a message to Nixar, emphasizing the consequences of losing and mentioning sending the losers to the mine. Valkyra delivered Gadolf's message, leaving Nixar frustrated. Nixar then informed Kalli and Torres about Gadolf's threat, assuring them that he would persuade Gadolf later and suggesting that if they felt in danger, they should surrender immediately. However, Torres confidently declared that there was no need for Nixar to persuade Gadolf, as he would win. Kalli noticed Torres' determination, but he also realized that Malga, Torres' opponent, was on a different level than Bass. Soon, Torres and Malga faced each other in the ring. Malga offered Torres advice, noting that he was different from Bass and suggesting that Torres give up to avoid getting hurt. Torres responded by telling Malga not to say anything and challenged him to fight. When the referee initiated the match, both fighters immediately launched their fists at each other. The audience, including Kalli, was shocked to see both Torres and Malga landing simultaneous punches on each other, resulting in blood being splattered around the ring. Unfortunately for Torres, Malga's strength proved superior, pushing him back. Despite the odds, Torres managed to hold his ground and exchanged punches with Malga once again, creating an exhilarating moment for the audience. Torres, with a smile, asked Malga how many hits he had taken, trying to project confidence even if he was on the verge of exhaustion. Malga acknowledged that Torres was used to facing more active fighters but vowed not to let him win. He then launched another attack, deliberately using his elbow to hit Torres, which led to Torres bleeding. Torres confronted Malga about the elbow strike, calling it cheating. Malga brushed it off as an accidental outcome that often occurred during matches. Despite this, Torres wiped the blood from his head and replied, "Okay," while secretly seething about how the situation had unfolded. Malga thinks 18 fighter collapsed into his hands, and although he failed to become an A-class fighter, he was still proud to be a veteran. But Torres was only an apprentice fighter, making him wonder why isn't Torres going down while Torres attacked him. The audience happily cheered and shouted that Torres was no different from a wild boar. Kalli knows that Torres is barbaric but is incredibly strong and noticed that the level between Torres and Malga are different. Torres launched his fist toward falling Malga and hit him in the face hard, making Malga blood spread out everywhere and his few teeth were pulled out. Then Malga collapsed on the ground and he defeated Malga. Nixar praised Torres for his good work and told him that it was a great game. Also, it met the audience's expectations, but Torres just catches his breath in exhaustion and pain. He told Torres that he did a good job, but then Torres called him and told him that their victory was now based on his performance. He replied of course and confidently told Torres that he'd end it and come back. Then the host told everyone that the last fighter from Dorman training camp and the fighter with 11 victories named Burrito entered the stage, and the fighter from Aegis named Kalli entered the stage. The audience disappointedly encouraged him that he wouldn't win and their house was bigger than him. But Valkyra cheeringly told him that they should win it, and Valkyra was surprised by his words too, so he covered his mouth without realizing that Azalea heard him. She asked Valkyra if he know Kalli, and Valkyra replied that yes, because he helps Kalli during training, and Kalli asked him to help throw stones at him while he avoids them. But then Joshua says that Kalli was a bone and they just let their guard down before, but he think that time they'll win easily. Gadolf teasingly told Joshua that it will be disappointing if they didn't win that time, making Joshua shake in anger. Azalea was also expecting Kalli to fight as she looked at him in the ring, facing Burrito. Burrito apologized to him because he wouldn't let him win. Then, Burrito swiftly jumped toward Kalli and appeared in front of him, taking him by surprise. However, Kalli managed to jump in time to avoid Burrito's attack, realizing that Burrito was faster and more dangerous than he had expected. He quickly jumped to the side to gain a better position, but was surprised to find that Burrito was blocking his movements. Realizing that he was cornered, he launched his fist to attack, knowing that he needed to escape at any cost. He landed several punches on Burrito, but Burrito told him that his punches were weak. The audience became angry and shouted at Burrito to fight properly, considering Kalli just a beginner. They questioned why he wasn't using his fists, especially as a fighter with 11 wins. Burrito glanced at the audience silently, but then Kalli teasingly reminded him that he wouldn't let him win, so he better use his fists properly. Burrito was aware that Kalli was using the audience, and he couldn't figure out what Kalli was after. However, he was determined to crush him and launched an attack. He glared at Burrito's fist, knowing that an attack was imminent. He successfully dodged Burrito's first attack, then the second, and even the third, leaving the audience shocked and Burrito confused, wondering if Kalli was truly just an apprentice with such sharpened senses. Meanwhile, Joshua was furious, calling Burrito a punk and wondering how Burrito couldn't land a single punch on Kalli, who was just a skinny apprentice fighter. Azalea smiled, knowing that Kalli was different from the typical apprentice fighter, silently urging him to show everyone that he was indeed unique among the fighters. Burrito was angry and attacked him again, but he noticed that Burrito always used the right jab, so he easily and quickly avoided it. Then he saw that Burrito's next attack was a left hook and a right uppercut, and he avoided all of them. He remembered Valkyra asking him why he was avoiding these punches, but he asked Valkyra if he wanted him to get hit all the time. He told him to look at his body and explain that if he got hit by those punches, he'd break into pieces. Valkyra told him that it wasn't what he meant. He explained that in the end, if he didn't punch his opponent, he wouldn't win. He explained to Valkyra that he would avoid the punches while waiting for the perfect time. This made Valkyra confused, and he asked what he meant by the perfect time. He replied that it was about watching his opponent's movements and analyzing their patterns. He figured out that Burrito would first prepare his foot for a step, move his upper body for a punch, and then he analyzed his shoulder, chest, and waist before he was ready to attack. He didn't know if his fragile body could endure the hit, but he was confident that his experience and body sense could help him win. Then, he punched Burrito in the face, making Burrito's nose bleed. He followed it with a punch to Burrito's cheek, not giving Burrito a chance to recover. The audience, Nixar, and the masters couldn't believe that he had hit Burrito for the second time. Valkyra was also surprised, thinking about analyzing patterns because he saw that Kalli had really done it. Burrito was on his knees, wondering how it could happen. He told Burrito in his head not to stand up because he couldn't use his right hand anymore, and that he should give up so they could move forward. However, Burrito furiously slammed his hand on the ground and stood up, calling him a son of a bitch. This left him in a position of frustration. Burrito told him that he was like a rat and that he would crush him without him realizing that Burrito was holding sand in his hand. Then Burrito threw sand into his eyes, thinking that no matter how fast he was, if he couldn't see, it would be his end. Azalea shouted that it was cheating, but Joshua just told her that it was Kalli's fault for not being careful, and it was natural that when they fell, they got sand in their hands. On the other hand, Kalli was frustrated because he really couldn't get used to the boxing fight there. He tried to open his eyes, but it hurt too much. Suddenly, Burrito punched his face, sending him flying into the distance. Burrito told him that he was nasty, but he just stood up with his eyes closed and faced Burrito once again. Burrito ran toward him, shouting that it was the end, but he didn't move from his position, knowing that he needed to stay calm because his analysis was already done. He knew that Burrito always starts with the right jab. Then he launched his fist toward Burrito and punched him in the face with all his might, making Burrito bleed and slowly fall. Burrito collapsed to the ground, defeated. The referee began to count down, and when the referee hit 0 and Burrito didn't stand up, he raised his hand in victory, shouting, making Azalea shocked. She had come all the way there to experience that sensation. Nixar patted his head and proudly told him that he couldn't believe they had won. Baron Joshua Doryman, whose pride had fallen, left the territory quickly, and Gadolf, who felt joy, gave them 3 whole pigs as rewards. 2 months later, the harvest season had come. Kijo put down a box of vegetables on the ground and angrily asked if they were farmers or fighters. He told Kijo that he was complaining too much and should think of it as strength training. Also, Kalli's body had gone through many changes. A moment later, he placed the last box of vegetables on the table, and the farmer smiled, telling him he did a good job. The farmer suggested he take some with him, to which Kalli thanked him. Then, the farmer asked if they were going to the harvest festival of Duke Wesley, and Kijo replied no because they were still apprentices, so they had to wait another year to go. The farmer said it was too bad because he wanted to see their matches again. He asked Kijo what they were planning to do at the harvest festival as he waved goodbye to the farmer. Kijo responded by asking if he was silly and explained that the highlight of the harvest festival is boxing, and their master is one of the Duke's relatives. Kijo further mentioned that Dorman and August were competing under his sponsorship, with Dorman currently having the upper hand. He pretended to remember, but Kijo teasingly asked him if he'd been hit on the head hard before. Kalli then glanced back at the mansion, realizing it had been a year. Meanwhile, in August's mansion reception room, Nixar tried to persuade Gadolf to give him 1 more year. He told Gadolf that the last match was well prepared but that he was lucky. Gadolf, in response, mentioned that a letter had arrived from the Duke's house, and they must have heard about their last victory. The Duke wanted to see the 3 apprentices, and if they refused, it wouldn't be good for them. Nixar understood that Duke Wesley was one of the 5 dukes in the kingdom, and they couldn't possibly refuse. He replied, "I understand." Gadolf told him that they would depart for the Duke's house with an escort the day after tomorrow, so they should get ready. From now on, those 3 were official boxers, so he should mark them. A moment later, Kalli felt that the mark on his shoulder was still sore, but as long as he could box, it didn't matter. Then, they continued on their journey. Suddenly, someone congratulated Kalli for becoming an official boxer. Azalea told him that thanks to him, she could walk alongside the nobles. He asked her if she was talking about him, and she replied yes, for which he thanked her. She stared at him, making him confused, but then she told him that he had changed a lot and should show his training results at the harvest festival. Kijo asked him if their lady wasn't pretty and mentioned that her red hair and full lips showed her beauty from afar. Kalli remembered her expressions and realized that she was indeed pretty. Torres told Kijo to watch his mouth unless he wanted to face their master's anger, but Kijo asked Torres what he was so worried about and suggested that Torres actually liked him. This made Torres angry, and he attacked Kijo from behind. Kijo told Torres he got the message, defeatedly. The knights told them to be quiet. The night arrived, and the captain of the knights told everyone that they should stop there to take a break and then leave. Kijo, irritated, asks why they are going around the mountain, and the bugs are sticking to him. He just asks Kijo back, who would have known that the bridge collapsed because of the rainstorm. Kijo asks them back, what if bandits show up? On the other hand, inside the carriage, Gadolf tells Azalea that the sun sets quickly in the mountains, so she should go to sleep first. Then Gadolf told the captain of the knights that they'd leave early tomorrow morning, and the knight replied that it was harvest season now, so the bandits were rampant. He should hurry, but Gadolf asked the captain of the knights if it wasn't because of those bandits that he pays them. While they were busy talking, he heard something and wondered if it was a rustling sound. Kijo shouted that something moved in the bushes, and he told Gadolf that they should leave now, making Gadolf ask them what it was and where they thought they were going. Suddenly, someone threw something at the captain of the knights, and a swarm of sharp arrows flew in their direction. Gadolf panicky shouted that it was an attack, and the knight immediately protected Gadolf. Nixar, who was hiding in the bush, told them to come there, but he noticed that the arrow shower stopped and saw that there were too many bandits approaching them. He told Nixar that they didn't have enough soldiers, so if he unlocked their chains, they'd fight with him, to which Torres and Kijo agreed too. Nixar got the key to their chains and freed them while telling them to only subdue the ones who approached them and protecting Gadolf and the lady is their priority. Suddenly, one of the bandits attacked Kijo with a sword while shouting that he found them. Fortunately, he blocked it in time with the chain on his wrist and punched the man in the face. He told them not to just stand there and they should go. Torres wrapped the chain around his arm while saying that Kalli was a crazy bastard, and Kijo told Torres that Kalli was definitely not an ordinary guy. On the other hand, he was running fast toward the carriage, knowing that he had to find Gadolf and Azalea. The knights grabbed Gadolf, who was trying to free himself from them, but the knight told him that they had to go quickly, making him realize that Gadolf is safe. But then Gadolf shouted that Azalea was still in the carriage, making him surprised and immediately run toward it. But he noticed that one of the bandits was already approaching it, so he shouted to the man to stop. The man just smiled at him and swung the sword at him. Fortunately, he blocked it using the chain on his arm, but he still got thrown to the ground hard, realizing that the man had strong power. Then the man opened the carriage door, making Azalea surprised and shout in fear, which he heard. Then the man came out of the carriage holding a collapsed Azalea in his hand. When he saw Azalea didn't move, he shouted and worriedly called her name. Then the man ran away speedily while holding Azalea. Gadolf asked the knights what they were doing and ordered them to help Azalea. However, the knight didn't move and told Gadolf that he'd be back in a bit. A few minutes later, the man ran toward the cliff while he was telling him to stop and that there was nowhere else to go. The man put down Azalea while telling him that he looked like a slave and pointed the sword at him while asking if he wanted to come with them. He just asked the man why he would point a sword at him when recruiting him and told the man that if he comes with him, he would end up doing nothing more than banditry. The man positioned himself and told him that it was the end of the story. He noticed that it was a train move and asked the man if he was a gladiator. The man jumped toward him to attack him while telling him that he was a gladiator with 42 wins. He knew that it was impossible to fight the man head-on, making him wonder if he should fight him or pass him. The man swung his blade at him, but he jumped back in time to avoid it. Then he speedily ran toward Azalea, making the man surprised. But he just grabbed Azalea from ground and told the man that he felt sorry for him because he had no intention of fighting, while jumping off the cliff with Azalea. Then they fell into the ocean, leaving the man alone looking at them. A moment later, he called Azalea to wake up and was glad that she was breathing. She slowly opened her eyes and sat up in shock, making him glad that she had regained consciousness. He asked her if she was all right. A few minutes later, he told her what had happened, and she told him that she clearly remembered that one-eyed man who hit her, while he was busy thinking that he never thought he would use the camouflage techniques he learned in the military there. She told him that they should at least light some fire, but he told her that it was not possible because the trees were all moist, and worst of all, they might get caught, making her say that he was incompetent. He was surprised when he saw her shaking from the cold and thought that her body temperature must have dropped a lot because of the wet clothes. He told her that if she kept wearing wet clothes, she would catch a cold, and she'd feel less cold if she took off her clothes. This made her shyly ask him if he was telling her to take off her clothes and called him a shameless bastard. He assured her that he didn't mean it that way, he was just saying that it's better than freezing to death, and he'd turn his back. She told him that he had become quite bold, and he replied that it was because right now he had to protect her, and if anything happened to her, Gadolf would kill him. She told him not to look back and that she'd kill him if he turned around, to which he agreed. The truth was his head was spinning as he heard her taking off her clothes. Then he asked her if she was feeling less cold, but she still shivered from the cold. She noticed that even though he was freezing, he could see his lips turning blue, and his body was shaking with cold. He told her there were two ways to warm up, either move their bodies to raise body temperature or stick their bodies together. She replied that it was okay and she was fine, but then she was surprised to see him doing push-up from the ground. He stood up and excused himself to her. Suddenly, he put his arm around her, which made her surprised, and she shyly asked him what he was doing. He reminded her that he had told her they needed to stick their bodies together because it was said to be a way for soldiers to endure the cold during winter marches. He told her that she might not like it, but if something happened to her, he'd be in trouble. She silently sat next to him. The next morning, he told her that it seemed safe around there and asked if she could walk. She asked him if he was going to carry her if she couldn't, making him realize that Azalea was still acting tough. Suddenly, her stomach growled with hunger, and she shyly said she couldn't help it because she hadn't eaten anything since last night. Later, near the river, he asked her if she'd like to have some. Then he cut the raw fish he had caught in the river and gave her a piece of its meat. At first, she felt disgusted, but when she tasted it, her expression changed. After that, they continued to walk, and he told her that if they headed upstream, they'd be able to rejoin their group. She asked him what if they encountered the bandits first, but he told her to leave it to luck, making her say that it was irresponsible. He assured her that he always did his best, and, after all, he was just wishing her luck. She thought that Kalli was not like a slave or a typical boy. He was enigmatic and seemed to learn things in his unique way. She shyly told him that the more she knew him, the more mysterious he became. He asked if she said something, but she just told him to keep looking straight while walking. Meanwhile, a man was furious because he was trying to secure the ransom. But that little bastard appeared. He swore that he'd kill him if he saw him again. Suddenly, the man heard footsteps from behind, and he immediately stood up upon hearing someone saying that they would meet the soldiers soon. Then the man opened the grass in front of him and saw Azalea, telling Kalli that it was the third time she had heard that sound. The man thought it was a heaven-sent opportunity. Kalli and Azalea were surprised when they heard someone saying that they said even tigers would come if they told them to. The man told Kalli that it was really nice to meet him. He faced the man to protect Azalea, and the man asked him if he was planning to fight him without even a weapon, calling him a laughable bastard. The man was surprised to hear the man tell him that he'd kill him and take that special prize. Then the man asked Azalea why she didn't have a chat with him before he sold her, making her shake in fear. He told the man that he was dreaming too high and asked him who said he was going to let him take her. He thought that the chains had floated away when he fell into the river, so depending on them was impossible for him. The man teasingly called him a little boy and told him that they should cut him down first. Then the man swung his sword toward him, and fortunately, he avoided it, but it cut his hair and his clothes. The man told him that he was fast and teasingly asked him how long he could avoid it. Then the man continuously attacked him with the sword, and he continuously avoided the strikes. However, when the man turned his body around, he didn't dodge the man's kick because he didn't expect it, and he slammed onto the ground hard, making Azalea worriedly shout to him to watch out. He was surprised that the sword was near his face, but luckily he rolled to the side in time to avoid it, and he immediately stood up. He realized that the sword had high killing power and long range, but he already knew about the law of destruction. He knew that against a player with long arms, guns, and knives, if he wanted to win with his bare hands, he had no choice but to move forward. The man teasingly told him that he understood that he was sticking his neck out, but Azalea knew that the man was wrong. The man swung his sword at him, but he speedily jumped to the man's side to avoid the attack and found an open space. He then punched the man's side, making the man growl in pain. The man swung his blade toward him in anger while shouting that they should take it to the end. He jumped backward to avoid it, knowing that what he needed now was the courage to face the blade, and his nose was lightly cut by the sword. He also knows that he needs determination to move forward. The man once again slashes in his direction, but he jumps to the side, and the man notices that he is aiming for his blind spot. Then he punches the man in the jaw, making the man cough up blood. Straight away, he grabs the man's shoulder and slams him hard on the ground, making the man shout in pain. He doesn't stop and punches the man in the face, elbows the man, and continuously punches him until he's exhausted and can't move anymore. He leans against a nearby tree while the man is badly beaten near another tree. The man still tries to grab his sword next to him and furiously swears that he'd definitely kill Kalli. Then a shadow appears in front of the man and grabs his sword, making the man panic. Azalea lifts the sword and says that the man tried to disgrace her, and then she stabs the man with the sword, leaving Kalli surprised. Shakingly, she tells him that even killing the man 100 times is not enough, which leaves him stunned and realizing that Azalea is not normal either. After dealing with the boss, they were found by the rescue team and were able to return safely. Nixar, who was applying ointment to his cut, told him that he was lucky because if he had cut a little higher, he would have been blind. He teasingly told Nixar that he looked more manly and nice. Suddenly, someone called him, and Gadolf thanked him for saving his daughter. He couldn't believe that Gadolf was thanking a slave, and he replied that it was his duty. Gadolf told him to sit down and rest and made it clear that it was an order because he deserved it, and had the right to do so. Then, Gadolf angrily says that those pathetic knights don't know what even a young slave knows, while glaring at the knights behind him. Gadolf then tells him that it's amazing that he fought and won against a gladiator. He asks if he has any secrets, and he replies that it helps to look weak because they always underestimate him. They rescued Azalea from the bandits and earned their loyalty. They were able to ride in a carriage, and finally, they arrived at the Wesley Duchy. Duke Wesley cheerfully told Gadolf that it had been a long time since they had seen each other and that they had traveled a long way. Gadolf thanked Wesley. Wesley noticed that Azalea was there too and told her that she had become a lady who looked just like her mother. She replied that she was honored that he remembered her while he stood behind her. Before that, she told him that one of the servants was sick in bed, so he'd have to serve instead. He was the best fit because the others had ugly faces and bulky bodies that couldn't be made into servants. A minute later, the nobles were sitting at a long table. Wesley asked Gadolf if it was true that August won all 3 matches in the last boxing match and told him that he heard they were all apprentices. Gadolf replied that it was embarrassing and those apprentices were now official boxers. Then the nobles began to chat with each other, making Azalea feel left out and sigh in boredom. Then she whispered something to her father and ordered Kalli to follow her, making him surprised but replying with a yes. Later, they were out on the street, and she said that she thought she was going to suffocate and die. She told him that she didn't want to come in the first place, so they should let them talk among themselves. He told her that she looked unhappy. She told him that her father is obsessed with finding her a husband and asked him if it isn't horrible to be tied down at a young age. He told her that what he thinks doesn't matter, making her sigh. Then she saw 2 candies and gave one to him, asking if he had never tasted it before, making him realize that he hadn't eaten anything sweet except fruits since he came to that world. He put the lollipop in his mouth and told her that it was delicious. She beautifully reminds him that she told him, and he shyly replies with a yes. He thinks that she was born with beauty, otherwise she wouldn't get so much attention. But then he notices an old woman and wonders why she is staring at him. The old woman asks Azalea if she can read her fortune, and he tells her that they should go, but she replies no because it sounds fun, and she has never had her fortune read before, so they should go see it. Then they follow the old woman, who is laughing and telling her that she'd give her a cheap price. Azalea looks around and excitedly says that it's the gypsy tent she had only heard of, while he is busy wondering what the old woman is up to. The old woman tells Azalea that her life is not sailing smoothly and there will be many twists and turns. She replies that it's good and it would be boring if her life were like everyone else's. Then she also tells the old woman to look at her marriage or love fortune, too, making Kalli realize that whether it's there or on Earth, fortune telling can drive people crazy. The old woman tells her that her partner might be close by, but she won't be able to have the love that everyone blesses her with, making her blush and leaving Kalli confused. Then the old woman offers to read that boy's fortune for her as a service. He initially replies no and says he's fine. She tells him not to be cold and that it's for free. Also, he has nothing to lose, so he sits down, and the old woman begins to read his fortune using the crystal ball. The old woman sighs and tells him that he has come from very far away, from a place that people there can't even imagine, making him surprised. He asks the old woman where he came from, but the old woman replies that she doesn't know it and she just says what she sees. Azalea asks the old woman what she sees, and she replies that she sees a metal that flies in the sky, a carriage that moves without a horse, and a human inside a box. He stands up in shock, wondering what the old woman is saying and if she sees a glimpse of his past. The old woman told him that there was an unusual energy hanging over him, and he seemed to have an angel by his side. Azalea told him that he had the fortune to become a fighter, and maybe that's why he had won so far. He told her that it was just a superstition, and if she believed it, she would be a fool. She poutingly looked at him and said she also knew that, and he should not cross the line because he was just a slave. Panicky, he apologized to her, while the old woman couldn't believe that he was just a slave because she knew that a man with that kind of energy wouldn't end up just becoming a slave. In the next 3 days, he needed to soothe Azalea's anger, and finally, he went back to the slave dorm. He thought he could train as soon as he arrived, but the knights teasingly asked him if he was a real fighter because he was a skinny guy. They told him that even his dog could be a fighter, making him wonder why these guys were picking a fight with him. He asked them if he could just go in, but one of the knights told him that he would if he crawled under his foot, while the other one laughed hard. He asked them if they had ever been hit by a fighter and told them to stop picking a fight with him. One of the knights got pissed and asked how a slave like him dared to be arrogant, then launched a spear at him. but then someone shouted at the knight to stop and asked what it was. The knights were shocked to see Wesley behind him and asked Wesley how a slave could come to a citizen's place. Wesley told them that Kalli belonged to his customer, Baron Ajust, and asked them if they wanted to stain his face, leaving the knights stunned in fear. Wesley told him that when he first saw him, he didn't believe he was a fighter and asked if he was one of the fighters who defeated Dorman's fighter. He replied yes, but he jumped in shock when Wesley touched his body and told him that his shoulder muscles were strong. Still, he didn't believe he was one of the fighters who defeated them. Then Wesley asked him what he was hiding, making him in shock. But Wesley quickly smiled and apologized to him, saying he was just really excited to meet one of the fighters. Then he told him that he'd stop now before it got boring. Wesley walked away, telling him that he would see him at the match, leaving him wondering what the hell it was. Later, in the accommodation for the slaves and fighters, he was training. Thinking that when he had so many things on his mind, he expected that training was the best. He was doing a push-up with one hand, upside down. Suddenly, someone called him, and Torres teasingly asked him if it was nice to live in the castle for 3 days. He replied that he was dying of frustration. Nixar told them that the place they were standing was a big one, bigger than their previous training area. It's not only Dorman's slave fighters training camp, but also stray fighters, so if they were lucky, they might not play, and they might be left because the round is full. Torres asked Nixar if they were on the lucky side, and Nixar replied that for now, they were, but they were 100 years early to deal with the other fighters gathered there. Torres asked Nixar if he was telling him to stay still in the training camp when he was ready to win everything now. Nixar looked at Torres for seconds and sighed in frustration. Suddenly, Nixar kicked Torres in the stomach and angrily asked Torres if it was funny when they were probably going to end up dead before their debut. Then he told Torres not to joke around and explained the fact that there are many boxers who have won dozens of times in a row, which means dozens of boxers were buried underneath. So, if it's not because of the match, he'll kill them with his hands. Torres stood up and told Nixar that he'll keep it in mind and apologize to him. Nixar told them that no matter how good a fighter was, they lose focus sometimes during the match, which is why he was worried about Kijo. But Kijo shouted that he was okay. Suddenly, they heard someone shout that it was an ogre and Dorman's ogre had come, making Nixar shocked and immediately turn around to look at it. Then they saw a huge guy in the center of the other men, and Nixar said that Joshub had sharpened his sword, and he couldn't believe that Joshub brought that ogre. Kijo fearfully asked what the hell it was and if it was a human. Nixar replied that people compared him to be at the same level as a monster. Kalli wondered if the huge guy is a person, and doesn't that guy really look like an ogre from a fantasy world while looking at Dorman's ogre, a fierce fighter who has won 76 times in a year. Kijo counted the 76 wins in 1 year, and Nixar told Kijo that the ogre must have fought 3 to 4 times a day. Nixar told him that there are rumors that ogres can rip someone's ribs off with just their bare hands and asked them if it made sense that the guy was called an ogre. Kijo worriedly asked Nixar if they wouldn't be in danger and if their master couldn't do something about it because if they fought the ogre, they might die. Nixar told them that actually, their master said it was too early to let them fight the ogre, so there was a possibility that they wouldn't have to go up against it. Torres said that it was interesting, and the guy's nickname, Ogre, doesn't feel like an exaggeration at all. It's like they're dealing with a different species, which left Kijo stunned in fear. But then Kijo tried to laugh and asked Kalli if he didn't want to fight the ogre like him. However, Kalli replied that if his fist didn't touch the ogre's jaw, he'd need to make the ogre bend his body, but he wondered how. He guessed that maybe he'd lose his stamina first but thought that hitting other parts wouldn't do much damage because the size difference was so great. Honestly, he couldn't think of a way to fight the ogre. Kijo wondered if they were crazy and if they really wanted to fight that monster. He also noticed that Kalli sometimes felt different and had some barbaric side, making him think that Kalli was different from an ordinary human. Later, the nobles gathered in front of the task board, and someone told them that it was the match schedule, so they should check if it was written correctly. Joshub told Gadolf that it would be tough and they would meet again this time. Joshub teasingly told Gadolf that everyone would give up in front of the ogre, but Gadolf just laughed and told Joshub to see the match later. Nixar praised Gadolf and told him that if he fell for Joshub's provocation, he would only lose his fighters. Gadolf replied that he also knew it and wondered who was crazy enough to fight a monster like the ogre, knowing the reason why Dorman Ogre is so famous. Joshub teasingly told Gadolf that he was trying to give respect to the 3 fighters last time, and they would see. Nixar asked Gadolf what Joshub meant and if he wanted the 3 of them to die. Gadolf replied that he heard Joshub made his 3 fighters fight the ogre, so Joshub must be serious this time. But Nixar knew that it was actually a death sentence for them. Gadolf asked Nixar if they didn't come there to see the match schedule, and Nixar replied yes. Then Nixar told Gadolf that Torres was on the first day, Kalli and Kijo were on the second day. Also, the ogre was on the first day, but he had no fight with them. Gadolf told Nixar that it was a pity for the other baron's fighter who would face the ogre, to which Nixar agreed. The first day match at Wistry Stadium had the man stunned in fear as he faced the enormous ogre. He pleaded with ogre not to come any closer, and his fear forced him to retreat, eventually pinning himself inside the ring. In front of him stood ogre, glaring menacingly. Ogre launched a punch to attack the man, and, by sheer luck, the man ducked to evade it. But as he cautiously looked back, he saw that the ring pillar had been obliterated. Joshua scolded ogre, calling him a troublemaker, and he had asked ogre not to destroy the pillar. Joshua smiled and apologized to Wesley while secretly praising ogre in his mind, urging him to show everyone what he was made of. Meanwhile, Kalli told Kijo that he could understand why the man had earned the nickname ogre. To him, ogre doesn't feel like a human at all. The man sat trembling in fear on the ring, while the crowd cheered for ogre to kill his opponent, making the man sweat uncontrollably. The terrified man attempted to surrender and let ogre win, but ogre ignored his plea. Instead, ogre launched his fist towards the man, causing the man to scream in fear. Upon impact, blood splattered everywhere, further inciting the cheers of the spectators. Kalli had witnessed many deaths in fights prior to coming to this place, but he had never seen anything as gruesome as this. Ogre's bare hands turned the fight into a brutal spectacle, like a battle between a human and a beast. Fortunately, ogre didn't possess any refined fighting skills. At this point, Kijo called his name and inquired if he was still trying to figure out how to fight ogre. Kalli replied negatively, realizing that they might not even get the chance to fight ogre. Kijo urged them to stop entertaining such thoughts, emphasizing that fighting someone like ogre would result in certain defeat. Torres agreed and pointed out that ogre was not merely looking to win the fight but to kill his opponents. Aegis wild boars, Torres never gives up. He knocks down his opponent after giving his best on the last match that day. He knows that the next day he will fight there. But then someone asks him if he likes boys, and he replied that he certainly does not. Then, Azalea asks if she was calling just to ask that simple question. She replied that usually, boys can't talk when they see her face. So she asked him because he seemed too calm. She asked if he wasn't nervous. Then she told him that she heard many fighters died on the first day of the match, and maybe she wouldn't see him again starting tomorrow. He told her he was not a noble like her, so he had nothing to lose. She told him he was pretty good at talking, maybe because he was a fighter. She asked him if that's why he was good at talking. She tossed an apple toward him, saying that if he wins tomorrow, she'll dedicate herself to him as his victory. He confidently told her not to worry because he'll win. The next day, people hit the drum, indicating the event was starting. The audience on the stage screamed in excitement. He was glad that it was finally starting, while Nixar noticed that his body had changed so much. His back and shoulder muscles were getting bigger than before. Then the host began to introduce the veteran fighter with 21 wins in Vataman training camp, the Iron Wall, Caesar. The host told everyone that Caesar's opponent looked like a dwarf, but the rookie had already won one fight against an experienced fighter, Kalli, the next fighter from Aegis training camp. The audience angrily asked if they thought they came all the way there to see a terrible fight, and if Kalli was eating properly because he looked like someone from a poor family. On the other hand, Azalea wished for Kalli to win the fight, but suddenly, someone behind her told her that the result was too obvious. A nobleman told her that fighter Caesar was gaining recognition these days, and maybe Caesar would become the champion in the future. She knew she had nothing to do there, which is why she hated coming there. But she smilingly told the man that she thought the boy from their side would win. Still, the man confidently told her that physics is absolute in boxing. He didn't know if he ever told her, but in the past, he also had to fight someone. She smiled in response but wondered why that pathetic man was bragging. She told the man they should make a bet, and her bet was on Kalli. She told the man that if Kalli loses, she'll spend time with him tomorrow. This made the man light up in surprise and agree. Then the man asked her what she wanted to do if he lost. She replied that she saw a nice ruby necklace at the craft shop she went to yesterday. The man replied okay and told her that it was an interesting bet. This made him wonder why it was so easy and if she thought he was interested in her, and she knew that she was making a bet that he certainly would lose. Caesar told Kalli that he'd win easily this time and blamed his master for putting him in that match. But Kalli just sighed in frustration about Caesar and the other man he fought before. Then, he asked Caesar if they fight with their mouths and confidently told him to bring it on. Caesar furiously ran toward him and tried to punch him, but he avoided it as he expected. He knew that Caesar had iron-like muscles and thick skin, so he wouldn't go down easily if he hit his jaw. Caesar punched him with his other hand, but he ducked in time and jumped backward to create a space between them. Caesar told him that he must be good at dodging, and then Caesar inhaled, thinking that he'd make sure Kalli couldn't dodge anymore. He was surprised when Caesar speedily and continuously attacked him using his two fists. The man told Azalea that it ended like that, and their bet was done. But then the other noble guy shouted in surprise, and the audience was shocked too to see Kalli speedily avoiding Caesar's fast attack. The man was shocked and wondered what the hell was happening. Caesar thought it was impossible, and the nobleman was surprised to hear people asking if Kalli was the fighter who knocked down Dorman's fighter, and said that they heard Kalli won with his eyes closed. The man asked if it was true, but Azalea just looked at Kalli, smiling and humming. On the other hand, Kalli was busy fighting while wondering if he could knock Caesar down in one shot, if he had to stack up the damage and break Caesar's muscles, and if his stamina would last until then. Then he noticed Caesar's back and liver. Caesar tiredly called him a brat, but he kept silent, knowing he couldn't miss that chance. Then he jumped towards Caesar and punched him in the liver. He was surprised to feel it, and he knew it went in. Nixar stood up in shock to witness it because he knew that the punch Kalli threw in the middle of an explosive dash was a perfect weight shift. Nixar thought it seemed like Kalli had reaped the fruits of his constant muscle training because Kalli did something he couldn't even dream of with his original weak body. But it was not an attack based on the opponent's movement and weight utilization. It was a punch delivered with Kalli's pure strength. Caesar's body shook in pain, but before Caesar could attack again, Kalli punched him in the jaw, making Nixar smile and telling Kalli in his mind that he has grown. The audience started to cheer for Kalli, telling him to keep pushing and that he was not bad for a little one. Then the nobleman next to Azalea stood in disbelief. Kalli felt hurt in his hand and noticed that the thick muscle armor on Caesar's body was breaking apart. Caesar shook in anger and shouted, launching his fist at him. But he speedily dodged it and went behind Caesar, then punched his back, making Caesar clench his teeth in pain. Caesar thought it was not a normal punch because it was a spear that pierced through everything, a sharp spear. Then Kalli speedily went in front of Caesar and punched him in the face, making Azalea and Nixar proud. He was thinking that there, he had recreated his life. Then he gave his last punch on Caesar's face, making Caesar bleed and collapse, then fall to the ground. He caught his breath, then raised his hand as a victory, making the audience cheer for him. The nobleman shouted that it was impossible, but Azalea just told the man that she won after all, and she is looking forward to the necklace, making the man walk away in shyness, thinking that if only Caesar fought more decently, it would have been less humiliating for him. Suddenly, Gadolf appeared behind her and shouted that Kalli was his boxer. He raised Kalli with care, but then Gadolf noticed Kalli facing them and punched his chest with his fist as a sign of respect, then raised his hand in front of them. Gadolf thought Kalli was dedicating it to him, and Kalli knows how to be grateful. But the truth is, Azalea knows it was for her, and Kalli was telling her that he did it. The audience loudly cheered for him while he thought that he had become stronger. A moment later, Nixar told him that it was a good match and the public, as well as the nobles, must have been impressed by his game. To which he thanked Nixar. But then he felt pain in his hand, so Nixar unwrapped the bandage on his hand, showing his injured fist, and told him to soak it in water. He immediately soaked it while Nixar told him that, as he expected, he still has a long way to go. He didn't even know it hurt and thinks if he had pushed himself a little more, he would have damaged his bones. Torres told him that his fragile body was still the same. But he did well, and he thought he only used his head. Then Kijo shatteringly told him that he won and he was going to win too. Torres told Kijo to stop shaking because he was shaking his chair too. Nixar told Kijo to breathe deeply and asked him if he wanted to go out and not be able to punch. Kijo replied that the crowd's noise was ringing in his ears, and he was out of breath and suffocated, making him go crazy. He noticed that Kijo looked like he was having a panic attack. But he was not surprised to see it on someone as fragile as Kijo. He told Kijo not to think too deeply and just back off and hit with his long arms like he did in the last match. Kijo asked him if it was possible, but a moment later, Kijo proudly shouted that he won and he damn well won too. Torres said it was annoying, but he just laughed while they both looked at celebrating Kijo on the stage. Kijo thanked him because he did what he said and won, to which he agreed. Kijo shouted that he was so strong and he must be the best. But Kalli knew that it was a desperate measure, but guessed that maybe Kijo had some talent. Later, Azalea happily told him that he should see that man's face because the man's face turned red, and his hands were trembling. He asked her what she would have done if he had lost, but she just asked him back if he didn't boast that he would win and told him that thanks to it, he can even perform his role as her bodyguard. He told her that it was true, but she has a really big heart, and she told him that she'll take it as a compliment. Then she came out all dressed and told him that they should go, but then Gadolf ran toward her and told her that a guest had come looking for her. She asked her father who it was that he was making such a fuss, and Gadolf replied that he is the second son of Count Joseph, making her realize something and wonder if it could be that man. A few minutes later, the man told Azalea that she was one of the potential fiancés chosen by Aegis Manor for him. He found the beautiful red-haired girl, and the clue was quickly found. Then the man introduced himself to her formally as Wylan Joseph, the second son of Count Joseph. She knows that Wylan knows that she was a girl from a powerless Baron family, and Wylan is getting cocky. The Joseph family is a prestigious family with considerable influence in central politics, and she knows that her father must be happy to find a grooming candidate. But she was upset, thinking that her father is acting like a greedy person. Then Wylan gives the ruby necklace he promised to her and tells her that, as she said, the craftsmanship is good, and it suits her red hair well. She takes it feeling embarrassed, but she still thanks Wylan and tells him that he is an honorable person who keeps his promise. Then she told him that she'll be going now, but Wylan told her that although he lost the bet, he wanted to ask her if she would give him the honor of walking with him if she didn't mind. She wanted to run away before Wylan said it, but her father noticed her being silent. So Gadolf grabbed her hand and told her that she looked like she was too embarrassed to speak. Then he told Wylan that they'll prepare right away, to which Wylan agreed and told him to take their time. Inside the mansion, Gadolf shouted and asked Azalea what she was talking about, but she just told her father that she has no intention of spending time with that person. Gadolf told her to wait for a minute and asked her if she wouldn't spend some time with Wylan just once for her father's sake. Gadolf also told her that she might find some good aspects of Wylan, and he wanted her to live in a better place than August's territory. She looked at her father and told him that just once, but she wouldn't see Wylan again if he came back. Then Gadolf talks to Azalea's maids, making Kalli, who witnessed everything, think Gadolf is a pathetic gentleman. He knows that Gadolf runs a training center without knowing much about boxing and only cares about immediate benefits. Also, Gadolf had sold off the apprentices who were the assets of his estate but somehow didn't go bankrupt. Suddenly, someone told him that, sure enough, that boy boxer was from there, and Wylan told him that no wonder Azalea was so confident when she bet, making him surprised. But then Wylan told him that he felt dirty looking at him and asked if they too conspired to rip him off. Then, he called him a slave bastard with a filthy face and slightly slapped his face, telling him that he better know that he was lucky that time and he'll fall to the ground of the arena soon. Then Wylan walks past him and asks Azalea if they should go, making him peek back in anger. A moment later, Azalea and Wylan were by the lake, chatting, while Kalli was lying on the side, wondering if it was okay to leave Azalea alone with the creepy, split-personality kid. Then he looked at the sky and noticed that the weather was nice. Slowly, he fell asleep and dreamt of someone shouting for him to sit down while being hit by someone. Then he hit back the man, and the man fell to the stage while he was thinking of just hitting and beating them, knowing that there was no one who could stand after taking his fist. But it was just his arrogant thoughts. He lived by resorting to violence, hoping for some compensation for his broken fist, and if he could go back, he would never do it again. Suddenly, he woke up and sat up in shock, wondering if it was a dream. He knew that he got a second chance, but if he had gone back to the past, he wouldn't have lived so arrogantly and dirtily. Suddenly, a maid ran toward him in panic and told him that something was wrong. On the other hand, Azalea asked Wylan what he was doing, and he replied that she was spoiled, then asked her if she knew how much that ruby necklace was worth. Then he shouted at her, telling her that if she got it, she had to pay with her body. She angrily told him not to make her laugh because it was an item they bet on and called Wylan a brat. Then she kicked Wylan in his private area, making Wylan clench his teeth in anger and pain. Then he slapped Azalea in the face. Kalli, who saw it, was surprised and quickly ran toward them in anger, calling Wylan a nasty name. But Wylan's men stopped him and told him that he couldn't let him get to their lord, calling him a half-baked rookie boxer. But he seriously told them to let him pass now and he'll let them be. Still, one of the men told him that martial arts that only use fists are useless in real combat, and the other man teased him to come at them. Suddenly, he quickly punched the man in front in the face, then he grabbed the man's finger and snapped it, making the man scream in pain, and the others were shocked in horror. One of the three men ran away, shouting that he'd call the guard, and told his comrade to hold Kalli back, making the two men surprised. He angrily told them next, making them shake in fear. On the other hand, Azalea shouted at Wylan to let her go and asked him if he wasn't ashamed of doing it. But Wylan just told her not to dare talk back to him and that she should just stay still. She tried to free herself, making Wylan tell her not to resist. But suddenly, Kalli appeared and kicked Wylan in the face, sending him flying and crashing to the ground hard. Wylan asked him how he got there but received an angry glare and a question from Kalli about what he was doing. Wylan angrily replied that he was trying to get compensation for the ruby necklace. Kalli angrily asked him what he meant by compensation and remembered his past self. Wylan angrily asked him what his problem was and called him a derogatory name. But Kalli just punched Wylan's face, grabbed his hair, and punched him again. Then he furiously slammed Wylan's face into the river, lifted him up, and asked if he was sober. Later, the news that the second son of the Joseph family was hit by a slave quickly spread among the nobles who had gathered for the harvest festival. Wylan angrily walked, thinking that if they didn't want their family to be ridiculed, they must execute that slave and make sure the Aegis family could never enter politics or hold power from now on. Gadolf slammed his hand on the table in anger and asked how he should handle the situation. He thought things were going well, but now the Joseph family was their enemy. He was even angrier when he asked how dare Wylan Joseph touch his daughter. Nixar told him that Kalli was detained at the guardhouse as a suspect, and there was no way to get Kalli out. Gadolf asked Nixar what he was talking about, getting Kalli out, and told Nixar to just think of Kalli as dead. Gadolf told Nixar that he appreciated that Kalli had saved his daughter, but if they took Kalli's side, their family would be ruined too, and Nixar agreed, knowing that it was the life of a slave. Suddenly, the door opened, and Azalea called her father. Gadolf asked her what was wrong and told her that she should rest more, but she begged her father to defend Kalli because Kalli had saved her twice, and even though Kalli was a slave, he deserved justice. She also told her father that even a dumb beast gets treated well if it saves its master. Gadolf told her that he'd handle the matter himself and called Nixar to make her leave, but she still told her father that she knew what he'd do and that he was going to abandon Kalli. Nixar told her that her father had no other choice, which made him shake in anger while thinking about Kalli. Meanwhile, in Wesley Guardhouse, another prisoner asked Kalli if he had beaten up a noble and told him that it was amazing, and he was their hero. Kalli asked the man why he was in there, and the man replied that he was a pickpocket. He told the man that he was pathetic, but the man coughingly told him that he would probably lose his hand, but he'd lose his head. The guard told the man to be quiet, but the man just laughed. Kalli was frustrated, thinking that he had given up the chance to box again, but he knew that if he hadn't saved Azalea, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Later, in court, the judge called him the slave of the Aegis family to ask if he admitted to assaulting Wylan Joseph and told him that the victim, Wylan Joseph, and 4 other witnesses were testifying against his crime. He replied that he admitted it, and people in the court began to throw trash at him, shouting to cut off his head, hang it on the city gate, tear off his limbs, and make him pay for his crime, and that he should die. But he just thought they were trashy individuals and asked them in his head if it meant it was okay for Wylan to harm Azalea. The judge told everyone that the court would sentence the slave Kalli to death, and if they had any objections, they should speak now. Suddenly, Wesley told the judge to wait and asked if he could say a few words before the verdict. Then he told the judge that Kalli, the slave, had committed a serious crime, but it was the Harvest Festival, a time to show mercy even to beggars. Wesley made it clear that he was not trying to claim innocence, and they should make Kalli die like a slave. However, there was a slave named Ogre from Dorman, who had been executed several times. Dorman agreed with what Wesley said. Wesley told everyone that they were holding a match between the condemned and Ogre for the entertainment of the people, a match between a rookie boxer and Ogre, which was close to execution. Dorman laughingly agreed. Wesley explained that a slave is also a boxer, so dying in a fight is mercy, and on the last day, he wanted to have a match between the slave Kalli and Ogre. Kalli was surprised, but Wesley said it would continue if Count Joseph agreed. Joseph was silent for a moment and told Wesley to do as he pleased. Wesley realized that neither he nor Joseph wanted to satisfy each other's grievances, but he thought it was the best compromise. Wesley also thought the movements of that young boxer were artistic, and if it weren't for that problem, he would have bought Kalli even if he had to pay money. The judge told everyone that on the last day of the Harvest Festival, he would replace the execution with a match between Dorman's Ogre and Kalli. Then the nobles began to walk away, but someone told him that he was dead now and called him a slave bastard. Then Joseph spit on his face, making him surprised, and Wylan walked away, laughing. He wiped the saliva from his face, thinking that if there is a god who brought him there, that god must want to see him pushed to the cliff and climbing up endlessly. So he planned to struggle as much as he could, survive until the end, and reach the peak with his 2 fists. A moment later, the guard explained to him that he was in the waiting room and asked him if he got like that while protecting the lady, then told him that was some loyalty and he'd cheer for him. The guard closed the room door, leaving him in the dark alone. But then he heard the guard telling someone that visiting was impossible. However, the man told the guard that just a moment would do, leaving the guard confused. Then Kijo, who was Tiri, Torres, and Nixar walked inside. He asked Kijo if he was okay, but then Kijo started to cry while thanking him for helping him last time and was furious, knowing that he hit the guy who deserved it. Torres told him that at first, he hated him for being a whiner, but he realized he was a good guy and shouldn't die. Nixar gave him a bowl of food, telling him that he had to eat it to have the strength to fight, and he could see for himself that Ogre was more than a monster. He also mentioned that the only good thing is that Ogre can't use skills. Then Nixar turned to him and wished him good luck. When they left, he laughed, thinking that he had people who would be sad if he died, which was enough for him. But then a lady walked into the room, and when he saw who it was, he was surprised. He asked Azalea what she was doing there, and she replied that she was not the kind of person who ignores her benefactor. He told her that before she worried about him, she should take care of her modesty first because she got kidnapped by bandits and caught by some jerk. She told him that if he was so worried, then he could protect her from now on. Then she reached for his neck, got closer to him, and kissed him on the lips, making him surprised. He asked her what she was doing, but she shouted that she didn't know. Then her tears dropped on the ground while telling him to promise her like he did last time and just promise her that he'll win. He told her that she makes it hard for him to die, even if he wanted to, and that he'll stay by her side until she grows up more. Meanwhile, Dorman told Ogre that it was time to fight, and it was an execution, so there was no rope, and he could go wild and kill Kalli as cruelly as possible. Ogre threw the meat on the ground and set his foot on the stage while the host shouted that finally, the highlight of that harvest festival, the executioner of Dorman's ogre. The host called the condemned, Kalli, onto the stage, and the people began to shout to tear Kalli apart and show the criminals what they deserved. Hearing the people, Ogre clenched his teeth in anger and screamed loudly. However, Kalli was just frustrated that they were noisy while being free and faced Ogre, noticing that Ogre was incredibly large. Kalli tore his shirt off, wrapped it around his fist, and knew that with Ogre's physique, he wouldn't need skills. He positioned his fist forward, back his feet to the side, launched his fist, and hit Ogre's side. But Ogre just looked at him and punched him, making Kalli surprised that Ogre didn't even feel that he hit him. He created distance, avoiding Ogre's attack, but the sand flew in the air because of the attack, making him wonder about the incredible power in Ogre's muscles. Ogre held his side and told him that he would die, but he just told Ogre that God is fair because God gave him a blessed body and took away his intelligence. He knew that weight class was absolute, but humans use their brains to compensate for their disadvantages and create skills, so they were a tribe with tough bones, used to fighting against opponents stronger than themselves. He began to walk toward Ogre, who was looking at him. The people were confused to see it and asked if Kalli had lost his mind, thinking he was crazy. Torres and Kijo were shocked too, and Dorman teasingly asked him if he was giving up on the match, telling him that he was going to die on his own feet. However, Kalli continued to stare at Ogre, who was staring back at him. Then Ogre attacked him, but he speedily avoided it and continued dodging Ogre's punches. He planned to swing continuously, knowing that he got hit because he was slow and he'd get hit even if he was a little late, as Ogre still had super speed attacks despite his size, making him think that Ogre was indeed a monster. Wesley, who was watching, thought it was a shame, a waste of Kalli's courage and skill. He realized that Kalli was not an ordinary person and guessed that maybe this could bring about a new revolution in boxing. He saw that rather than Kalli delivering a final blow, Kalli continued to accumulate damage. Ogre tried to punch him, but he continued avoiding it at a speed that made Ogre furiously call him a little rat while attacking. Kalli told Ogre in his mind to go wild and get excited because he knew that it became easier to avoid. Then he punched Ogre's side once again, making the other people cheer for him and the others stunned in surprise. Wesley understood that this was the next level in boxing right now and considered it a revolution in the sport. Ogre launched his huge fist, telling him to just run away, but Kalli saw that Ogre's side was open again. So he speedily launched toward it, avoiding Ogre's attack, and powerfully punched Ogre's side with his fist, making Ogre scream in pain and step back, shaking. Kalli was thinking that even though currently Bikwana skill striking with the blade of a tightly clenched fist is not in boxing, and although it has strong destructive power, it has the disadvantage of being easy to predict its trajectory. However, if his opponent is stupid, it will work best. Dorman shouted that it couldn't be happening and that no one could defeat his ogre. Kijo and Torres stood up in shock on the side. But Torres thought that Kalli was always like this, twisting everyone's hope, a guy who creates variables like eating. Torres elbowed Kijo, telling him to cheer up because Kalli might win at that rate. Kalli's great ogre strategy was not to use snapping blows to the brain and neck like usual. The bigger the body, the bigger the effect, and the muscles accumulated more quickly. Lack of oxygen in the blood is a common symptom of its effect. However, it was Kalli's misjudgment. He was shocked that the crazy monster ogre was still moving. He knew he aimed to exhaust Ogre, but he was exhausted instead. Ogre punched him, and he realized the danger. He immediately bent his body down to avoid it, but then he couldn't breathe anymore, and Ogre launched his fist toward him. A loud punch sound reverberated everywhere, and he was thrown away hard into the distance. He tried to stand up, his arms and hands shaking, and managed to do so. He knew that if he hadn't pulled back before being hit, his arm would have been shattered. Ogre furiously glared at him, but then Ogre fell dizzy and his vision became blurry, making Kalli confused. Ogre held his head in pain and struggled to catch his breath. Kalli noticed it and realized that it was the first time it had happened. He knew that the reason they had been playing for so long was that they had never moved too vigorously, always finishing it in one go. That applied to Ogre too, as, after all, they were all humans. He thinks the Ogre's time is up, and it might be his last chance. So, he immediately runs toward the Ogre, knowing that the Ogre is exhausted. He ducks the Ogre's punch and launches forward, thinking that he's going to risk everything there. Then he hits the ogre's chest, making the ogre scream in pain and cough out saliva. However, he felt his wrist dislocated. Still, he noticed that the ogre's guard was down. So, he thought it was his chance and launched his fist once again while telling the ogre to bite down hard on his teeth. Then he powerfully punches the ogre's face. The ogre tries to attack back, but he jumps in time to avoid it and then punches the ogre's neck. He feels his hand's bone break, but he still raises his hand, thinking that he should do it one more time, and hits the ogre's neck hard, making the ogre growl in pain, and his mouth bubbles. Then the ogre kneels on the ground and collapses face first. The people are silent and ask how the ogre collapsed, but Kijo and Torres cheer for him. He knows that if the ogre had used proper boxing, he would have had no way of winning, and curses Baron Dorman, who didn't teach him how to manage his stamina. But then the ogre's hand moves, shocking Torres and him to see the ogre standing up in front of him. Suddenly, the ogre jumps toward him to attack, causing him to cuss in surprise and frustration. Then the ogre kicks him in the stomach, making him cough up blood and thrown away. He slams into the ground hard, and something cracks behind him, making the people shout that it's a foul. He stands up, feeling so much pain. Then the ogre immediately runs toward him and kicks him, thinking that the ogre is still moving. He holds his stomach in pain, but then the ogre launches his huge fist toward him and hits him, sending him flying. The ogre clenches his teeth in anger and steps on his one foot, making him wince in pain. Then the ogre presses his foot on his foot hard, breaking his bone and making him scream in pain. But the ogre just smiles at him and grabs him by the neck. The ogre lifts him up, and his foot is shaking in pain, wondering if it's still boxing. He slowly couldn't breathe, but then the ogre hugged him with his two arms and squeezed him, making him scream in pain. He called the ogre a son of a jerk and told him to see what he'd do. He then grabbed the ogre's hair and bit his ear, making the ogre let him go in pain and hold his ear. He fell to the ground, but he just shakily spit out the ogre's ear and stood up, while the people shouted that Kalli ripped off the ogre's ear and that Kalli is so barbaric. He teasingly told the ogre that his blood is not green like other orcs, and it was still red, while holding sand in his hand. The ogre glared at him in anger and jumped forward to attack him while shouting at him that he would kill him. He slammed his body into the corner of the stage and threw sand into the ogre's eyes when he was near him. The ogre closed his eyes in pain, and he admitted that the ogre was strong. He punched the ogre's knee, making the ogre kneel on the ground. But he still tried to punch him, to which he blocked with his arm. He thought that even though his bones were creaking and his stomach got twisted, he didn't feel hurt. He grabbed the ogre's hair and launched his knee toward the ogre's face, then hit the ogre hard, making the ogre's nose bleed and break a few teeth. Wesley knew that it was not a battle between a beast and a man because it was a battle of a beast and the best. Suddenly, someone told Kalli to win it, and the people began to cheer for Kalli continuously while he was busy attacking the ogre on the stage. He powerfully punched the ogre's face, pulled his hand back, and punched the ogre's jaw, making the ogre slide back and slowly fall. He told the ogre that he wins and collapsed. He caught his breath for a moment while looking at the ogre who passed out on the stage and shakily raised his hand in victory, making the people cheer happily for him. Joseph was furious to see Kalli win, and Dorman was in shock to see his ogre defeated, but Torres and Kijo were happily calling his name. He slowly walked, but then he heard people walking behind him, and the soldiers told him not to move because they would continue his execution. He noticed that it was the soldiers from Joseph, making him laugh and think that it was the end for him. But then a stone flew toward the stage and hit one of the soldiers. The people started booing and furiously asked the soldiers what they were doing. The people shouted to leave Kalli alone, give Kalli mercy, and they were cowards. The soldiers sadly bowed their heads and fearfully told everyone that they also wanted to do it, making Joseph angry and asking his soldiers what they were doing. Wesley told Joseph to let Kalli live because the Harvest Festival is a festival to win public sentiment, and now the public is giving Kalli sympathy. If he kills Kalli, that Harvest Festival will be meaningless. Wesley also told Joseph that he thinks he will understand his decision, making Joseph pissed, thinking that he can't cause political trouble with the Duke of Wesley. Joseph ordered his son Wyland to stand up because they should go, while thinking that he can't forgive Aegis for making his family a laughing stock. So, he swore he'd destroy them so they can't rise back. Wyland furiously glared at Kalli in anger. The host shouted that Kalli won versus the ogre. Later, the doctor told Kalli that it was a miracle he was still alive and that he fought with his body, so he could only say he had strong willpower. Nixar told Kalli that he must survive, but the doctor told Nixar that he needed to pay more for the hospital treatment, making Nixar curse Gadolf and think that even if Gadolf's afraid of Joseph, he shouldn't refuse to pay for the medical bills. Suddenly, someone told Nixar to pay for it, and then Azalea took off her earring and showed it to the doctor while asking if it was enough. The doctor looked at the crystal earring and told them that he'll do his best, making Nixar think that the doctor is terrible. Suddenly, Kalli coughed out blood and weakly asked Azalea how it went. She replied that the death sentence was rejected and the people didn't want him to die. Also, it was a victory that he earned himself, and she was glad he survived. He sighed, thinking that at least he was alive. A week later, he was lying on a cart full of wheat. Suddenly, Kijo teasingly asked who he was and told him that he was the hero of that harvest festival called Ogre Slayer, Kalli. He was surprised to hear it and asked Kijo who came up with such a cheesy nickname. Kijo replied that it was what everyone was calling him. And Torres told him that he was lucky to be carried around. Then Torres teasingly told him that he was jealous, but he just told them to shut up because he almost died. He was told that the bones of his arm and fist would heal well, and the ligament was stretched, but it was expected. The problem is his shin bone that the ogre smashed into pieces. He looks at Gadolf, thinking that Nixar and Azalea persuaded them not to kick him out, but then Gadolf turns around angrily to leave, making him realize that he won't get any good treatment. The way to Wesley was rough, but the way back was smooth. Kalli and his companions arrived at the August estate and relaxed. 3 months passed, and winter came. Gadolf furiously slammed his hand on the wall and angrily shouted that he had waited for 3 months. Then he told Nixar to say something and asked Kalli why he still liked it while he was dragging one of his feet. Gadolf shouted, asking if Kalli's leg would fully recover and that he heard the bone was misaligned. Nixar knew that Kalli's bone overlapped with the growth period. Moreover, the bone was already shattered, so Kalli won't be able to avoid being a cripple. Gadolf ordered Kalli to tell him himself if it is true, and he replied that it is true that his leg won't heal properly, making Gadolf shocked and furiously shout that it is over and ask what is the point of being famous as an ogre slayer when he can't even use it. Also, it was winter and the snow was only falling on their estate, so they were running out of firewood and grain. Then Gadolf told Kalli that it was all his fault because he provoked the Joseph family, so it happened, and he should have died at the hands of the ogre, making Kalli silent. Nixar knew he had to stop Gadolf from killing or expelling Kalli, so he told Gadolf that being a boxer might be difficult, but with Kalli's skills, he could still contribute as an instructor. However, he told Nixar that he wouldn't be an instructor. Later, Kijo asked him if he was crazy and if he was really rejecting the instructor's position. He told Kijo to shut up because it was his choice. But Kijo called him an idiot and told him that the best position a retired boxer could have is an instructor. Kijo asked if he thought Nixar recommended him for nothing, mentioning that Nixar saw potential in him and gave him a chance. He just kept quiet, remembering Nixar telling him that he wouldn't recover by summer and that he was done with him. Nixar also admitted he didn't know how to heal a broken leg, and if he had known, he wouldn't have retired so soon. Kijo asked him if he hit his head wrong when he fought the ogre and said there must be something wrong with his brain. He told Kijo to stop talking nonsense and take care of himself. Kijo mentioned that he had 7 wins, and Torres asked if he really hit his head wrong, like Kijo said, and said that he made their master Gadolf angry. He replied that Gadolf hated him no matter what he did, so why would he bother being polite? He also told them that they were the ones who abandoned him first. Torres and Kijo laughed and told him that he had some guts. While he was lying in bed for 3 months, Kijo and Torres had already fought several times and made names for themselves. He knew that being an instructor would be a stable job, but it didn't mean anything if he didn't fight himself. A moment later, the man thanked him and told him that he wouldn't have to sleep in the cold that night. He told the man that he didn't need to thank him because he wanted to do it. The man told him that now he saw him properly. He seemed to have become taller and his body had grown bigger. He told the man that it might be because he had cut down a lot of trees. One of the men told him that if only his leg wasn't hurt, he could fight. But then the other man softly elbowed his friend and told him that he was clueless. The man realized it, but Kalli told the man that it was okay because it would get better soon. Then he turned around to leave, telling them that it was cold, so they should go inside. When he was alone inside the slave room, he slammed his hand on the gate in anger but told himself to calm down because he had more knowledge and experience than other boxers, and he already knew that the medical techniques there couldn't fix his leg. Suddenly, Azalea appeared and asked him why he was hitting the gate like that, but he just asked her what brought her to his room. She replied that he was talking like she was somewhere she shouldn't be, making him frustrated because he couldn't even look Azalea in the eyes after what happened last time. She smiled seeing his reaction and told him that she came there to say goodbye, which made him surprised. He asked her if she was going somewhere far, and she replied that their estate is very poor now, and the trading has stopped due to pressure from the Joseph family, so the only merchants left are the occasional helpers. The days keep getting colder and prices in the estate are skyrocketing. Also, there is a shortage of not only luxuries but also daily necessities, and if things continue like that, they won't be able to survive the winter. He had heard that things were difficult in the estate, but he never thought it would be that bad. He asked her what she was going to do. She replied that if they don't get the daily necessities, they will have to make them themselves, and she'll lead the way herself. He asked her if her father was going with her, but she replied that it was impossible because Gadolf is like a half-dead person, and Gadolf is scared of Joseph, so he stays locked in his room. She told him that it is a shame to be harmed by those guys, and she learns it smartly that without power, justice and everything else is useless, making him realize that she is all grown up. She also told him that if something happens to their family and if she had the power, she could make a difference. Then she noticed his legs. He told her that it was his choice and he was prepared. She told him that she heard that there were people who were so skilled in medicine that they could even bring the dead back to life, and if he leads the upper class, he would be able to hear more rumors and connections. She swore to him that she'll definitely heal his leg, but he told her not to mind it because there is no need to help a slave like him. She grabbed his shoulder and reminded him that he saved her twice, and that reason was enough. Later, he silently looked at her walking away, thinking that now, even a girl who was barely 20 was stepping forward, so he knew that he shouldn't hesitate, and he clenched his hand in confidence. A few days later, someone asked him if he said he was a boxer, and he replied that he came there for rehabilitation training. The men told him that it would be nice if the labor force was increased and asked him if it could be rehabilitation through logging. He knew that it was virtually impossible to box with the condition of his legs right now because he couldn't use the reaction of kicking his legs, but he had to do it. Otherwise, there was no point in running all the way there. He was confused when his hit didn't even move the tree he was hitting, making the man laugh and tell him that it was not how he used an axe, and he should give it to him. Then the man swung the axe with force and hit the tree, making a loud sound and breaking the tree. He was amazed to see it, and the man told him that strength is not the key because strength is only used for a moment, helping him understand. Minutes later, logs were organized on the ground, and he was busy cutting the logs into small pieces. He noticed that it was very irritating for his back and waist. Suddenly, a man panicked, telling them that they should go down, with one of the men asking what he was talking about when there was still time to go down. A minute later, the man told the others that he saw a bear's footprints and thought it must have come down in search of prey. The man also told them that, looking at the size of the footprints, it looked like a young bear that lost its mother, but still, they should better be careful and just finish what they were doing and leave. The man's friend asked the man who that boy over there with an injured leg was, while pointing at Kalli, and told the man that he was seeing Kalli for the first time there. The man replied that Kalli was a boxer slave at the training center, and he must have heard about Kalli, the guy who fought the ogre at the harvest festival. The man happily approached Kalli while telling him that he is the ogre slayer, and his son went to see that game, making Kalli surprised. The man told the other that Kalli is that ogre slayer, so he can catch the bear. But the man told his friend that if they encountered a bear, they should run away while Kalli was in the center, shaking, and begging them in his mind to stop with that weird nickname they gave him. Later, in Kalli's room, he asked someone if they wanted him to teach them some techniques and what was wrong with the famous wild boar from Aegis. Torres replied that he was ashamed, but he admitted that his technique was really good, so he shouldn't rest now. Torres grabbed the cup of water on the table, but his hand slipped and it fell on the floor, making him ask Torres what happened. Torres replied that sometimes his body doesn't listen to what he wants it to do, and it's like suddenly he can't see well or stumbles, which surprises him. Then he throws a stone at Torres while telling him to catch it. Torres tried to catch it but missed, making him wonder if it was retinal detachment, punch drunk, or if he got the effect after getting hit so hard continuously. He knows that Torres is the type that can hit a lot, but Torres also gets hit a lot. He tells Torres that if he gets hit hard on the head anymore, he'll be crippled. And Torres tells him that was the reason why he came to him and entreats him to teach him some of his techniques. Then he bent down and positioned himself, making Torres ask him what it was. He replied that it was a defensive position, and he could increase his defense by sticking his arms and body together because right now, he had a dull sense of distance. So it was a better option than trying to dodge every attack. Torres copied his position and told him that in that position, it would be hard to attack because of the narrow view. He explained to Torres that straight attacks are easy to defend against in that posture, but as for attacks from the side, he still needs to move his head and body. He also tells Torres that when his opponents attack him, he should move his upper body to accelerate, and the important thing is not to just hit but to block and hit. Then he silently thinks for a moment and tells Torres that right now, it seems like his brain or his eyes are having a problem, so he suggests to him to take a break. Torres tells him not to make him laugh and asks him if he knows how tight his schedule was. Torres also tells him that some other guys are trying to mess with them and asks him if he wants them to fail just because he is sick right now. He tried to explain his words, but he just asked Torres what Nixar is trying to do, if Nixar is trying to stop Gadolf from going wild, and why Nixar has such a busy schedule. Torres asks him back if he hasn't heard what Nixar said about the busy schedule, and tells him that he is the only one in the right mind now, but it seems he is going to lose his mind soon. He tells Torres that if it was so, let alone that Pigsty Training Center, the estate may be ruined too. He knows that currently, the management of the estate is at its worst. and Gadolf's reputation is actually not that good, so the dissatisfaction of the citizens increases. One of the men in the snow tells his friend that the winter is really cold, and he heard Mr. and Mrs. Doran ran away last night. The man's friend replied that the Dorans are engineers, so they can go anywhere, but not them, they can only stay and get buried there. The man asked his friend where the guy with leg injuries went, and the man's friend replied that Kalli completed his quota earlier, so he went to train nearby. The man couldn't believe that Kalli fulfilled his quota already and told his friend that Kalli was faster than him. The man's friend told the man that Kalli wouldn't have gone that far, so they should call him after they were done. On the other hand, somewhere nearby, he was exhaling and punching the tree hard with his bare fist. Then he punched it again with his other fist, and he continued punching it while thinking that it was an ignorant way. But it was effective, and it was called Wolf's Claw. He knows that when the bones receive impact, the calcium content increases, and so does the bone density. In other words, if it receives enough impact to recover and is trained to the extreme, the bones will become harder and the skeleton will become like a weapon, which was the final result he wanted. He thinks he should become stronger than before because he trained his back and his waist, and that he must become stronger. A moment later, someone called him and told him that they should go now. He grabbed his coat from the tree and replied that he'd be there. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting in panic, so he immediately ran toward them, and he saw a man on the ground pointing at something in fear. He looked up and was surprised to see a dead wolf on the ground. One of the men shouted that it was dead, and the man shyly told them that he was surprised for no reason. The man's friend told them that it was so pitiful because it seems like it got hurt by the wild bear, and it looks like it was trying to protect its baby before it died. The man agreed, saying that it was so unfortunate for them, and it must be hard for the little wolves now because the weather is like this, and it's even hard for humans to get food in that situation. One of the little wolves barked at him and whimperingly leaned on his feet. The man asked him if he wanted to look after that guy because it seemed to like him and told him to take it before it changes its mind. He told it that it was desperate too, and they should try to take it. A moment later, Kijo played with it while saying that it was so cute and told him that he knew that if Nixar knew about it, he would be in big trouble. He told Kijo that he'd give it food from his own portion, and it was not like he was wasting his meal, without noticing Nixar standing in front of their door. But then they noticed Nixar when he walked inside. Nixar angrily told him that it seems the food he gave him really made him full and asked him how he could try to adopt a wolf and if he is really a free citizen, to which he apologized while holding the wolf. Nixar grabbed the wolf in his hand while shouting that he'd take it out. But then Nixar saw the sad face of the wolf, and Nixar froze on his words when he saw it, making Kijo and Kalli look at each other. Then he grabbed the wolf in Nixar's hand while saying that he'll throw it. But Nixar told him to wait and that he thinks it is okay to have one, and it doesn't look like a bad puppy at all. He and Kijo put their fists together in victory while Kijo told Nixar that it is not a dog, but a wolf, but Nixar replied that he doesn't care and ordered them to just train it well so it doesn't bite people. Nixar also told them to go to bed and told him that he has to help build the mansion tomorrow. He asked Nixar if he said before that he was going to destroy the mansion and told Nixar that it was amazing. Nixar replied that once they decided it, they really go all out about it, but the problem is that they always go the wrong way. Then Nixar remembered Gadolf drinking wine while laughing and shouting that they will succeed. Gadolf, who was spending his days drunk, had a good idea one day. He thought of inviting nobles and merchants to a boxing match, which had become increasingly popular after the Manhwa festival, in order to build relationships. Gadolf had several boxers, including the rising star Toras and the reputation of the academy that had produced Ogre Slayer. So, if people could watch a free match, there would be no one who would refuse. Nixar told Gadolf that he would like to invite the Catalan gang boxing team as the opponent. However, if he considers the construction of the mansion as well, it seems that the cost will not be small. Gadolf asked him why they don't just go around to each house and collect an emergency fund or silverware, making him surprised and telling Gadolf that the villagers will be very resistant. Gadolf furiously threw his glass against the wall while shouting at him that it is a problem for him and his soldiers to solve. Then he ordered him to focus on preparing for the match. Gadolf also told him that it was for the sake of saving the territory, so everyone should bear the sacrifice and ordered him to go away. A few days later, a line of luxurious carriages lined up at the mansion, and the Aegis territory was bustling with outsiders for the first time in a while. A free boxing match was rare, and no one refused to watch a match with popular boxers. They watched the boxers fight each other, and the Catalan boxing team were all talented fighters, so they were professional boxers who didn't make a living as slaves. Torres told him that first, the Catalan won, but then someone asked him if he was that famous Kalli, but he replied that he was not famous and he was Kalli. Then he asked the man if he was a new slave. The man replied that his name was Shram from the south, and he was a sailor, but he told Shram that he didn't look like a sailor. Shram told him that his ship was shipwrecked, and he was captured by a slave trader, so he was there to earn his ransom and go back home. Shram also told him that he is always mentioned when they talk about the strongest person there, but he guessed the rumors were exaggerated because compared to Torres, he is weak, frail, and looks like a cripple. He calmly told Shram that if he is an apprentice, he should train harder, making Shram angry, and he wondered if he didn't care. Shram told him that it was nice to meet him and suggested a handshake while wondering why a cripple like Kalli is compared to Torres, the ace. He accepts Shram's hand while Shram thinks that he'll crush him like a bug and be free. Shram grabbed his hand tightly knowing that he had been pulling sales ropes for over 5 years and he was not weak in terms of grip strength, but Shram was surprised when he effortlessly shook his hand. He grabs Shram's hands a little tighter, but Shram feels like his bones are going to break. He asks Shram what is wrong because he doesn't look happy while letting Shram's hand go. Shram coughs while Torres tells Shram that he was a newbie fucker who was trying to act tough, and that if he sees Kalli fight, he'll never say it again, making Shram silent in anger. He tells Shram that if he wants to pay his ransom and be free, he should watch the matches because he has to beat those guys while looking at the man in front of Kijo on the stage. Kijo looked down and tell himself that he was the best and he was strongest. Then Kijo glared at his enemy and punched the man's face with his long arm. Then the man slowly fell to the ground and couldn't believe that he got hit in that distance. Torres tells them that Kijo really came up in the world and he feels like Kijo wouldn't lose even to Null because Kijo is completely different from before. On the other hand, on the stage, Kijo continuously attacks the man with his long arms and the man furiously runs toward him while shouting that he can't take it anymore. But Kijo simply punched the man in the face. He realizes that it was true that they had to get in close to beat a taller opponent. But Kijo's enemy was just charging and without any skills. He knows that it would have been better to just endure hits and wait for Kijo to get tired. Torres and Kijo's bump hands and Torres tell him that he did well staying calm. Kijo tells Torres to do well and come back. Then Torres stepped inside the court and the viewers cheered for him loudly. He looked at his enemy, but his vision was blurry, making him think that it was starting again. And he knew that if it kept up, his boxing career would be over. But he was not sure if he can use the techniques Kalli taught him in a real fight, so he decided to just try to win with his usual style. The man blocked his attack while teasingly acting amazed to him. Then the man punched Torres back in the face while the man noticed that Torres just kept coming even though he was getting hit, and Torres is worthy of being called the boar of Aegis. But the man swore that he was going to catch Torres today. Torres tried to punch the man, but the man dodged in the side to avoid it, making Torres and Kalli understand what the man is doing. Then the man punched Torres in his side, making Torres fall to the ground hard. One of the noble's men shouted that it was the recent trending Wistery style, and the other noble replied that he had never seen it in person before. Kalli was surprised because he knows what the style man used. He was sure that the man had seen and used his technique back then. It was commonly known as the Wistery style, and Duke Wistery devised it and tried letting his boxers use it after the Harvest Festival. It was not just the traditional boxers that only showed strength, but now it has changed into showcasing technique. Most people think it was created by Duke Wistery, but people who follow the pugilist fight may know that the technique was invented by Kalli. Torres stood up in frustration and attacked the man once again, while Kalli thought that anyone who sees it will feel the same thing. The man dodged all his attacks while teasingly asking him if he ever heard about the Wistery technique and telling him that it seems he doesn't know about it. Torres furiously glared at the man. Then he bent down, making the man confused, and positioned himself in the defensive position that Kalli taught him. He told the man that he knew the Wistery technique and found it interesting when he looked at it. He ran forward to the man in his current position, planning to try it. The man tried to punch him, and he got hit slightly in his shoulder when he dodged it. Then the man once again tried to punch him, but he completely dodged it, making the man shout in frustration while launching another attack. He blocked it with his arms and composed himself to stay on his ground. The man knew that it was his first time seeing it. Moreover, no matter how hard he hit Torres, he wouldn't move, and he saw that Torres's exposed area was only his side or abdomen. But if he went closer, it wouldn't be good for him. Suddenly, Torres appeared under him, launching an attack. The man dodged it, knowing that he should avoid it, and noticed that Torres's fist was strangely slow. But then he was surprised when he saw Torres glaring at him. Torres moved one of his feet to the side and launched his fist. The man covered himself, knowing that Torres was using his core strength, so he should block it. Torres hit the man guard, completely breaking it. He launched his other fist, making the man realize that it was just a trick. Then Torres hit the man in the chin hard, making the man slam on the ground, bleeding. The nobles happily cheered for him and shouted that Torres still won with great force. Kalli knows that the man's Wistery style is pretty similar, and he was so surprised. However, he thinks they still don't consider footwork as part of fighting, and the man's legs barely move. On the other hand, Torres was able to change his strength, and even though he only taught Torres about the guard posture, Torres really has a good boxing sense. After that pugilist fight ended successfully, Gadolf showed a bright smile, and it was because all the nobles in the VIP seats returned to support Gadolf again. The woman nobles told Gadolf that she enjoyed it and hopes she'll participate again. Then the nobleman told Gadolf that it was a good match, making Gadolf happily tell them that he and the state will also become as lively as before. However, there is still no contact with the guests who left earlier, and it is only then that Gadolf realizes that they are just doing lip service and they don't have any intention to help Gadolf, making him fume in anger and shout that those bastards are just coming there to watch a free pugilist match when he even fixed the mansion for them. Gadolf cursed in anger and shoutingly ordered his maid to bring him alcohol. A few weeks later, the man inside the house wonders what will happen to that territory in the future. Gadolf is not only a tyrant, but he is also lacking at managing the territory. Also, he still couldn't believe Gadolf made the knight do the housework like fixing the mansion, and they say that Gadolf also failed to make any connection with other nobles. Then someone called the man his captain, and Kalli told the man that he will be back from his training with the wolf next to him. The man asked him if it is a religious day and why he doesn't take a break. He replied that he is just doing it because he likes it. The man asked him if isn't that animal the wolf from that day and what is its name. He replied that it's called Rovo. The man told him that rather than a wolf, it looks like a fat dog, and he should come back there when he is done training, then they can go back together, to which he replied okay. A moment later, he arrived at the forest, and something behind the tree was glaring at them. A moment later, he was continuously punching the tree while thinking that Torres and Kijo had become considerably strong. Also, those boxers there were also improving fast, making him wonder if he would really be able to box again, and if he should have accepted the offer to become an instructor. But then he felt something near them, making him stop, and Rovo felt it too. Rovo began to bark at something in the bush, and he told Rovo to be quiet because he knew what was coming. Then he exhaled and stepped his leg forward while thinking that although it was still a little uncomfortable, he gradually got used to putting his weight on one leg. Then he punched the tree with all his might, making the hole in the tree deeper, but then he felt pain in his hand, and Rovo's ears stood up, hearing something approaching. Rovo barked at him to gain his attention, but he was busy thinking that even if he tried not to burden himself as much as possible, it got a bit overwhelming. Then he told Rovo that he knew something was strange and noticed that it wasn't even windy, but the bushes were shaking. Then he jumped a little in shock when he saw the bear walking out of the bush, making him unable to believe it. He knew that it was strong, but it didn't look like an adult, rather, far from being weak, it looked agile. But he knew that it was impossible to run away with his legs. Rovo angrily growled at the bear, and he told Rovo that it was better than him, all the while thinking that he should have brought an axe with him. Suddenly, the bear stood up and growled at him furiously, but he just laughed and positioned himself, asking himself what he could trust if he didn't trust his fists. Then the bear launched its sharp claws to attack him, and fortunately, he dodged it. He punched the bear in the face, making the bear's nose bleed. Then Rovo barked at the bear angrily, making the bear's attention distracted, so he punched the bear in the chin, sending its head flying. However, the bear managed to attack him back with its claws, and he got hit in the chest, causing him to bleed in pain. Then the bear jumped toward him to attack again, but he launched his fist forward to attack it too. Meanwhile, in the house, the captain was still sleeping. However, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. The captain, feeling alarmed, grabbed the axe for safety and asked the person continuously knocking if it was Kalli. When the person didn't answer, the captain began to sweat in fear. He then forcefully opened the door while shouting, "Who is there?" To his shock, he saw Kalli, who was standing in front of him, covered in injuries. The captain asked him why he had opened the door so late and expressed his worry. In response, Kalli just smiled and replied that they should have bear stew for dinner that night. When Kalli entered the house, the captain was shocked to see a dead bear behind him. News of Kalli catching the bear quickly spread around. Objectively, it wasn't even a fully grown adult bear, but it wasn't thin and weak either. Catching a bear with bare hands seemed ridiculous to some people, and they thought it was a lie and an exaggeration. However, the loggers believed it without a doubt because, by the end of winter, they had seen trees clearly broken by human fists. As the harsh winter passed, the estate became full of life for the first time in a while. Someone shouted to the estate that Lady Azalea was coming, so they should open the gate. Carriages filled with a lot of products entered the gate with Azalea, and the citizens were amazed to see a lot of salt and wool inside the carriages. Azalea dismounted her horse and asked the knight where her father was. The knight replied that Gadolf was probably in the mansion. Azalea expressed her disappointment, mentioning that it had been a while since she had come back and that it was rude of her father not to come to meet her. However, as she looked around, she saw a woman and her son smiling while walking past her. The little boy had yellow hair and a bright smile, which made Azalea smile, and hoped that Kalli was doing well. On the other hand, in the slave area, he asked someone if Azalea had come back while feeding Rovo. The man replied that she had, and Azalea was so amazing because she could be on top of herself. He replied that it was amazing. The man told him that it was the reason there would be a party at the mansion, and it had been a while since they had meat, so it would be their first time having meat besides bear's meat. Rovo excitedly looked at him, but he told Rovo that it can't go with him and it can't go to the mansion with him, making Rovo sad. But he apologized to it and swore that he'll give it something. A moment later, he was busy eating at the table when the knight told him that Azalea had called him. Then he went inside the mansion, and Gadolf told him that he had arrived there. Azalea told him that it had been a long time since they saw each other and asked him about the condition of his leg. He replied that it was still the same, but he was used to it, so he wouldn't feel uncomfortable anymore, although she knew that there was no way he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Then Azalea talked about how she had risen to the top and mentioned that Joseph had made it difficult by interfering here and there, making Gadolf furiously call Joseph a dirty human and a dirty piece of shit. She told Gadolf that it was why she went to the Imperial City so that the pressure from Joseph wouldn't work, and she would be able to buy the supplies. Gadolf told her that she did well and that he expected it from his daughter. He had heard that the Imperial region had a strong military power, and he also heard that the language and customs were similar because they shared the same roots with the kingdom there. She told them that she had heard an interesting story there and said that she was sure he'd also be interested in that story, which was the reason why she had called him, making him surprised. Then she told them that she had heard about a famous doctor there, a doctor of the Imperial family who was also called the God Doctor because he amputated and attached limbs. Gadolf said that to that extent, he was really an Imperial doctor. However, there was no way an Imperial doctor would cure a noble from a kingdom like theirs. She told her father that if she was the one who asked for it, it was possible because she had connections with the Imperial family, and in the Imperial city that liked to fight, any gladiators who were injured while fighting were welcomed. So, she was thinking of taking Kalli there with her after she had rested enough there. Gadolf lifted her up happily and shouted that she was such a blessing, making her embarrassed. On the other hand, Kalli couldn't believe that his leg had a chance to get healed and asked her if it was true that his leg could really be healed. She replied, of course, and she would definitely find a way to make it happen. But the truth was, she knew it was impossible to meet the royal family for a low-rank noble like her, so she hoped Kalli didn't find out what was behind it. Later, he was busy watching the other fighters running and wondered if his leg had a chance to be healed. Nixar asked him who he was thinking about and if it was the kid over there who would be okay to fight, making him surprised and confused. Nixar told him that tomorrow was the apprentice pugilist test. He replied that he was thinking about the kid over there but changed it by explaining that he was thinking about taking Takayan or Shram. Nixar told him that Takayan had great flexibility and moved like a leopard, and Shram had good muscles and a strong motivation to go back to his hometown. He told Nixar that it was nice to have a motive, making Nixar wonder if he was thinking about something else and why Kalli looked so sad when his leg was going to be treated. Later, in their room, he knew that it was an exaggeration to say that he believed someone whom others told him could attach a limb, and the medical knowledge there was far behind modern times. Also, after he fought Ogre, there were no painkillers, antibiotics, or surgery available, so he really relied on luck. He wondered what if it was just an empty dream, what if he couldn't heal it, and what should he do? Then he slammed his hand on the table, telling himself to wake up because he should be optimistic, and it was Azalea's hard work. Kijo asked him why he hit the table so hard and told him that Rovo was surprised. But he just asked Kijo if it was his room and told him to go back to training. Kijo told him that he had a pugilist apprentice test tomorrow, so he would take a break today. He asked Kijo why he became a pugilist, making Kijo ask him what he meant. He told Kijo that he must have a reason or something he wanted to achieve. Kijo told him to reason his ass, and he just did it because there was nothing else he could do. Then Kijo hugged Rovo, telling Rovo that it was so cute, making Kalli think it was like he was talking to a single-cell creature. Then Kijo asked him what about him and what he wanted to achieve. The next day, the apprentice pugilist test was conducted. An apprentice became a formal pugilist if they received good remarks from the instructor for their skill. But in Aegis, the apprentice pugilist test was more like a formality where the apprentice who got first place would take a test to become a formal pugilist. However, not everyone knew about it, and the apprentices picked their pugilist opponents by drawing lots and then fought them. The instructor called Kijo, and Kijo walked forward, laughingly asking if he was the first to start. He knew that Kijo would fight the apprentice with his great footwork, and it was inevitable to use an outboxing technique to widen the distance due to Kijo's body. He had gotten used to it because Kijo always used it, and he knew that Kijo and Torres were strong. So, even with his training in the mountain, he couldn't be compared to how strong they were now. He was frustrated that he hadn't used the skills he trained in the mountain yet, and whether he could use his leg properly or not, he wanted to become stronger. The instructor called Shram to come forward, but Shram just walked past the instructor and asked him if he was not trying to avoid fighting just because of his leg. Then Shram teasingly told him that they should play, making his anger fume even more. One of the instructors tells Nixar that Shram is straight up choosing his opponent. But Nixar stops the instructor and thinks that even if it can get Shram disqualified, he wants to confirm how Kalli is going to fight with that leg because there is no way Shram was just bluffing to buy time. Kalli stood up and asked Shram why he chose him, and Shram replied that he was humiliated by him last time, so he wanted to show him how strong he was now. He tells Shram that if he is going to fight him, he won't avoid it and asks someone to lend him a hand leather strap. After that, they both enter the ring. Shram looks at him and wonders why he wraps the cloth around his fist. But he just calls Shram and asks him if he trains his abdomen a lot. Shram heard that, unlike Kalli's nickname of Ogre Slayer, Kalli fights not only with a strong fist but also with technique and brain. But now that one of Kalli's legs is broken, it was like a fight with half of Kalli's ability. While kicking the sand to block his vision, he still saw that Shram's attack was coming to the left, so he blocked it, making Shram shocked. Then he punched Shram in the side, making Shram cough out his saliva in pain. One of the trainees shouted that it was the empty defense, and Torres, who was shocked, wondered since when Kalli's fist became so heavy. Shram slowly fell and was kneeling on the ground in pain. The instructor asked Shram if he was okay, but Shram didn't answer, feeling his ribs were broken. Still, Shram told the instructor that it was just the beginning and he could still do it. On the other hand, he knows that he wrapped his fist with cloth and leather, but he thinks he hit the right spot and asks Shram if he just hung in there with his strong determination, not his strong muscles, because it was not bad. Shram tells him that he really can defeat a bear and thinks that the rumor is not a lie. Shram felt the pain in his body, making him shake. But he knew that he couldn't lose against someone who couldn't even use his leg properly. Shram knows that he got hit on the side, but his leg got affected by it too. He teasingly asks Shram, who can't use the leg properly, making Shram curse himself in anger and think that it was not what he heard about Kalli. One of the trainees called Shram and asked him why he was just stuck in his place and what he was doing with his legs. Shram replied that he knew what he should do. Then Shram jumped around him while shouting that he was not like Kalli and that he could still move around. Suddenly, he felt his leg hurt when he moved it and saw that Shram would attack him. He got hit by Shram's fist in the face because he couldn't move, and Shram proudly planned to keep pushing him like that. But Shram was surprised to see that he was glaring at him and speedily punched him back in the face. It made a loud noise, and Shram was thrown hard to the ground because of the force. Then Shram collapsed on the ground and was defeated. Later, Shram felt his face throb while something told him that he had just chosen the wrong opponent, and that no matter how bad Kalli's leg was, Kalli was still the Ogre Slayer. He shouted to Nixar that all the trainers there deceived him, and no one said that Kalli was still that strong. But then the other instructor hit Shram in the back while laughing and told him that he knows he was angry, but no one lied to him. Until last year, Kalli just used his technique. Then Nixar told Shram that they had never seen Kalli use a strong fist before, making Shram wonder how Kalli could have such a strong fist in just a winter and think that Kalli was just like an ogre, and worst, a monster. Suddenly, someone told Kalli that he didn't expect it at all, and Torres told him that he didn't expect him to change his fighting style. Also, he didn't expect he'd throw away his fight technique and focus on using his strength. He told Torres that he just changed his strategy and now it was not like he was going to avoid it and then hit, but more like he'll hit it somehow. Torres smiled while telling him in his mind that his leg was like it. But now he was showing something new, making him think that it seemed like his blood was boiling, and he really wanted to fight with him right now and see who was the stronger one between them. Then Torres told him that it wasn't a bluff that he'd make a comeback even with that leg, but still, there must be someone who doesn't believe it. He told Torres that he'd just let them think again. Then he sat down while thinking that it was more burdensome than he thought and that it was impossible to do a pugilist match without a properly working leg. He knew that he used his knees and thighs to reduce the burden on his injured leg, but it put strain on his back, so he thought he needed to fix his distribution of strength. After the apprentice test was over, spring came, and after taking some rest, the merchants that Arsha brought left the territory. They were on the road when someone suggested that they should take a rest there while he stayed with Rovo, who noticed someone and barked at that person. The lady asked him if he was the one favored by their lady Arsha and if he was Kalli. Then she told him that he was handsome. He replied that his face wouldn't give him any benefit because he was just a slave. The lady agreed, telling him that it was such a pity. but she didn't care whether he was a slave or not and asked him if saying that she liked seeing his face was not a bad thing. Then she introduced herself as Salavan from the Salavan mercenary group and mentioned that she was the captain of those men while pointing at the men behind her and telling him that they were not bad guys. He introduced himself to her and accepted her hand while she asked him if he really beat the bear, as she had heard the rumor inside the territory. Then Salavan began to talk to him while noticing that his expression looked sad and wondered if it was because she came alone. But she knew that there was nothing she could do about it. Then one of her men called her to tell her to stop chatting and help them set up a tent, to which she replied that she understood and she was coming. He offered to help too, but she told him that there was no need, knowing that his leg was still uncomfortable. Then Salavan walked away, leaving him with Rovo, looking around and feeling awkward. Arsha told him that she guessed he didn't have anything important to do, and they really cared about his leg, so it would be hard for him to help them. He reminded her that she was part of it too, but then she told him that they couldn't keep their awkward circumstances and ordered him to follow her and prepare for what would happen next, making him look at her in confusion. Then she shyly told him that he would have a meal with her. He followed her and commented that those mercenaries were still young because most of them were in their teens or at most in their 20s. She replied that there was no mercenary group that would follow a young girl like her, and there was a superstition that it would bring misfortune if a young girl became the captain. He told her that it wasn't true, but she said there was nothing she could do about that myth, and she had no choice but to form a mercenary group that was in a similar situation as her. Also, no one wanted them because they were young. Then she told him that she would bring the meal, and she also brought his, making him surprised, but she just told him to eat there. He tried to disagree, but she shyly told him to sit, and they should eat together. So he sat down and took a spoonful of his food, then ate it while feeling that it was even more awkward. Then Arsha called his name seriously and asked him why he was fighting and if it was to achieve his freedom. He replied that it was just like every other slave. She told him that he wasn't like the other slaves because he could run away or find a better situation, and asked him why he still wanted to be a pugilist when it was not as if his life would be ruined if he stopped being a pugilist. He asked her back why she was suddenly bringing up that topic, but she asked him again if he could choose between his leg and freedom, which one would he choose? He replied that he didn't like the word if, so she told him that if that was the case, she'd suggest something to him. If he gave up on the treatment of his leg, she'd make him a free man because she'd persuade his father. He told her that she was right, but he didn't need freedom, he just wanted to prove that he was the strongest by winning every match over and over again. Also, he'd rather have losers lying in front of him, and it was worth more to him than gold, silver, or treasure, so he'd choose his leg. She let go of his hand and told him that she was tired, so she'd leave first. Then she lay on her bed and clenched her heart in pain, thinking that Kalli was a stupid guy. But she decided not to care and thought that in the future, when Kalli meets someone he loves, he'll realize the value of his life. However, it'll be too late because he wasted it fighting, and when crucial times come, he won't be able to fight anymore. Salavan asked him why his face looked so stiff, and he awkwardly replied that it was nothing. She asked him if it was because of his leg and told him to just hang in there a bit longer because he'll be in the free city of Koran soon. He asked her what she meant by a free city, and she replied that it meant a city without hereditary lords. It was chosen as a special commercial district where they elect their lord through elections. Also, wealthy merchants pay huge amounts of money to campaign, and it's common to buy, kidnap, or assassinate members of other families. But he told her that it still has nice surroundings, and she told him that it just happens behind the scenes. On the outside, it's more vibrant than other cities. A moment later, they arrived at the free city's gate, and the guard checked Azalea's background first, seeing that her stay was for 7 days. He informed her that she could extend it at the city hall. Then the guard noticed Rovo and asked if it wasn't a wolf, saying that wild animals couldn't enter. He replied that it was a dog and that it was a hybrid with wolf blood. The guard then ordered Rovo to bark, but Rovo just fearfully cowered down, making the guard think it was a fool that couldn't even bark, so he let them pass. As they passed the gate, Salavan laughingly asked him if he said it was a dog and how could he lie like that. He just smiled, unaware that the guard was reporting to his companion that the individuals from Agest had arrived and instructed them to inform the other guards. Later, they arrived at the shore and saw many people around, while Azalea was busy looking at something. Salavan said that the smell of the sea is perfect, and it is such a nice place to visit, but he was just sitting, thinking that he wanted to eat sashimi and soju. Suddenly, a flyer flew onto his face, and he grabbed it, wondering what it was. Salavan told him that it was about the Korean pugilist tournament and asked if it's time. He asked him what a pugilist tournament is, and she replied that usually, pugilists get paid for their matches. However, tournaments are events where participants pay an entry fee to compete, and if they win, they can receive a large amount of money, making him understand it. Then Salavan told him that it was embarrassing, but she really loved watching pugilist matches, so she'd go with him. Suddenly, they heard Azalea shoutingly asking someone what they are doing and saw knights pointing their weapons at them. The chief greeted Azalea and introduced himself as Leonardo, the chief of Corrin Guards. Then he told her that there had been a report of weapons smuggling against her, so he'd appreciate it if she'd follow him for a moment. She replied that they won't do it and that it was a false accusation. Also, she already went through the inspection and passed normally. Leonardo touched his sword while telling Azalea that if she wanted to end it quietly, she should just follow him, making Kalli and Sullivan glare at Leonardo in anger. Later, in the guard receptionist room, Leonardo told Azalea that honestly, the report is a lie, and it seems she has disrupted the beauty of the Joseph family. He explained to Azalea that he received a letter instructing him to detain the ageist merchant party for any reason, and although it's not mandatory, it's quite intriguing. She asked him why did he arrange a private arrangement like it with her and what does he want, making him tell her that it was nice they can communicate well. A moment later, the knights are shocked to hear 10,000 guilds and ask if they think getting 10,000 guilds is easy while Leonardo is hummingly walking away. The knights tell Azalea that even if they sell everything there, it's impossible for them to get 10,000 guilds, and they also have a tight schedule to travel around the empire, to which she replies that she also knows it. She knows that even with the cash she has and the loan that she can receive, she can only get 5,000 guilds, so she needs 5,000 guilds more. On the other hand, Kalli knows that wherein Joseph is really trying to stop him and that Punk's father, Count Joseph, is also trying to target that merchant group. Sullivan asks if it is the end of that merchant group and thinks that maybe she needs to find someone that can hire her, but he calls her, making her panicky, asks him if he heard her and apologizes. Then, she explained that the kind of problem can't be solved only with her knife skills. He tells her that he was not asking her about it and he wanted to ask about the tournament earlier. Then he asked her if there was any special qualification to participate. She replied that it just needed 100 guilds and he needed to pass the test given by the active pugilist. Then he asked how much the prize was and she replied 8,000 guilds. But Azalea told him that there was no way, making everyone in the room silent. The knights told Azalea that if Kalli wins, they will need to secure just 2,000 guilds, and Kalli won over the ogre in the past, so it will be easy. But she furiously asks the knights if they are out of their minds and if they want her to send someone with that leg. Sullivan thinks that was it, and the noble and his slave is not a romance novel story. The knight tells Azalea that it is the only way, and if they are detained like that, the Joseph family will come. Suddenly, Kalli punched the table hard, breaking it in half. Then he tells Azalea that he promised his master that he would make a comeback from that summer, and that the tournament will be his stage to prove it. She silently thought for a few seconds, exhaled while releasing her grip, and told Kalli that she understood, but since she was allowing it, he should make sure to win that tournament, to which he tells her that it was a promise. Later, in admission, the man asked him if he said Coley, and he replied that it was Kalli. But the man just told him that Coley or Kalli, he had received his application, so he could leave now while thinking that he already handles his share of weird guys. But he was confused how come someone with that kind of leg wants to join the tournament. Sullivan pointed at someone and asked him if he saw that bald guy over there, then told him that the bald guy is the judge for the pugilist. Then he saw the bald guy shouting to others that they were jerks and asking if they could only do that much. Then teasingly told the others to just go back to their mother and drink her milk or just go buy some milk. Kalli tells Sullivan that the bald guy's appearance and his behavior really do match. Also, his head is so shiny, but Sullivan just inhaled deeply and calls the man a bald bastard, telling the man that he really looks like a baby that needs to drink more milk. Kalli panicky asks Sullivan what she is thinking by doing it, but when he looks at her, she vanishes. Suddenly, the bald guy calls him an asshole to get his attention and furiously orders him to come on the stage. The people were shocked to see him walking and couldn't believe that his leg was broken. The bald guy told him that it is the place only for the contestants to participate, so he should just get lost. He showed his ticket and told the bald guy that he was also a contestant. The bald guy couldn't believe it and furiously said that now even the guy who can barely walk wants to join a pugilist match. Then he told him to come on, and he'll teach him a lesson. He walked inside the stage and snapped his neck while Sullivan watched from above, wondering if Kalli is really the famous ogre slayer and if he is really that Kalli. Then she apologized to Kalli because she just ran away, but she was sure he'd be okay if he was the ogre slayer. She sat down comfortably thinking that Kalli just needed to win. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise, and they all stood up in shock when they saw the bald guy down in just a minute. The bald guy couldn't believe that Kalli beat him with a leg like that. But Kalli just asked the bald guy if he wanted more. A moment later, Sullivan laughingly told him that she guessed that him winning that competition wasn't just a coincidence, and this is her first time looking at that kind of punch. He told her that it was just because the opponent was careless, so the bald guy passed out easily. She told him that it was also a skill to make his opponent's guard down, and he was great. He drank water while Sullivan told him that she thought they should come back there tomorrow afternoon. Then she stared at him and thought that looking at Kalli's aura, he doesn't look like an ordinary slave, making her understand why that noble lady fell in love with him. The night came, and he was in his room thinking that today's opponent was an easy one because he just believed in his size and strength alone. Also, the problem is with the whistle style, and if they can make an opportunity because of his lack of mobility, it'll be difficult. The next day in the afternoon, the man shouted to everyone that the participants would start to fight. Azalea looked at the sweating participants and covered her nose, thinking that they are nasty. He told Azalea that she could just stay there and asked her why did she follow him there. Azalea was about to vomit, so she told him that she'll leave first. Then the host told the participant that they should start looking for the opponents. He grabbed one in the box and got number 4, so the host told him that he'll fight with a number 3. He thought it would be easier if the organizers just do it randomly, making Sullivan tell him that he really doesn't know anything. Then she explained to him that it was different from the usual matches he used to because he'd play every day except for the finale and semifinal, and he had to win 5 consecutive matches. Then she asked him what if he met a strong opponent from the beginning, and he replied that it would be a disadvantage because of the accumulation of injuries and fatigue. She asked him if now he understood why they drew like that and explained to him that they did it so that no one could manipulate it, and there was also quite a lot of money moving behind the scenes. Also, the prizes are big, making him understand that it was like a gambling match. A moment later, the host called numbers 1 and 2 to come to the ring, and the fighters gazed at each other, making Sullivan amazed because she noticed that the fighters' gaze was not a joke. Then the host called numbers 3 and 4, and the man walked up the stage with the number 3 paper, and before he walked up the stage, Sullivan told him that his opponent looked like a pugilist enthusiast. The host called the number 3 player Spirn and him to stand facing each other, to which they did. Spirn smilingly greeted him and told him that they should have a good game. He accepted Spirn's hand while the people booed and shouted that there was a nerd and a disabled today, so they'd have 2 easy opponents. Sullivan told him that maybe Spirn is from a wealthy family and Spirn just wanted to try his fighting skills, so he became a participant there, making him realize that it was why she just called Spirn a pugilist match enthusiast, and noticed that Spirn's hands didn't seem rough. Sullivan told him that Spirn looks like an easy opponent, so he should just beat him up because nobles are so annoying, to which he replied that he knew it. Later, Sullivan asked the men if they believed in a woman like her, and the men asked her back why she was suddenly taking out a bag full of money and if she wanted to divide their salary now because it is a good thing. She asked her men if they also knew that it was their half-year salary, and one of the men replied that they knew because they left the calculation to her because they believe in her, to which she nods in agreement. Then she tells them that she'll use all the money to bet on Kalli's side in that tournament, making everyone shocked and asking her if she is crazy. She replies that she is not crazy and asks them why. One of the men asks her back if she really will bet on that guy who has such a leg, and she asks them if they ever lost money after listening to her. The man replied no, and no one had died in 2 years, so he laughingly asked them why they just believed her now, and they replied that it was because they knew when she would get hit and miss. She tells them that it was just her instinct that told her to do it, and now it's the perfect time to do it, making her men look at each other in silence. One of the men raised his hand and told her that he agreed. Then the others agreed too while shouting that if it wasn't because of their captain, which is her, they wouldn't survive the mercenary life, and that thing is just something that they can start over. The men in front of her tell her to screw it, and he doesn't know anymore, but both raise their hands in agreement, making her smilingly tell them that they made a good choice. Then she orders her men to disperse because they should go back to their quarters without knowing that Azalea is hiding behind the wall, and sees that they are doing something interesting. The next day, the first game of the 32-round tournament started. The first and second participants began fighting in the ring. He noticed that the level there was higher than he had imagined, and after the man blocked the opponent's sight, he went straight to the blind spot. He knew that it is basic in modern boxing, but he thought it was unusual there, and the man must have had a lot of experience to do it. Then, the man's opponent fell to the ground, and the host shouted that the winner was participant number 2. The audience cheered for number 2, while the other was furiously asking number 1 if he knew how much he bet on him. He said that it was so noisy, and the host called him because it was his turn, so he got down on the stage and walked toward the ring with an injured leg. The audience murmured that he was limping and asked how he could win with that kind of body and if he would even survive or not. He walked inside the ring, and Spirn told him not to listen to other people's reactions and that he wouldn't look down on him even if he didn't have a good leg. He thought, like what Sullivan said, if Spirn really is noble, maybe he'll face a problem later if he punches him too hard, so he decided to win by moderation by hitting Spirn's chin not that hard. Spirn told him that he'd go first and speedily appeared in front of him, then punched him hard in the face, making his nose bleed. Then, Spirn continuously punched him. He covered himself with his hand, knowing that he needed to defend himself first. Spirn twisted his feet, then punched him in the side. He bled out while thinking that he wouldn't let Spirn win, and he wouldn't let him do as he pleased. Then he punched Spyron back, making Spyron jump away and smilingly tell him that now his fist looks so scary. Spyron speedily jumped to his left and right, making him ask Spyron if it was Whistly style. Spyron asked him if he knew about it and told him that he went to Duke Whistly to learn it. He smiled, knowing that it was his style at first, so he knew it really well. Then, he thought that Spyron had been taking advantage of his opponent's carelessness, so he decided to get serious now. He then punched Spyron with his left hand, but Spyron dodges it, which opened his side, so Spyron saw it and punched him in the side. But Spyron was surprised to feel his side hard as a rock. He remembered that he had seen Tora's when he fought earlier, but now he was sure that Whistly style didn't have perfect footwork. The strength when their foot hits the ground doesn't transmit to their fist perfectly, and a fist without strength is a big problem because their muscles can't deliver more impact to the opponent. He was about to punch Spyron, but Spyron jumped back while shouting to him that his kind of attack wouldn't work on him. He decided to corner Spyron, but then he felt his leg hurt. Still, he decided to go even though his leg was hurting so much. Then he jumped, deciding to finish Spyron in one go. Spyron was shocked to see him in front of him, but he just punched Spyron in the side, making Spyron cough his saliva out and feel his leg hurting. Spyron swung his hurting leg backward and glared at him while thinking that he should have trained his abdomen more. But then, he stepped on Spyron's other foot and launched his fist towards Spyron's chin, who was calling him a son of a bitch. Then a loud bam sound could be heard when he hit Spyron's chin. He walked off the stage while the man looked at him and wondered how he could win against someone who uses a Whistly style, thinking that he was sure it was quite good. A moment later, someone called him kalli to ask how dare he do that. Then Spyron walked inside the room and called him a shameless son of a bitch in anger. Spyron got the attention of the participants inside the room and glared at him in anger. Then one of the men asked Spyron how dare he say it to a pugilist and called him a son of a noble. The man also told Spyron that it was a place to fight and asked him if he thought there was room for complaining about someone stepping on his foot. Another man called Spyron a rascal, telling him that in that place, such things were just normal. Kalli remembered that he experienced worse than that, like someone throwing sand and grabbing his hand, so if they didn't have much experience, they must think it was cheating. He was like that in the past too. Then he grabbed Spyron's shoulder and whispered to him to follow him because he'd teach him something good. When they were outside, Spyron asked him if he wanted to fight one more time there, and he replied that if they fought on the street, he would have already been dead, making Spyron angry and shoutingly telling him that the pugilist in Whistly recognized his ability. He calmly told Spyron that he acknowledged his skill too, but he learned it wrong, making Spyron confused and asking him what he meant by learning it wrong. He told Spyron that moving his leg fast didn't mean it was a good move because he would be the one who'd get tired first. Besides, he needed to move his body properly and use the power from his leg to his fist. Spyron spread his legs and punched in the air like he had just instructed him. Spyron asked him if it was like that. He nodded and told Spyron to learn it over and over. He explained to Spyron that it was hard to make a strong hit with only the strength of his upper body. Suddenly, Spyron softly grabbed his fist and happily called him kalli to tell him that he was such a good fellow. He told Spyron that his name was Kalli, making Spyron confused, but he clarified that his name was Kalli, not Kalli. Spyron waved goodbye to him while telling him that whether he was Kalli or Kalli, he should just keep fighting because he beat him, so he should be the winner. Then Spyron walked away thinking about Kalli's name and wondered where he heard that name. 2 days later, Sullivan told him that he looked like he'd have easy opponents until the 8th round, while Azalea looked at him worriedly in silence. He replied that it was really not easy and it was a relief that everyone was exhausted from their previous games. Azalea grabbed her shoulder tightly while thinking that he got hurt again. Suddenly, they heard some audience walking outside angrily, saying that if it wasn't for that lame kid, he would win, and he was such a bad luck kid. Sullivan told him not to mind their words because they were just upset they lost their money, and he replied that he didn't care at all. Then Sullivan told him that all he needed to do was to observe his next opponent. The audience was hyped, shouting to the man named Jureka to smash his opponent, claiming they bet everything on him. Sullivan told them that pugilist Jureka was a slave from the western desert area, and was popular for smashing his opponents. As a pugilist, she thought Jureka could become a free citizen if he could gather such a crowd. Azalea asked Sullivan why Jureka didn't quit being a pugilist if he could be a free man. Sullivan replied that Jureka simply enjoyed torturing people through pugilist matches. Jureka teasingly told his opponent to hit him more, and the man called Jureka a crazy guy. The man then punched Jureka in the face, but Jureka just smiled at him and punched back while shouting that the punch did not hurt at all. Jureka and the man punched each other continuously, but then the man stopped in exhaustion, thinking it strange because he definitely hit him, and wonder if Jureka was really immortal since he didn't back down despite the hits. The man was about to surrender, but Jureka speedily punched the man's hand to its face, smilingly asking if he thought he could surrender easily. Jiraiya continuously punched the man in the face while the referee told him that his opponent had just said he surrendered. He creepily smiled and apologized to the referee, explaining that he didn't hear. Then the medical team took Jiraiya's opponent away, and the referee announced that the winner was number 8, Jiraiya. Sullivan asked Kalli what he thought because Jiraiya was his next opponent and if he thought he could win. He replied that when he looked at Jiraiya's game, he didn't think he'd lose but cut his words and became silent. Azalea worriedly asked him what he meant by but he just told her to never mind it, making Azalea more worried, and Sullivan said that it was boring. While watching the fight, he noticed that Jiraiya didn't have many skills, but his physical ability was quite good. Still, he didn't feel anything special like Ogre. However, there was something that felt dangerous about Jiraiya. The day after tomorrow, round 4. The audience is going crazy, cheering for Jiraiya, while Kalli's team remains silent on the other side. Azalea worriedly tells Sullivan that everyone is cheering for Jiraiya, so he already has an advantage. Sullivan reassures her not to worry because Kalli isn't the type to easily get demotivated by only those kinds of atmospheres. Sullivan tells Kalli to just win that fight because she bet all on him. On the other hand, Kalli is waiting for the referee to call him and notices that Jiraiya has a strong supporter base. Then he remembers that rather than clumsily hitting the opponent, Jiraiya chooses to hit the vital point. The referee shouts to everyone that the eagerly awaited semi-final is about to start now. Then the referee calls Jiraiya and Kalli onto the stage. Jiraiya teasingly asks who is that guy in front of him, if it isn't unfair, and how can they want him to hit him. Then Jiraiya laughs so hard that he is holding his stomach, and he smiles, speedily punching Kalli. Fortunately, Kalli avoids it in time. Jiraiya tells him that he is pretty good, and Kalli clenches his fist in anger, knowing that Jiraiya started even when the referee did not declare it. The referee warns Jiraiya and tells him that if he does it again, it would be a foul, to which Jiraiya sweetly replies yes. However, Jiraiya thinks it's just some bullshit because if the audience doesn't notice it, it will be fine. Then the referee starts their fight, and Kalli knew that an aggressive person like Jiraiya would attack first, which was correct because Jiraiya launched his fist forward toward him, trying to punch him. But Kalli dodges it in time and punches Jiraiya in the stomach. He pierces his fist harder into Jiraiya's stomach, thinking it's the end. Then Jiraiya falls on the ground, coughing blood out. The audience angrily asks if this is how pugilists fight and tells Jiraiya that they can't believe he lost to a lame guy like Kalli. However, Kalli knows that it was his strongest punch and he thinks Jiraiya won't get up. The referee asks the shaking Jiraiya on the ground if he is dead, but then Jiraiya opens his eyes wider and angrily asks the referee back who he thinks is dead, leaving Kalli shocked. Jiraiya smilingly tells him that it was great because it made him feel uncomfortable for a short time and asks him why he looked like he was trembling. He couldn't believe that Jiraiya stood up when he was sure Jiraiya wouldn't get up after his punch. He tells Jiraiya that he should avoid his attack this time or he'll die, but Jiraiya just laughingly tells him that it was bullshit and his punch feels like a tickle to him. Then Jiraiya begins to move left and right in front of him, making him realize that Jiraiya still moves here and there like he did earlier. If he hit Jiraiya again in the abdomen, it would make him go down because he was shocked before adding up. However, he doesn't want to kill people with his fist, so he decides to do it moderately. He launches his fist, but his punch doesn't hit Jiraiya, and he immediately covers his face when he sees Jiraiya launching his fist toward him. He gets hit in the shoulder, and he is surprised to see another attack from Jiraiya. Fortunately, he dodges it in time. Jiraiya tells him that it was a pity and that if he got hit this time, he'd be done for. He realizes that it was the reason why Jiraiya's previous opponent was hopeless, and Jiraiya was stronger than he thought. Then he calls Jiraiya, telling him that now he has abandoned the thought of not killing people with his fist, so he'll kill him properly. Jiraiya teasingly responds that he is scary, but that's what he would do to him and launches another punch at him. He puts some of his strength into his feet even though it hurts, bends down to avoid Jiraiya's punch, and positions himself. Then he swings forward his fist and punches Jiraiya's side with all his might, breaking few of Jiraiya's ribs. Jiraiya clenches his teeth in pain but then teasingly laughs at him. Jiraiya tells him that it is such funny nonsense and punches him in the face, making him surprised because he is sure that he has broken Jiraiya's bone. Jiraiya once again punches him in the face while shouting for him to just die. He covers his face with his arm and realizes that Jiraiya is not only strong because he has a strong supporter base. He knows that he needs to block them while Jiraiya continuously punches him. Then Jiraiya punches him with a strong punch while shouting to him that he is invincible. He is thrown because of it, but he manages to stop himself from being pushed and counters a punch in Jiraiya's stomach. Jiraiya coughs blood due to his attack, but Jiraiya spits it out in his face, which blinds him. Then Jiraiya launches his fist forward and punches him in the chin, making him thrown down on the ground hard. The audience excitedly cheers for Jureka, telling him to crush Kalli, while Azalea bites her nails in worry, which Salavan notices. Salavan tells her that she looks really worried and explains to her that Kalli is not an easy guy. But the truth is that Salavan was screaming at Kalli to win that fight because her money depends on him. On the other hand, Kalli is lying on the ground and notices that as he expected. Jureka finishes by attacking his opponent's chin like last time. But fortunately, he tilts his head and avoids it. He peeks at Jureka and thinks that Jureka looks like he doesn't feel any pain, while Jureka laughingly shouts that he is blessed and has an immortal body. Then Jureka tells him that he is different from him because he only has a crippled body. He slowly stands up and tells Jureka that it is not a blessing. He also tells Jureka that his body is already broken here and there, so it is too late to realize it. But Jureka just asks him if he didn't hear him and repeats to him that he was blessed with an immortal body. He firmly tells Jureka that there is no immortal body and he'll prove it by killing him. He knows that he abandoned all the strategies he planned and decided to just crush Jureka with all his might. Then he positions his damaged leg and swings his fist forward while telling himself to hold a little longer. Jureka teasingly tells him that it won't work, but he just punches him. Jureka was shocked to see that one of his hands is broken, which makes him realize that Kalli got his hand, and it was so fast that even the audience didn't notice it. Then Jureka punches him again, but he bends down in time and positions his hurting leg while telling himself to hold on just one more. Then he swings his fist again with all his might and hits Jureka's side once again. His fist pierces Jureka's side, which 100% breaks his ribs again and makes Jureka spit out blood. He tiredly catches his breath and puts his hurting leg behind him. Jureka smiles seeing it and asks him if his leg is his weakness. Then Jureka walks closer to him while the audience shouts for Jureka that he is the best and he should show them his spirit. But he just waits for Jureka to come closer to him. Then Jureka stamps his feet in front of him when he gets closer and laughingly stares at him. The referee notices Jureka's weird expression, but he just raises his hand softly and pushes Jureka. Then Jureka slams down on the ground easily while still smiling. 7 years ago, in the western desert, Jureka, who was 15 years old, was working in a cave. Suddenly, a huge stone fell in his direction, and someone yelled a warning. However, he wasn't fast enough to avoid it and got crushed. In a panic, someone shouted that there was someone there, and Jureka was crushed by the stone. 3 days later, Jureka opened his eyes, feeling as though he had received a blessing from God. He possessed greater power than anyone else and his body felt no pain. Jureka crushed the slave who had tormented him and left the western desert. Arriving in Corin, he believed he was the strongest, invincible, and blessed by God. However, upon meeting Kalli, he saw a crack inside his body and found himself on the ground. Despite his severe injuries, he still believed he was immortal. The referee checked Jureka's pulse and announced that Jureka couldn't continue the match, declaring Kalli the winner. Kalli raised his hand while his feet were trembling and the audience, who had believed in him, cheered happily for his victory. Salavan, excited, stood up and told Azalea that Kalli had won. When Salavan looked at her, she was surprised to see her crying with joy. She awkwardly looked away while Azalea tried to cover her face. The audience, cheering, proclaimed Kalli the best. Spyrn, hearing his name continuously, realized that he was the ogre slayer, Kalli. The next day, at Kalli and the group's accommodation, Kalli was surprised by something and asked what it was. Everyone recognized Kalli and came to the accommodation to call him the ogre slayer and inquire about his legs. Astonished that they knew his nickname, Kalli listened as Salavan teasingly told him that he was now the most popular pugilist. Among the audience who watched his match in Corin were those who had seen him at the Whistle Harvest Festival. Salavan urged him to have breakfast as they were going to see a doctor she knew well. Kalli's match with Jureka had garnered much attention, and rumors spread that he was the same ogre slayer, Kalli. Meanwhile, in the back alleys, Volton, a pugilist match participant, couldn't believe that Kalli, the limping man, was the ogre slayer and found it amusing. He questioned how a lame man like Kalli could defeat an ogre. Another man reminded him of how Kalli had crushed Jureka. Realizing he couldn't dismiss Kalli, the man asked how he could win against someone who had defeated Jureka. In anger, he pointed his sharp knife at the man's neck, calling him a son of a bitch, and demanded to know if the man was underestimating him, making the man fearfully apologize. He calmed down and ordered his men to gather some quick-handed guys, because if he was aiming to win, they had to make a perfect plan. Then Volton tells his men that they should just cut off the leg, which the old man also tells Kalli. He was shocked upon hearing the old man's solution, but the old man just explained to him that the protruding bones kept digging into his flesh, and it was a knee, so he could just wrap it. Then the old man raised a sharp knife and told Kalli that it would only hurt a little. He, panicky, asks Salavan why that old man keeps telling him to cut his leg, and he angrily tells the old man that he has to go to a pugilist match tomorrow. The old man, picking his nose, figured out that he was the one who beat and killed people. well, but he was trying to ignore his suggestion. Sullivan asks the old man if he knows who Kalli is and if he has heard of Kalli the Ogre Slayer because he was a rising pugilist those days, but Kalli just shyly tells Sullivan to stop. He tells the old man that he'll get treatment somewhere else, so he should just give him the medicine to endure it for a little longer. The old man wrapped his leg while telling him that it would be easier to just cut it off and gave him the medicine, but reminded him that it's quite strong, so he should just take it once a day. Then Sullivan said her goodbyes to the old man to leave, but the old man called her and told her that he didn't say to just cut Kalli's leg off for no reason. Then the old man explained to her that he knew well about many surgical procedures for several people, like the one who got stabbed and the ones who got attacked with an arrow. Then the old man asks her who she thinks can treat that Kalli's leg, but she just asks the old man back if he knows about the Empire's god. The old man replied that if she said the god, he often heard about it and that person's name was Jonom. But then the old man asked her what was it making her ask him back if he had dementia. The next day, at the finale of the pugilist tournament, he was waiting, feeling his legs much better. The first guard told the second guard that it was easy to guard since there was only one person in the room. The second guard responded that they didn't need to worry about the pugilists fighting each other. Then, the guards walked away, deciding to eat. Suddenly, he heard a bark behind him, and when he looked back, he saw Rovo with Sullivan. He patted Rovo and told him that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Sullivan commented that she still couldn't believe Rovo was a real wolf and asked him how Rovo became so sweet around him. Suddenly, people walked toward the room. He was shocked when men shouted that he was the real Ogre Slayer, and the man friend tells his friend that he told him he would be there. One of the men told him that he was his fan and that his last match was great. Then, another man asked if they could shake hands, insisting it was just a handshake. Rovo looked at the men and growled furiously at them. Sullivan, noticing Rovo's reaction, understood the danger and immediately pushed Kalli away in time, but got slashed in the hand instead. She kicked the man in the side, making him slam onto the floor, and the man on the floor ordered the other men to attack. The man lunged at him with a dagger, and he realized there was no time to think as he needed to avoid the dagger. Suddenly, Rovo jumped at the man and the man turned to Rovo in surprise, who slashed Rovo multiple times in panic. However, Rovo managed to stand still and growled at the men, which made them quickly run away in fear. He worriedly asked Sullivan if she was okay, and she replied that she was fine because it only hurt her finger. Then, she speculated that it must have been Volton's doing and that Volton must have planned it. She also admitted that it was her fault and that she really didn't expect it to happen. Then, they heard Rovo fall to the floor, making them panic and call Rovo's name. She reassured him that it was okay and that Rovo was just slightly wounded. She then told him to focus on his match because she had bet all her money on him, including the others' money and the savings she had set aside for her retirement. He adjusted the bandages on his hand and told Sullivan that he understood and would be back soon. Moments later, in the ring, people cheered as the match is about to begin. Volton was surprised to see him unwounded and wondered why he wasn't injured. He noticed Volton's expression, which led him to conclude that the attack had indeed been Volton's doing. The referee started their match, and they both took their positions. Volton stared at him, noticing that he was shorter than he had thought and that his leg was not in good condition, making Volton ponder whether to attack him there. Then, Volton launched a punch, thinking his defense was weak, and hit him. Excited that his attack was working, Volton thought he could clearly attack him more. Volton launched another punch at his side, but he simply blocked it with his arm and furiously called out Volton's name, making Volton shake in fear. Nevertheless, Volton launched his fist to attack again, but he blocked it again with his arm. Volton tried once more, but he blocked it again, causing Volton to lose his patience and shout as he launched his fist at him. He countered Volton's attack by punching Volton's fist, leaving Volton surprised and asking what it was. However, he swiftly thrust his fist into Volton's mouth and grabbed Volton's tongue. He asked Volton what was wrong and why he didn't spit it out, then pushed his fist deeper into Volton's mouth and pulled his hand out, breaking Volton's teeth in the process. Volton cried out and shouted in pain. As Volton shook in pain, covering his mouth, he furiously told him not to think about eating meat in the future. Then, he punched Volton in the face, breaking other pieces of Volton's teeth. Volton tried to say that he surrendered, but he couldn't pronounce it properly. Then, he punched Volton's arm, causing Volton to shout in pain as a few of his fingers broke. But he didn't stop, he punched Volton in the face again. He launched his fist once more, striking Volton in the stomach in anger, which made everyone watching stand up in surprise. Volton then slammed to the ground and collapsed. The referee, fearfully, announced that the winner was Kalli, prompting cheers from the audience. However, Kalli then felt his leg hurting and cursed in frustration. The next day, at the tournament closing ceremony, the man congratulated him on his victory and told him that he should come to Korin again whenever he had time, promising good treatment, to which he agreed. On the other hand, the man handed Azalea the prize money while remarking on Kalli's strength. She accepted the prize money, looking at it sadly. Later, back at their accommodation, the knights praised him, saying he did great, it was really amazing, and they had become rich thanks to him, adding that he deserved the treatment. Then, one of the knights, tearfully and proudly, told him that when he was knocked down by Jireka, he wondered if he should return to the Aegis territory and do hard labor with an axe, making him laugh awkwardly. Suddenly, the door opened, and Leonardo told Azalea that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. The knights, Kalli, and Salavan glared at Leonardo in anger, but Azalea simply agreed with Leonardo that it had been a long time and that she had been waiting for this moment. When Leonardo and Azalea were seated, Leonardo expressed his surprise at Kalli winning the tournament and getting the money, remarking that he didn't believe the lame boy Kalli was a pugilist and also the ogre slayer, which was amazing. Azalea handed over the 10,000 guilds she had promised to Leonardo and told him that their business with him was done. Leonardo then asked her why she was trying to cut ties so easily and stated that he didn't think receiving just 10,000 guilds from her was enough, making everyone on Azalea's team clench their teeth in anger. Leonardo also mentioned that he had bet on Jireka and was unhappy that Kalli won like that. He then asked Kalli why he hadn't revealed earlier that he was the ogre slayer, which made Kalli glare at Leonardo in anger, thinking it was nonsensical. However, Azalea just stared blankly at Leonardo and snapped her fingers. Salavan grabbed a bag of guilds and placed it on the table. Azalea informed Leonardo that it was 20,000 guilds, leaving Leonardo surprised and sweating as he looked at the money in front of him. A few days earlier, Salavan had asked Azalea if she really wanted to risk all the merchants' money. Azalea told Salavan that she was participating as well and questioned why she couldn't if others could, to which Salavan replied that she understood. Salavan then inquired if Azalea hadn't opposed the idea earlier, and if she wasn't afraid that Kalli would lose because of his leg. Azalea dismissed these concerns, asserting that she knew Kalli wouldn't lose. Salavan, stunned by this confidence, asked why Azalea had opposed the idea if she believed in Kalli. Azalea responded that she believed Kalli would win, even if it meant breaking the rest of his leg. Salavan was shocked to realize that Azalea had followed them into gambling and had even gambled her own money, which made her seem quite formidable. Then, Azalea turned to Leonardo, asking what was wrong and if the amount was still not enough. Joseph, sweating profusely, replied that it was a substantial amount. Then, Joseph grabbed 3 guilds and told her he would just take that much, prompting her to ask why he was taking only 3 guilds. Joseph laughed and ordered one of his knights to let him in. The door opened, and someone informed Kalli that they were meeting again. Kalli was surprised to see that it was Spyron. Spyron asked him if he had been taking care of himself. Then, Spyron told Joseph that he would let it slide this time and asked Joseph how the chief guard of Corin could do that. Spyron then seriously told Joseph that the day the news reached his uncle's ears, he knew what would happen, making Joseph exhale in silence. Salavan told Spyron that, as she expected, he was a noble, which led Spyron to ask if he was too neat to become a pugilist. Spyron then expressed his curiosity about why someone who had injured his leg while fighting an ogre slayer came to fight there. He also mentioned that he uses an alias like Kalli. Spyron introduced himself with his real name, Lorvin Corina, and revealed that his uncle is the current dean of Corin. Azalea's knights couldn't believe that Spyron said he was Corina, one of the 3 families that founded Corin. Then, Joseph awkwardly told Spyron that he would be leaving now and waved goodbye to Kalli, telling him that next time he would bet on him. A moment later, after Azalea explained everything and why they were there, Spyron found it ridiculous and told her that he would ask a higher position member of his family to help Aegis. However, the Joseph family might sell their goods to them as overpriced or underpriced, but it was not his area to interfere. Azalea told Spyron that his willingness to help was enough for her, and she thanked him. On the other hand, Kalli was outside the room, thinking that if they could get help from Corin's higher-ups, Count Joseph couldn't do anything to them. Suddenly, Spyron came out of the room, calling him, surprising Kalli. Kalli awkwardly and respectfully asked Spyron why he was calling him, but Spyron just told him that he could speak comfortably with him. Spyron then told him that he had seen all his matches and realized that a true pugilist is indeed different. Kalli, laughingly, told Spyron that he wouldn't hit him anymore. However, Spyron then told him that he was actually going to buy him from Azalea, but she refused, making Kalli ask Spyron in horror if that was his taste. Spyron explained that he would buy him and then free him right away because he thought it was such a waste that he was not a free person. Kalli told Spyron that he didn't think his status was really bad and he knew it was dangerous, like walking on a blade every time, but it was an important life for him. Spyron asked him if he thought fighting was more important to him than freedom, and he replied that it was better to die rather than not be able to fight. The number of people guarding the Aegis merchants was more than twice the size of the first time, thanks to the care of Corin. They gained significant profits since entering the imperial territory, and soon they arrived in Macedon, the capital of the empire. However, Azalea was saddened by this. Hours later, they arrived in Macedon, the capital of the empire. Salavan looked around and noted that the roads were all paved, then observed that Macedon resembled ancient Rome. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting orders to clear the way because the empire's troops were coming. They then heard the sound of troops marching in unison and saw a line of troops entering. Salavan remarked that the imperial troops were still impressive, prompting him to ask her if she had seen the empire's troops before. She replied that she had encountered a bandit before she was hired by Azalea, and at that time, the prince and the imperial army had just returned from a subjugation. She also mentioned that she believed that the gods had connected her with the crown prince at that time, which is why she survived, making him think about the crown prince. After the guard cleared the road, he told them they could proceed. Azalea handed a letter to one of the guards and instructed him to deliver it to the third prince, Iskandar. Then, she told Kalli to come to her room when they arrived at their accommodations. After they successfully entered and settled in, he went to Azalea's room and saw her speaking with the knights. However, when she noticed him, she placed the paper on the table and asked her knights to step out for a moment. When only the two of them remained in the room, he suggested that she should get some rest. She replied that she would take a good rest afterward, so it was fine, and informed him that the third prince, Iskandar, was arriving soon. Kalli asked her what she meant when she said she was acquainted with Iskandar, but she only asked him back if he wanted to fix his leg, and he confirmed that it was the reason why he had come all the way there. She told him that if that was the case, from now on, whatever Iskandar does, whatever he says, and whatever he does to her, he should just stay still. He realized he was so distracted by the treatment that he had forgotten the price. He stood up and, in a loud voice, asked Azalea what she meant by it. Thinking it impossible to receive treatment for free, especially for a mere slave fighter like himself, he called out to her insistently. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. As she stood up, telling him she guessed Prince Iskandar was already there, he grabbed her shoulder, telling her to wait. However, she seriously asked him why he was acting rudely. In turn, he questioned the point of coming all the way there if he was being disrespectful to her. She slapped his hand away, responding that all he needed to do was live and fight, so he should just do as he pleases, leaving him stunned in shock. Then, Azalea gracefully greeted Prince Iskandar. Iskandar told her he had rushed over after hearing she was there, for even though their last meeting had been long ago, he had never forgotten her. He knew Iskandar was the third prince, but he couldn't help noticing that Iskandar seemed more like a pugilist than an aristocrat. Iskandar, noticing his discomfort, asked if he wanted to go to the toilet, given his troubled expression, which made him think Iskandar was a fool. Azalea introduced him to Iskandar as the slave fighter she had mentioned, whose name was Kalli. Iskandar, with a laugh, mentioned that he was the Ogre Slayer, a famous pugilist in their kingdom. Then, Iskandar ordered his men to bring the guest to the palace while he took care of the welcoming process, to which they agreed. Kalli was stunned upon hearing Iskandar mention that he couldn't let his future woman stay in such a place. As he entered the carriage and headed to the kingdom, he pondered what Iskandar meant by his future woman. Later, after Azalea explained everything, Salavan asked her if this was the agreement she had with the prince. She replied that the prince had confessed his love for her at first sight. Salavan inquired whether the beloved lady from the barony would become the prince's lover and if she had discussed it openly. She answered no, explaining that had she talked about it beforehand, they would have insisted there must be another way. She intended to inform them once everything was settled, while he remained silent, realizing it was because of him and his leg that Azalea was enduring this, making Salavan glance at him. Meanwhile, in the kingdom, a man asks Iskandar if he intends to make the lady from the barony his lover. Iskandar replies that he will discuss any political matters arising from this decision with his brothers later. Iskandar also mentions that it was love at first sight with Azalea, praising her beauty and her success as a merchant. However, he expresses his dislike for Kalli, whom he had just met, noting something peculiar about Kalli's eyes. Iskandar then reaffirms his commitment to a promise, asking the man where the god doctor currently is. The man replies that the god doctor went to the western workshop with the first prince. Later, as the food was ready and the nobles gathered in the hall, he entered. Salavan commented that, having washed up and changed his clothes, he looked different. Then, teasingly, Salavan told him that his treatment as a slave fighter had ended because he was now a warrior. However, he silently looked up to see Iskandar with Azalea, clenching his hand in anger, realizing that Iskandar was not the right match for her. As he was about to walk away, Salavan stopped him, inquiring about his departure. Salavan then advised him to relax, stating it was the lady's choice and that he was the one who had missed the opportunity, and the signals Azalea had given. He retorted, glaringly, that Salavan spoke as if she had experienced it herself, to which she replied that she had been observing from the sidelines for almost 2 months, so of course she knew. He sighed and told her that the situation was different now, with the trade flourishing and the Aegis estate revived. Iskandar, having drunk a lot of wine, slightly inebriated, asked Azalea if she had said Kalli was a great pugilist. She confirmed, but mentioned Kalli's leg was now injured. Suddenly, Iskandar derogatorily called Kalli a slave fighter and challenged him to enhance the banquet's atmosphere. Kalli inquired what Iskandar meant. A knight moved to reprimand him for his rudeness, but Iskandar interjected, suggesting Kalli might not be a pugilist but was quite good at fighting with his bare hands, so he should demonstrate his skill casually. Azalea protested to Iskandar that Kalli was injured and not in condition to fight. But Iskandar dismissed her concerns, stating Kalli's hands were not injured and, if she was worried, suggested they need not use their legs. Azalea looked at him in horror, but Kalli shook his head, indicating it didn't matter. The knight removed his helmet as Iskandar declared that even if it was just a bare-handed fight, if the knight lost to Kalli, he would be fired. He then loudly encouraged Kalli to showcase his skills, inciting Kalli's anger. However, Kalli knew he couldn't just stand by and do nothing to save Azalea. He removed his clothes, wrapping them around his hands, resolved that winning was the only option he had left. He stared at the knight in anger, and the knight noticed that he was young but quite disciplined. Then, the knight told him that if he collapsed or stepped back, he would lose, and they should start. He noticed that the knight had just strengthened his fist and was sure the knight would attack if provoked. Iskandar shouted for them to just fight and dropped his glass of wine. The knight launched a punch at him, which he ducked to avoid, and then punched the knight from below, but the knight blocked it in time. The knight couldn't believe his power was so strong at such a close distance. He continuously punched the knight, but the knight struck him in the chest, causing pain that he endured and launched his fist again. When the knight hit his head, he struck the man's side. The knight clenched his teeth in pain and kneeled on the ground while holding his side. The nobles were amazed that he won and expected such from a pugilist, while he was busy thinking that all he had to do was prove his strength. The knight was confused to see Iskandar's silence because he knew that Iskandar would normally celebrate. Iskandar thought it was boring because he still didn't get the feeling that Kalli was the ogre slayer. Then, Iskandar looked at Azalea next to him and saw her sigh in relief, thinking there must be something. Then, he brightly told everyone that it was all for today's entertainment and thanked them for participating. Then, Iskandar put his hand on Azalea's shoulder while telling everyone to take good care of him in the next ceremony. Iskandar noticed Azalea's silence at his side. Later, in the corridor, Iskandar walked unstably, drunk, feeling that his girl didn't like him back. He thought he needed to talk with Azalea and knocked on her door. Azalea asked who it was, and he replied that it was him. Azalea opened the door and told him he was drunk. He laughingly agreed and told her he'd like to tell her something he couldn't at the banquet. She didn't want to spend the night with the prince until Kalli left the empire. Still, without a choice, she let Iskandar enter her room. She asked him about the god doctor, and he replied that the god doctor was an amazing man, not just in medicine because the god doctor was good in many ways too. Then, he told her that the god doctor was a friend of his father and also a godfather and guardian to his brother, the first Prince Philip. Iskandar also mentioned that the god doctor was old but liked to make new inventions. She smiled, agreed with him, and mentioned that the god doctor must be a great person if he could easily fix a broken leg, which shocked and annoyed Iskandar because it was about Kalli again. He asked her if she was worried about her slave fighter, Kalli, and she replied it wasn't like that. But then he stood up, telling her that it kept bothering him for some reason. Then, he pinned her against the wall in anger, and she was shocked to see that he broke the wall. He immediately apologized to her and explained that he couldn't control it. Then, he cleared his throat and told her she didn't need to be scared because he wouldn't let her think about Kalli for the rest of her life anymore, and she'd only think about him, making her look at Iskandar in fear, seeing him as a huge monster. She closed her eyes, thinking about Kalli, and softly called for help. Then, she cried out and shouted for Kalli. Suddenly, someone rushed into her room, and Kalli hit Iskandar on the head with a chair, then angrily told him to take his hand off. Before that, Kalli was behind the wall, cursing because he saw the drunk Iskandar walking in the corridor when he was on his way to his room, and wondered why he encountered Iskandar there. Then, he was surprised when Iskandar entered Azalea's room. He felt his blood boiling in anger and remembered Azalea's smile in his head. He turned around, thinking it was none of his business, but then he heard Azalea, making him look back and question if he had heard wrong. Then, he heard Azalea shout his name, making him snap and rush into Azalea's room. He saw Iskandar pinning Azalea to the wall, so he hit Iskandar with the chair on the head. Iskandar and Azalea were shocked, then Iskandar and he fell to the floor. Iskandar was bleeding and asked him what the hell he was doing, but he just grabbed the broken wood on the floor and hit Iskandar in the face with it. Then, he furiously asked Iskandar how he dared to threaten Azalea. Iskandar angrily asked him what he meant. Then, Iskandar glanced back at Azalea, who was shaking in fear, and clenched his teeth. But Iskandar shouted that he didn't care anymore and threw the wood, making him notice Iskandar's thigh twitch. When the wood fell to the ground, Iskandar said it was so painful and was about to say something. But he just launched his fist and punched Iskandar in the face, and Iskandar retaliated with a kick in the stomach. He was slammed against the wall hard and realized that Iskandar was strong. Iskandar told him that he understood the rough backstory of his actions, but now he declared that Azalea was his and ran at him to attack. He ran to meet Iskandar, realizing he did it without thinking, and decided to quickly end the fight. So, he planned to go for Iskandar's jaw, took the momentum power from running, and punched Iskandar's jaw. Iskandar's head was thrown back, but then Iskandar grabbed his arm and told him that he should follow his rule. Then, Iskandar twisted his arm in a joint lock, making him realize the pain. Then, Iskandar twisted his arm, causing him immense pain, and he punched Iskandar's body continuously to free himself, but Iskandar didn't let him go. He knew that if it continued, his arm would break. Suddenly, he heard a loud hit. He peeked back while Iskandar also looked back, holding his head, and then they both saw Azalea panting and holding a lamp in shock. The knights ran toward them, asking about the noise. Iskandar saw his knights and walked away, saying that his mood was ruined. The knights surrounded Kalli and shouted at him to just surrender. The next day, Iskandar was down on one knee, bandaged. When someone inquired about his wounds, it was the first prince, Philippos. Iskandar, sweating in fear, couldn't believe Philippos had returned at such a time and stutteringly tried to reason with his brother. Philippos ordered a knight to hand him something while telling Iskandar that he should confess himself. Then, Philippos grabbed a steel bat and warned Iskandar to tell the truth before he questioned the lady beside him, asking if Iskandar preferred to be beaten to death like when they were children. This made Iskandar gasp in fear and confess everything to his brother. After Azalea heard Iskandar's explanation, she was incredulous and concerned about the treatment for Kalli's injuries. She thought that despite Iskandar being drunk the previous night, he would twist the story to his advantage, but he had recounted everything without distortion. However, it was still a grave offense for a slave like Kalli to have attacked a prince. Her hands shook, knowing that the death penalty was inevitable. Philippos angrily called Iskandar an idiot, causing him to flinch in fear. Then, Philippos raised his bat, shouting that he should teach Iskandar a lesson, and hit him repeatedly. Iskandar tried to plead with his brother to wait, but Philippos shouted at him to shut up, declaring he never had a drunkard for a younger brother, leaving her in disbelief. Philippos questioned Iskandar's judgment in entering a girl's room while drunk, wondering if he thought the girl wouldn't be scared or if he assumed she would be okay with it, all while continuing to beat him. Philippos then kicked Iskandar in the leg, questioning his intelligence. Philippos announced that he, Philippos VII, would conduct a brief trial on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, who was on an expedition to the northern region, and ordered them to bring Kalli, the imprisoned pugilist, before him. Later, Kalli knelt before the first prince. Philippos asked if he was Kalli, the pugilist, to which he replied affirmatively. Philippos stared at him for a moment, then told Iskandar that he looked more formidable than he had anticipated. Philippos then criticized Iskandar for being pathetic, but Iskandar defended Kalli, stating that he wasn't just some incompetent kid and that the beating had been one-sided. Philippos angrily told Iskandar to shut up, questioning his audacity to manipulate the god doctor's treatment at will. He also reminded Iskandar of his intrusion into a woman's room in the middle of the night with the intent to harass her, noting that Iskandar consistently embarrassed himself, causing Iskandar to sulk. Philippos removed his hand armor, addressing Azalea as Aegist, and informed her that he had come from a distant kingdom and had made a covenant with Iskandar that disregarded her wishes. He approached her, stating that in doing so, she had committed a grave crime. He then slapped her hard, causing Kalli to seethe with anger. She admitted that it was all her mistake, but Philippos told her that the crime of harassing the imperial family and Iskandar was severe. However, he noted that considering she was a woman who should have been aware of men's nature, the consequences she faced were already lenient. Philippos then ordered the knights to lift Kalli and questioned how he could fight Iskandar with his injured leg, calling him a brave punk. Philippos approached closer, explaining that although the situation was rushed, Iskandar had a rightful claim. He stated that even if Azalea refused Iskandar, it was their issue to resolve. Therefore, in this case, Kalli was a criminal who assaulted an innocent Iskandar. If Kalli intended to act like a warrior until the end, he must also take the responsibilities. Azalea, crying, called out his name, but Philippos simply placed the sword near Kalli's neck, asking if he had any last words. Kalli swallowed his fear but replied that he had no regrets. Philippos stared at him, then swung his sword down to the rope, freeing him. He declared that Kalli should protect Azalea Aegis until the end, as it was the duty of a man, while glancing at Iskandar, who just smiled at his brother. Philippos then pierced his sword into the floor, proclaiming that, according to the strict imperial laws, the winner would stand until the end. The one who loses would be regarded as defeated. Since both Iskandar and Kalli, the pugilist, desired Azalea Aegis, they should have a match. The fight was scheduled for a week from that day. Later, Salavan mentioned that she had heard Philippos was a cold-hearted person without blood or tears, but this was surprising. Kalli agreed, noting the most surprising part was that Iskandar didn't flee. She admitted that she felt uneasy that night, so she had already sent some of their men to Lady Azalea's room, questioning if her actions were because of her drunken confession the previous day about knocking down the third prince and running away with Lady Azalea. Kalli denied it was for that reason. Suddenly, someone inquired if he was the pugilist who had beaten up the prince. The knights praised his bravery and encouraged him to turn Iskandar into mincemeat in their next encounter, leaving Kalli puzzled by the atmosphere and why they referred to Prince Iskandar so casually. The knights then sternly instructed him to follow them, and upon asking the reason, they revealed they were going to meet the god doctor. Kalli was momentarily stunned in shock, then relieved that he would finally meet the god doctor who could potentially cure his leg. Later, in the abode of the god doctor, a knight knocks on the door and someone inside asks who it is. The knight replies to the god doctor that he has brought Kalli, the pugilist. The god doctor opens the door and tells him to come in. He mentions that Kalli is the troublemaker Philippos was talking about and asks if he enjoyed his fight with Iskandar. The god doctor then examines his leg and tells him that the bone fragments were scattered around his leg and the attached bones were misaligned, pressing on nerves and muscles. The god doctor presses his leg, causing him pain, and asks how he survived when it must hurt even to walk. The god doctor asks him when he got hurt. Kalli replies that he got hurt in last year's fall. The god doctor pauses for a moment, making Kalli worry whether his leg can be treated. He asks the god doctor if it's too late for his leg to be treated with his expertise. The god doctor replies, of course not, and surprisingly, he thinks he can handle it. He also mentions thinking of giving him a temporary prescription because he'll fight Iskandar in a few days and admits that everyone calls him the god doctor, but he actually doesn't like it. So if it's okay with Kalli, he can call him by his name. The god doctor then introduces himself as John American. Kalli is stunned in horror to hear this and wonders what the god doctor meant by American. He falls to the floor in shock and stares at John in horror. Stuttering, Kalli asks John if he is American, but John just orders the knights to leave, which they do. When they are alone, John reveals that he searched for a long time and nobody like him appeared. But finally meeting Kalli, he thinks it must be fate. Kalli asks John if he is from Earth, and John replies that his real name is John Bradley Clark and that he arrived there more than 40 years ago. John and Kalli talked without realizing how much time had passed. John was a US Army captain who died in the Korean War in 1950. He was an elite military officer who specialized in surgery. After assisting the Emperor with his excellent knowledge and skill, John became known as a godly doctor. He realized his arrival from Earth was 60 years later than he thought. John explains that he'll have to compare Kalli's case with other cases, making Kalli ask what he means by other cases. John explains that there are people in the history books who he assumed to be like them, and after they lose consciousness and wake up, they become like different people and stand out in certain fields. John then asks him if he was right in mentioning that he had regrets about boxing when he died and tells him that, in his case, it was about medicine. He theorized that what probably led them there was an intense longing that goes beyond the fear of death. However, John mentions that it wasn't the time to talk about it and orders him to roll up his pants. John then heated a scalpel in the fire, shocking Kalli, who asked if he was going to perform surgery right then. John replied no and explained that he was just going to remove a piece of bone from between the gastrocnemius muscle, which is fundamentally involved in walking and posture. He positioned his scalpel on Kalli's leg and mentioned that only with that kind of treatment could the pain be reduced. John then began to remove the gastrocnemius and assured him that it would be over in no time, while Kalli endured the pain, wondering if John still lacked effective anesthesia. He then shouted in pain, and John apologized, explaining that, being older, he makes mistakes. A moment later, John successfully removed the piece of bone, noting that it had been stuck quite deep. John then prepared the needle and thread. Soon after, the wound was stitched, and the irritation from the foreign object had also disappeared. Kalli knew that with only that much pain, he could endure it. John told him that as a doctor, he would prefer Kalli avoid the fight, but he was in a position to support Philippos, so Kalli should understand. He then gave him an ointment mixed with herbs. Kalli accepted the ointment and told John there was no need to worry about the fight. He then came out of the room smiling, which one of the knights noticed and asked John if he knew that slave fighter. John replied that Kalli was a friend from the same hometown as him. Days later, while he was walking in the corridor, someone called him and Philippos asked if he had time because he needed to tell him something. He noticed that Philippos' tone was polite, but he felt like he couldn't refuse. Philippos mentioned that since many were watching, he felt compelled to follow. Philippos also mentioned that he had heard the god doctor called him often lately, and Kalli replied that it was just because of the treatment. Philippos told him that if it weren't for the god doctor, he might not have been born and probably would have died in his mother's womb. Philippos also said that the god doctor was his benefactor, godfather, and teacher, and they had been together for more than 30 years, but he didn't know much about him, his knowledge, and his inventions from unknown origins. While it was not important in front of his father, he was curious about it. He had heard that Kalli was from the same hometown as the god doctor. However, he had never seen the god doctor leave the empire in the last 20 years, and moreover, Kalli was only 20 years old in that kingdom. Philippos then seriously asked Kalli who he was and what he was. He then remembered that a few days ago, John had asked him why Philippos didn't kill him, but he replied that he also didn't understand for now, and everything the prince had said was true, and he had also made Iskandar bleed. John tells him that Philippos is key to the development of civilization there, and that he has taught him everything he knew. Also, Philippos didn't want to ascend to the throne with that noble title but with his power, in other words, it was like a republic. If Philippos became the next emperor, there would be bloodshed in that empire. John also tells him that in the empire, strength is important, and power is synonymous with status, but there is no guarantee that a battlefield hero will become an excellent leader. This is why Philippos seeks individuals who are willing to enter the fire pit without hesitation for their belief, like him, who challenge authority and are skilled individuals. Back to the present, he tells himself that he should think straight and that Philippos is not trying to harm him. He then replies that it was just about pugilism, but Philippos tells him that, looking at his answer, he was sure there was something, and that he won't force him to answer. Philippos then stands up while telling him to keep today's matter a secret from the god doctor because he wants the god doctor to see him as a harmless disciple. However, if he changes his mind and wants to be more honest with him, he can come to him anytime. He respectfully tells Philippos that he is still not sure about it, but he'll meet him when he changes his mind. Philippos then smiled and laughed hard upon hearing his words and told him that he'll give him credit for that courage and audacity. John then gives him a book while telling him to take it and think of it as a gift to persuade him. He asks Philippos what it is, and Philippos replies that it is the Imperial Martial Arts technique from the Ringer textbook, and Iskandar is a master of Ringer martial arts, which made him confused and asked Philippos if he wants Iskandar to lose. Philippos replied that it was rather the opposite. Iskandar was his favorite younger brother, so if Iskandar won, because he was his younger brother, he would also be happy, and if he won, he owed him, making him curse in his head because Philippos had trapped him. Philippos then smilingly asks him if he is right that whatever side wins, it's all beneficial for him. A moment later, in his room, while he is reading the book, he tells John that Philippos is scarier than he thought. He notices that the textbook is a practical combat technique that takes into account various situations, especially displaying a lot of ground techniques. He realizes that if Iskandar hadn't been drunk that night, he'd have been helpless against it and he was in big trouble. He then shouts that he doesn't know anything about the writing text of that place, and all he knows is his name and a few words that he uses often. He thought it was similar to English and the various letters were similar to the alphabet, but when he asked Salavan, she apologized to him because she thought it was something supposed to be read by officials or aristocrats, so she really didn't know. He wonders if he should ask John, but he knows that John is not someone whom he can ask anytime. He then remembers Salavan asking if to ask their lady Azalea, making him shocked, but Salavan tells him that he hadn't seen her in a few days and looking at her personality, she was sure Azalea is blaming herself now. She then asks him if he wants her to help with it. He cursed himself and knocked on Azalea's room door while reminding himself that he just came there because of the book. Azalea asked who it was, and he replied that it was him. He then heard Azalea rushing inside the room while he was begging her outside to come slowly. She then opens the door panting and stutteringly asks him what is bringing him there. She then is shocked to see that his leg is fine. He explained to her that he was not completely cured yet and that he only got treatment that he could have before the fight. She clenched her hand and happily told him that she was really glad, making him blush. He then showed her the book and stutteringly explained to her that he wanted to ask her to read it for him because he heard it was a martial art used by Iskandar. She asks him if he received it from Philippos and that Philippos was weirdly nice to him. She then opens the book and asks him if he wants her to read all of it to him. He tells her that he can't understand just by looking at the pictures and she should help him with what she thinks is important. She became silent for a moment and told him that until now, He had never once blamed her, but he just told her that everyone makes mistakes and she shouldn't do it again, knowing that it also applied to him because he hadn't even lived a good life before. He then asked her what was on that page of the book, and she replied that it was the way of starting a fight when facing an opponent at a distance, but it was a dirty method because it said to collect a lot of saliva in one's mouth and then spit it on the opponent's face. This makes the opponent physiologically disgusted and will likely wipe their face. He told her that he had fought Iskandar, so he didn't think Iskandar would use it, and he was also the one who knows dignity, so he wouldn't do it. But Azalea continued that after that, he should lower his back and kick quickly, then drag his opponent down and overpower him. If he does that while running, it will add to his power, and it was the perfect time because after he spits on his enemy can't react quickly. At first, Kalli was only going to simply check the parts he didn't know, but after he learned something, he wanted to know more. Hours later, Azalea yawned, so he told her that they should end it there, and if he knew too much, he'd have a lot of thoughts when he fought. She worriedly asked him if he could win and told him that he was a pugilist and it was a martial art different from before. But he just asked her if she had already forgotten that he was the one with the title of Ogre Slayer, although he was so embarrassed to say it. She agreed with him, and he told her that he would go now. She knew that if Kalli loses, she'll be Iskandar's woman and wondered if it is what she can do for Kalli. She then rushingly stood up and grabbed Kalli's arm, telling him not to go. She then got closer to him and begged him not to. His face blushed looking at her face close, and the candles in the room were out when he finally kissed her. The next morning, Salavan was teasingly grinning at him. He asked her why she was smiling like that, and she replied that it seemed like he had just come back to his room at dawn. She then teasingly asked him the reason, making him panic in shyness and stutteringly reply that it was because the day before the match, so he needed time alone. While wondering how Salavan saw him at a time like that, the door to the stage opens, and before he comes out, Salavan tells him that he must win, to which he raises his fist as a yes. Inside, there was a swarm of knights around, and Philippos was in the center. The knights began to clang their swords against their shields while Philippos silently watched them from his throne. A knight then shouts that the third prince of the empire, Iskandar, and the descendant of the god of war will beat up the brat, Kalli. Iskandar tells them that it is refreshing, and the knights raise their swords in the air when Iskandar walks into the middle and excitedly tells everyone that it is such a nice day to smash someone. But Kalli just silently walks into the middle, determined to win. Philippos then announced that the winner would stand until the end. The one who loses would be regarded as defeated, and that this is the manifestation of the god of war. The fight is also approved by Emperor Alexandros. Iskandar then takes off his shirt, thinking that it is not only about Azalea anymore, and he doesn't have any choice but to crush Kalli. Iskandar then threw his shirt away and told Kalli not to shatter easily. Kalli now knows that it was ringer, not pugilism, and Iskandar is a difficult opponent. But he tells himself that he must win it at any cost, and he'll prove that strength is not everything. When they are both in the middle, a few knights surround them, giving them just enough space to fight. He then jumped at Iskandar at speed and punched Iskandar in the face, but he immediately stepped backward. Iskandar smilingly tells him that he can move properly now, and he expected it from the god doctor. Iskandar then launched his huge fist at him, and he dodged it. He then dodges every single punch thrown at him, and Iskandar feels like the air builds up around Kalli, which is bad for him. He was about to counterattack, but his body jumped away on its own, making him confused. He knew it was a good chance for a counterattack, but he wondered why he hesitated. Was it because he was afraid to lose something? Was he afraid to go all out? Suddenly, an attack appeared in front of him, and without any time to react, he just covered his face with his hands and got kicked. He was thrown away, slamming against the knights. Iskandar shouts at him, calling him a son of a bitch, and tells him to fight properly and get up. Iskandar noticed that he really had a good body reaction because he jumped back the moment he kicked him. He stood up after falling and stamped his injured foot on the ground, thinking that he was losing his mind now because he was thinking of something else in the middle of a fight. He then ran to meet Iskandar in the middle, who was running toward him too, while reminding himself not to hesitate. He then stopped running, positioned his feet, and launched his attack, but Iskandar saw an opening and do a spinning kick. However, he saw his attack and stop himself from moving forward and slid his body down slightly to avoid Iskandar's kick. He then forwarded his feet and punched Iskandar in the side. Iskandar coughed out blood, wondering if it was a human's fist. Iskandar tried to grab him in anger, but he managed to push Iskandar's hand away, knowing that if he got caught, it would be the end. No matter how hard he punched Iskandar, if he gave Iskandar time to recover, it would be his end. So, he punched Iskandar's side, face, and continuously punched Iskandar, planning not to let Iskandar recover. Philippos, who was watching, thought that pugilism was an incomplete fight technique that wouldn't perfectly work, but he guessed that it would be hard to win even using ringer. Philippos stares at Iskandar and tells him that he should do everything to win. Philippos then asks Iskandar if isn't that right. Princes in that empire undergo rigorous training akin to torture and are raised to become warriors. Although they are born with royal blood, if they are physically or mentally weak, they are not recognized as princes. Members of the imperial family, including the emperor, must always stand at the forefront, and for the soldiers of that empire, the royal family is the object of loyalty and the comrades who shed blood together. Iskandar is a born warrior, and when he meets a strong opponent, he feels more joy than fear and strives to surpass them, making Iskandar think that Kalli is just like him. He thinks that Iskandar would rush in right away but notices that he is calmly waiting to strike. So, he stopped and pushed his injured leg backward while thinking that if that was the case, he only had one way. Iskandar notices it and dashes towards him while shouting to him that it seems like his leg has reached its limit. Philippos sighed, knowing that it was a trap, and called his younger brother a stupid brat. Iskandar was close to grabbing him, and he waited for Iskandar, knowing that if the timing went wrong, he'd get beaten. But when he thinks the distance was enough, he punched Iskandar in the temple with all his might. He was glad that it went perfectly and saw Iskandar falling unconscious, but then Iskandar's pupils lit up, and even before Iskandar fell, he stood up and grabbed his body to drag him down, making him shocked. He was slammed into the ground, thinking that it was impossible, and asked if shouldn't Iskandar be unconscious after his attack. Iskandar then punched him in the stomach hard. One knight was happy to witness it, while the others were worried for him. Iskandar continuously attacked him while pinning him to the ground, and his blood splattered everywhere. Iskandar stopped when he snapped back to his senses and wondered when he had succeeded in making him fall down. But Iskandar continued to attack him and decided not to talk about it anymore. While being attacked, he thought it was perhaps because of the training Iskandar receives continuously that he can break, crush, and destroy his opponent brutally. He shakily crawled, knowing that he needed to escape, but Iskandar noticed it and grabbed his hand, making him shock. Iskandar then put him on an arm lock, and Iskandar forcefully squeezed his arm, causing him excruciating pain. He growled in pain, but Iskandar just shouted to him that he'd break him. He managed to raise his body with the help of his other arm and was shocked to notice the self-inflicted wound on Iskandar's leg from before. He then dug his fingers into the wound, which made Iskandar's whole body freeze in pain and scream, making Iskandar let go of his arm. He then punched Iskandar in the face and managed to stand up, while Iskandar was shaking in pain. He looked at his arm, wondering if his ligament got stretched, and saw Iskandar standing up. He noticed that Iskandar's leg was shaking in pain, so he asked Iskandar if he now understood what he felt, but Iskandar just smilingly called him a persistent son of a bitch. Philippos was sure that Iskandar was very much enjoying it and thought that to make someone from the royal family go all out, Kalli had to be as good as his guts were. Suddenly, Azalea ran forward to the stage and was panting from running. She sat down next to Philippos, and he told her that she was late, which she apologized for, but she was shocked when she saw Kalli injured and still fighting, making her clench her fists in worry but cheered for Kalli. Philippos tells her that he heard that Kalli is a slave of her family, which she agrees to, but Philippos tells her that if it is money, he'll give her whatever she wants to sell Kalli to him, making him stare at Philippos in surprise. Philippos tells her that he believes he can handle Kalli better than she can and that Kalli is too powerful to be confined by her limitations. This makes her shake with anger, and she tells Philippos she hopes he's joking. She admits that she knows Kalli is too good for her and asks if he's aware that her relationship with Kalli is not just that of master and slave. Philippos retorts by asking if she is willing to marry him and if she wasn't the one who shifted allegiance to Iskandar's side back then. She replies that she'll do whatever Kalli wants, whether it's freedom, struggle, or marriage, and that she'll support Kalli in whatever he chooses to do. Moments later, Iskandar, breathless and battered, admits that Kalli is stronger than he thought. However, Iskandar believes that pride is a luxury for the victor, so he must win at all costs. Kalli, also exhausted, silently stares at Iskandar, aware that he can only strike with his right hand now due to the pain in his left. He even considers using his teeth to attack Iskandar, feeling his leg reaching its limit. He thinks that winning over Iskandar in his current state would be immensely satisfying. Iskandar then launches an attack, thinking he must reach the pinnacle to reclaim his pride. Kalli dodges Iskandar's assault and avoids his subsequent strikes, reflecting on how he has lived as Park Kangti for almost 30 years and is determined to channel all his years as Kalli into this fight because his life as Kalli matters. He bends down to avoid Iskandar's grip, and when Iskandar tries to knee him, Kalli blocks it with his own knee, shocking Iskandar. Kalli then lands a left fist on Iskandar's side. Despite the pain, Iskandar lifts his fist and aims for Kalli's face, but Kalli swiftly avoids it and launches his right fist. Iskandar is taken aback, but Kalli remains focused, knowing that hitting Iskandar's jaw could end the fight. He succeeds in landing the blow, but is stunned when Iskandar merely shouts in pain. Kalli calls Iskandar a crazy bastard for blocking the attack with his head. Iskandar then headbutted Kalli, causing him to scream in pain and start bleeding. Iskandar grabbed one of Kalli's feet, shouting that he was the descendant of the god of war and the great man of their empire. With all his might, Iskandar swung Kalli and threw him, declaring himself Iskandar, the third prince. Kalli slammed into the ground near the stage and couldn't move, cursing because of Iskandar's powerful throw. He then heard footsteps approaching and saw Azalea through blurry eyes. Her sad face made him beg her not to look at him like that, almost crying. Azalea wiped her tears, bent down, and told Kalli to bring her victory, as always. Encouraged by her words, he smiled, sat up, walked past the knights, and stopped in front of Iskandar. For a moment, they stared at each other in silence. Iskandar then asked Kalli if he knew why he didn't fall. Kalli replied that it was because his head was just for decoration and asked Iskandar if he had only been hit on his head today. Iskandar corrected him, saying it was because he was the descendant of the god of war, and that's why he wouldn't lose, having holy blood in his body. Kalli calmly responded that today would be his victory because the goddess of fortune had just arrived. Iskandar, realizing he was referring to Azalea, became jealous and gathered a lot of saliva in his mouth, rushing to attack. Kalli remembered Azalea explaining to him that when facing a distant opponent, they should collect saliva and spit it on the opponent's face, causing physiological disgust and making them wipe their face. Realizing his mistake, Kalli understood that Iskandar would do anything to win because victory was his pride. As Iskandar spat at him, Kalli caught the saliva before it hit his face, shocking Iskandar and buying time to land a punch on Iskandar's jaw, this time successfully. Iskandar stuttered, asking how Kalli knew about his tactic. Kalli replied that he heard the goddess's voice. Iskandar, calling it nonsense, collapsed to the ground. Kalli then collapsed to his knees as well. Philippos stood up from his chair, proclaiming that Kalli's victory had been witnessed by him, the first prince of the Philippos Empire and the proud soldier of the empire. He announced that Kalli the pugilist had won the match and that the empire and the god of war acknowledged it. The knights around Kalli then kneeled before him, surprising him. Philippos walked away, telling Kalli that he could take everything as the winner. Kalli, smiling, then passed out and collapsed to the ground. Days later, John tells Kalli that only his leg is severely injured and that both he and Iskandar are incredibly tough. John also mentions that for normal people, it usually takes a month or more to recover, but Kalli woke up in just 3 days. Surprised, Kalli asks about Iskandar. John replies that Iskandar, having endured many illnesses since infancy, is practically stronger and is now eating voraciously. Laughing, John asks why Kalli is concerned about Iskandar when his own injury is more severe. Kalli then asks John how long it will take for his leg to heal. John, knowing that Kalli's muscles are strong and elastic, acknowledges this as the secret to his incredible strength and recovery speed. However, because his current injury is quite severe, even with rehabilitation, it will likely take a year. Kalli responds that it's too long. John, irritated, asks if Kalli wants him to cut his leg off and put a prosthetic on instead. Kalli sighs and apologizes, which only irritates John more. Before leaving, John reminds Kalli to keep what he said in mind. After John leaves, Kalli lies back on his bed, sighing, but sits up in shock when Iskandar bursts into the room, angrily calling him a jerk. Iskandar grabs Kalli by the shirt, demanding to know if he studied a textbook, because otherwise, it doesn't make sense how he could have won. Kalli shows him the book, explaining that he got it from Philippos. Iskandar shouts that whether Philippos is his brother or not, he'll make sure to crush him, unaware that Philippos is standing behind him. Philippos then asks Iskandar what he means by crush him to death and sarcastically remarks that it's a nice way to think about him. Philippos then suggests they loosen up Iskandar's body for a while, causing Iskandar to stutter in fear, asking why Philippos lent his ringer technique textbook to Kalli. Philippos replies that it's not fair for a pugilist to fight against a ringer and asks if Iskandar will be satisfied with it, while placing a chair near Kalli's bed, making Iskandar shake in fear. Philippos then congratulates Kalli on winning the match and expresses his happiness, clapping. He asks Kalli if he heard correctly that the treatment for his leg will take at least a year. Kalli replies that he is considering other ways to cure it sooner, wondering what Philippos is up to this time. Philippos acknowledges that it's a great idea to think of another way but points out a problem: Kalli's status and nationality. Foreigners like him and Azalea are not allowed to stay in the Empire for more than 3 months. Although this law is not usually enforced strictly due to mutual respect for territories, it is different inside the palace due to security issues. Unless Kalli is a diplomatic envoy, it is definitely illegal for a foreigner to stay for an extended period. Iskandar asks Philippos if there aren't many foreign guests in the imperial palace and what they should do about them, making Philippos stare at him furiously. Iskandar quickly shuts his mouth, shaking in fear behind Philippos. Kalli then asks Philippos if he's saying there's no other way for him to get treatment there. Philippos replies that there is a way, but he must be a free man. Shocked, Kalli asks what he means by that. Philippos explains that foreigners who become experts in their fields and hold important positions can stay for extended periods. With Kalli's skill, it would be possible to appoint him as a martial arts instructor at Philippos' discretion. However, it is not within Philippos' rights to bring someone else's slave and give them a position as he pleases, so Kalli must become a free man. Kalli asks if Philippos thinks Azalea would give up a slave she invested so much effort in to cure his leg so easily. Philippos replies that she will, and asks if Kalli is just a mere slave to Azalea. Philippos then seriously tells Kalli that if he asks for more, Azalea might even give him other things besides freedom. He asks Kalli if he wants to remain crippled forever. Kalli, silent and deep in thought, prompts Philippos to offer to speak to Azalea on his behalf, but Kalli insists that it's not something that should be said through someone else. Philippos stands up, thinking that Kalli is such an excellent pugilist that he could overpower Iskandar in part, making him a potential great assassin or guard. A moment later, while walking in the corridor, Azalea happily calls out to Kalli. He looks at their knights confusedly, while they teasingly tell him that their business is over and they should get out of the way quickly. This irritates Kalli, making him wonder why he feels something is strange. Inside a room, Azalea asks about his condition. He replies that he still can't move freely but is fine otherwise. They fall silent, making him curse under his breath, wondering what to talk about and how to broach the subject that night, remembering their intimate evening. She asks if something is embarrassing him. He sighs and tells her she might not trust him if he says it, even though he's visibly flustered. She shyly agrees that it might make things awkward. He tells her it will take at least a year to cure his leg. She asks if this means they can't go back together. He continues, telling her that Philippos said he needed to become a free man to receive treatment there. She clenches her fists in response. He explains to her that foreigners need a position to stay long term, but slaves can't hold such positions, even if a prince grants it to them. She replies that she understands and will prepare the necessary documents soon. He tells her not to worry because once he is properly healed, he will return, and they should defeat the champion of their kingdom first and then the champion of the empire. She smilingly calls him stupid and explains that the pugilist competition only takes place in the kingdom. He replies that this gives him more reason to go back. She calmly tells him that he doesn't have to return because Philippos can do more than she can. He responds that Philippos doesn't have what he needs, and it doesn't matter if it's a kingdom or an empire, his desires remain unchanged, whether he is a slave or a free man. He vows to do what he wants from now on and swears he'll definitely come back, making her smile and sigh. She then congratulates him on his freedom, which he thanks her for before leaving. A few days later, Kalli is a free man, but he feels indifferent about it, as it doesn't seem important to him. Sullivan offering a handshake, saying that although it was a short time, it was an honor to journey with him. He replies that he feels the same and thanks her for everything, shaking her hand. She tells him that she plans to retire soon and open a store in Korea, inviting him to visit sometimes. Azalea then appears a little distance away, asking if he hadn't come to meet her and telling him to be careful with his sore leg. She mentions that she wanted to take care of him but acknowledges that he's not her slave anymore. He tells her to get home safely and not to get kidnapped by bandits like before. She jokingly replies that she'll call him when she has a lot of kids with the bandit leaders, making him say he's really worried now. He then calls for Rovo, who happily runs to him. He begs Azalea to take Rovo with her, making her ask why, pointing out that he'll be alone without Rovo. He explains that if he's busy with treatment, no one will be able to take care of Rovo, and there are many people at Aegis who will care for him, so she should bring Rovo with her. He tells Rovo to keep an eye on Azalea while he's away and asks if it understands, which Rovo responds to with a bark. Azalea then tells him they will be off now, which he nods at, not expecting that his stay in the Empire would be longer than anticipated. He ends up spending 2 years in the Empire. This record wasn't preserved in Imperial history, however, when Kalli left the Empire, Philippos was referred to as the Emperor. 2 years ago, the former Emperor of the Empire stepped down from the throne after the end of the Northern Conquest when his strength weakened. The first prince, Philippos, then ascended as Emperor. Philippos fearlessly removed any opposition, even if they shared the same bloodline. During his reign, 4 of the 7 princes died. The second prince, Oritz, who incited rebellion within the royal family due to dissatisfaction with the empire, died at the hands of Kalli under Philippos' command. However, rumors claimed he was killed by barbarians. Kalli then asks Philippos if he is going to use that as an excuse to keep him, reminding Philippos that he initially said it was just for 1 year, but now he is being stubborn. Philippos tells him that sometimes he misses the innocent Kalli from 2 years ago. Kalli replies that he is tired of being tricked. Philippos expresses regret, saying he wishes Kalli could stay with him, but Kalli dismisses this, telling Philippos to quickly find a girl and get married. Philippos declares that he won't be getting married because he wants the next emperor to be chosen not based on royal blood, but on strength and intellectual ability, whether from a noble family or a commoner. As Kalli walks away, he wishes Philippos good luck with everything as a goodbye, but Philippos grabs something and asks him to accept it. Kalli looks at the badge, and Philippos explains that it signifies him as one of the emperor's representatives, usually only carried by envoys who receive his edict. A moment later, in John's office, John asks Kalli if he is just a martial arts instructor, expressing disbelief that Kalli can carry out Philippos's missions perfectly. John comments that it feels like yesterday when he treated Kalli's leg. Kalli replies that it was a terrible experience and swears he won't go through it again, making John sigh. Due to the medical technology of the time, anesthesia was rumored to damage the brain, so Kalli chose to undergo surgery without it. He then tells John that Philippos is curious about his abilities and true identity, but John shakes his head, saying it isn't the right time to reveal it. Kalli asks if he's right that if Philippos finds out, he'll be excited rather than scared. To which John agrees. Kalli's disciples are part of a unit directly under Philippos's shadow guard. They are all loyal and share life and death together, and Kalli grows quite fond of them, making his departure regrettable. One of his disciples gives him a sword, telling him to take care of himself and accept the present. Surprised, Kalli tells them that they know he doesn't use swords and, moreover, that it looks expensive. His disciple explains that it costs 3 months' salary for the 3 of them, which shocks Kalli even more. He tells them that if he has a child later, he will pass down the sword as a family heirloom. When it's time for him to leave, Philippos and John tell him to take care, and his disciples wish him a safe journey back home. Kalli remembers Iskandar and tells them he can't say goodbye because Iskandar is still conquering the west. With that, he says his final goodbye and departs. Later, he arrives at the western frontier city Arzan and remembers that Arzan is famous for its jewelry. Thinking it would make a good gift for Azalea, he asks an old man which store sells the best gemstones in Arzan. The old man replies that Arzan's gemstones are the best in every store, but Kalli explains that he wants something special. The old man understands and whispers that he should try the auction house because all the shops and street vendors there only sell second-rate gemstones. Kalli heads to the auction building, but a guard shouts that he can't just enter without paying at least 2,000 guilds. Kalli takes out a bag and shows a lot of guilds, asking the guard if he can enter now. The guard, stuttering, replies that he can. Once the bidders are assembled, the host thanks them for waiting and presents a ruby worked on by Mr. Quilherson. The host explains that the gemstone has received the highest grade rating for its vivid red color and starts the bidding at 5,000 guilds. The bids quickly rise to 10,000, then 15,000, 20,000, and finally, at 25,000 guilds, only one person raises a hand. The host calls this the last price and asks if there are any higher bids. Kalli raises his hand and offers 30,000 guilds, shocking the host, who shouts that it's the highest price for today's auction. However, other bidders are angered, shouting that it's nonsense and doubting he even has that much money. Then, another bidder offers 33,000 guilds, shocking Kalli. The host asks if the bidder is Count Boromarl, the richest noble in the kingdom. The host shouts the bid of 33,000 guilds while Kalli and Boromarl stare at each other. The host asks if there are any more bids, but Kalli then offers 40,000 guilds, thinking the ruby will be his, shocking everyone. Boromarl then bids 45,000 guilds, which angers and frustrates Kalli. Boromarl teasingly apologizes, saying he'll give it to his wife, and suggests Kalli find a different gift for his lover, infuriating him further. Kalli leaves the auction, fuming, thinking that the ruby would have been a perfect gift for Azalea. Determined, he decides to look for different gemstones. As he walks away, he notices someone hiding behind a nearby building, observing him. Realizing that they are not just petty thieves but likely nobles, given their neat attire, he senses a confrontation brewing. A nobleman steps out, calling Kalli and asking where he got so much money. Kalli shows the bag of guilds to the nobleman, who is accompanied by huge guards. The nobleman accuses him of stealing the money, making Kalli wonder if the man followed him from the auction house. Noticing there are 4 big guys and one who seems to be the leader, Kalli guesses they are unarmed. He throws his bag and sword to the ground and asks the nobleman how a noble can act like a thug, adding that now he understands why Philippos wants to reform the empire. He then seriously tells them to come at him. The nobleman orders his men to teach Kalli a lesson. The huge men rush to attack, but they stop in shock when one of them is thrown back, coughing up blood from just one punch. The force of the blow sends the man flying, leaving the other men and the nobleman frozen in their tracks. Kalli then tells them that he forgot to mention he can't control his strength because he has only fought against tough opponents until now, and hopes they understand. A moment later, all the nobleman's guards collapsed on the ground. The nobleman stutteringly called them useless, but then was shocked when Kalli appeared behind him. The nobleman stutteringly asked Kalli if he knew who he was, and before the nobleman could continue speaking, Kalli slapped him and kicked him, telling him that he didn't care who he was, only knowing that he was a gangster disguised as a noble. The nobleman was down on the ground, crying and begging Kalli to wait. Kalli sat down and asked the nobleman if he was from that kingdom. The nobleman asked how Kalli knew, and Kalli replied that it was because he acts like one of them. Kalli then grabbed the man's collar, telling him that it was great, and ordered him to tell everything he knew about Count Boromarl. The nobleman replied that Boromarl is just a rich man, unlike Boromarl's father, who was the treasurer of that kingdom. He added that Boromarl has neither ambition nor ability, and his family is a sample of the idiom, "A rich man may perish in 3 generations." The nobleman also mentioned that Boromarl likes to travel, but Kalli shouted that he didn't need that kind of information and asked if there was anything important. While shaking the nobleman, he insisted on more useful information. The nobleman then told him that Boromarl likes pugilism, like other nobles in the kingdom, which Kalli saw as his opportunity. Later, in a lodging in Arzen, Boromarl looked at the red gemstone, saying he spent more than he intended. He didn't plan to bet so recklessly just to satisfy his pride and blamed it on the mercenary brat, Kalli. Boromarl decided not to mind him since he had already bought the gem. Suddenly, Boromarl heard his men asking someone where they were going. Someone replied that they had business with Boromarl. Boromarl opened the door, shouting to ask why it was so noisy and what was going on. He then saw Kalli and recognized him from the auction. Kalli couldn't believe that Boromarl still remembered him and asked if they could have a moment. Boromarl waved him away, replying that he was not in the mood. But then Kalli asked if Boromarl liked pugilism, which caught Boromarl's attention. A moment later, Kalli tells Boromarl that he is a pugilist. Boromarl, surprised, says he thought Kalli was a mercenary, but it turns out he is a pugilist. Boromarl asks if Kalli came because of a grudge about the auction, to which Kalli replies that while he didn't come because of the auction, it is true that he wants the gemstone because he knows a woman who would look good with it. Boromarl says he understands but notes that 40,000 guilds is all Kalli has. He offers to sell the gemstone for 50,000 guilds and asks what Kalli would do. Kalli proposes to use his fists to earn the 50,000 guilds, offering to fight under Boromarl's name for 10,000 guilds per match. He asks Boromarl what he thinks of the offer, promising that if he loses even once, he'll give Boromarl all the money and give up on the gemstone. Kalli knew it was a bit reckless but was confident in his pugilism skills. He also knew that pugilism was a strong stimulus for hungry aristocrats, satisfying their cravings for more decadent and stimulating amusements. These aristocrats, living in peace behind the sturdy shield of the empire, gradually began to desire more thrilling experiences. This description fit Count Boromarl perfectly. Boromarl, intrigued, replies that it'll be fun and asks Kalli for his name. Kalli proudly replies that his name is Kalli. 2 days later, in the arena, another count asks Boromarl if Kalli is a pugilist under his name, expressing his anticipation for the fight. Boromarl replies that it's just something to soothe boredom. The count mentions that Kalli's opponent is tough. Boromarl sighs, replying that even if Kalli loses, he can just go back to his fiefdom, knowing that Kalli's opponent is the strongest pugilist in Arzen. On the other hand, Kalli stood in the ring, smiling, thinking that it had been a long time since he participated in a pugilism match. He stared at his opponent, analyzing him. He noticed that his opponent was not as tall as Kicho but had long arms and legs, with well-balanced muscles. Judging by the scars, he must be experienced in the field. The referee shouted for the match to start, and Kalli immediately attacked. But the man easily dodged his strikes. The man thought Kalli was fast, and his intimidating gaze made him feel like he was being observed, which was unpleasant. The man then launched his fist at Kalli, who dodged but got a small scratch on his face. Ignoring the scratch, Kalli focused on his opponent, noting that Richie was surely taller, which meant he needed to get closer. Kalli put his weight on his healed leg and launched attacks from the perfect position, shocking his opponent. The man swung his fist to counterattack, successfully pushing Kalli back a little. Covering his face, Kalli realized the man kept his distance due to his long arms and legs, but his powerful punches and pressure earned him the title of the strongest fighter in Arzen. The man launched another fist to attack, but Kalli easily dodged and hit the man's side, making him scream in pain. Boromarl and his friend were shocked. The man couldn't believe Kalli closed the distance, but he was even more shocked when Kalli appeared in front of him at lightning speed and told him he wouldn't let him do anything. Kalli then punched the man in the chest, causing him to kneel on the ground in pain. proudly, Kalli hit his chest with his fist and raised it while shouting praises for Boromarl in front of the other counts and nobles. The nobles screamed in excitement, and Boromarl stood up proudly, shouting that it was amazing. Boromarl then smiled at Kalli, who smiled back, thinking that he was sure this would satisfy Boromarl. When the fight was done, they returned to Boromarl's mansion. Drunk, Boromarl told Kalli that he should have seen everyone's shocked and amazed expressions, adding that he was delighted. Kalli replied that he was glad Boromarl was satisfied. Boromarl mentioned that he would like to make Kalli his personal pugilist. But since Kalli was heading back to his hometown, he asked where Kalli had been and what he had been up to all this time. Kalli explained that he was a fist fight instructor in the Empire, and was on his way back home. He then told Boromarl to keep the jewelry safe, which Boromarl agreed to, advising Kalli to get some rest as he had to leave right away tomorrow. A moment later, with Boromarl asleep from the drink, Kalli left the room, reflecting that Boromarl was quite a nice person, albeit a bit dim. As he was leaving, someone called him. Looking back, he saw the chief guard and wondered why he was being summoned. Kalli smilingly told the chief guard that they would meet frequently for a while, so he could be comfortable around him. The chief guard, however, just turned and left, making Kalli feel awkward. The next day, Boromarl left Arzen to prepare for the upcoming fist fight match. As the sun was about to set, the chief guard walked closer to Boromarl to report that they were going to camp there for the night. Kalli looked around and suggested they move to a more open place, explaining that the area was surrounded by forests in all directions and that he believed a more open space would let in a bit of moonlight. He also noted that they still had time before sundown. The chief guard, annoyed, angrily told him to mind his own business, insisting that whether they went further or not, it was all forest and better to leave tomorrow. Kalli reluctantly agreed and sat under one of the trees, wondering if he had offended the chief guard before deciding to just sleep. Hours later, Kalli was sleeping peacefully when he heard Boromarl shouting for someone to be careful, which woke him up. He wondered why it was so noisy. He then heard Boromarl stutteringly shouting at someone, asking what he was doing. Kalli saw a man behind him, telling him that he had no personal grudge against him and that he should just consider it bad luck. The man raised his sword, but Kalli quickly stood up, grabbed his blanket, and used it on the man, and punched him in the face, causing the man to collapse on the ground. Kalli wondered what had just happened as he looked at the guard lying on the ground. On the other hand, Boromarl was shakily holding a sword and shouting, asking why they were trying to kill him and if it was because of the jewel. He then offered to give them as many as they wanted, but the chief guard called Boromarl a stupid count and said he would let him know why they were doing it as a gift for the afterlife. The chief guard explained that it was because his nephew was old enough to inherit his stupid uncle's fortune, shocking Boromarl. He asked the chief guard what he meant and how the kid he raised as his own could do this. The chief guard said he would take the red gemstone first. Boromarl wondered if he was going to die at the hands of the people he trusted. But then someone hit the chief guard's head with a rock. Kalli, dragging the collapsed guard, told them they would be in trouble if they took the jewel because he had reserved it first. Kalli noticed that there were 10 heavily armed guards, realizing he couldn't handle them barehanded. He put on gloves from the passed-out guard and took his sword, knowing he really needed to use it. Positioning himself, he admitted he wasn't confident with a sword. The chief guard ordered his men to kill him. One man tried to slash Kalli, but he managed to block the attacks with the sword. Seeing an opening, he lifted his fist and punched the man in the face while still blocking the sword with his other hand. The man's bone cracked, and a few teeth fell out. Kalli then turned to Boromarl asking if he wanted to live. Boromarl, who replied that he did want to live, thinking that with Kalli's help, he might survive. Kalli picked up stones from the ground, telling Boromarl that if he wanted to live, he should break through and run to him. He threw the stones, hitting the guards in front of Boromarl, who stutteringly replied that he couldn't do it. Realizing Boromarl couldn't make it on his own, Kalli knew he needed to get rid of the guards. With the distance, he thought it would be hard to handle everything. He then shouted at Boromarl, telling him if he still wanted to live, he had to move and get through it, making Boromarl shake and sweat in fear. Count Boromarl's life had been like a neatly packaged road, smooth, tranquil, and devoid of any obstacles. Having lived comfortably in a world laid out by his ancestors, he had never achieved anything through his own efforts. Kalli's words pierced Boromarl's heart, shaking him from his complacency. With newfound determination, Boromarl managed to swing his sword continuously while running past the guards. The chief guard called the guards stupid jerks, demanding to know why they weren't stopping Boromarl. The chief guard managed to catch Boromarl and raised his sword to kill him, slashing one of Boromarl's arms. Shocked and in pain, Boromarl dropped his sword but continued running toward Kalli in tears. Kalli rushed to meet Boromarl, who begged him to save him. Kalli grabbed Boromarl, complimenting his spirit, and carried him on his shoulder. They ran, knowing that if they were late, Boromarl would bleed to death. The chief guard shouted to his men not to let them escape and ordered them to shoot. A guard holding a bow released an arrow, but Kalli noticed it and told Boromarl to hold on. As the arrow neared, Kalli punched it in half and deflected other arrows with his hand. The chief guard and the guards were stunned. Catching his breath and exhausted, Kalli lifted Boromarl and ran at top speed. 3 days later, they arrived at the western desert. Kalli cursed, unable to believe how the surrounding terrain had changed overnight. They had entered the desert to avoid being tracked. Kalli's plan was to enter the kingdom through the desert, but it was more mysterious than he had anticipated. Boromarl leaning on the cave wall, complaining and offering Kalli the jewelry. Annoyed, Kalli told Boromarl that if he had the energy to whine, he should use it to walk and stop talking, or he would leave him behind. Suddenly, they heard horses approaching. Looking back, Kalli saw desert tribesmen on their horses coming toward them. He told Boromarl they needed to go the other way, but Boromarl pointed behind them. Kalli turned and saw another group of tribesmen approaching. Kalli noticed that they were completely surrounded by the tribesmen, but when they were taken, they were given a lot of food. One of the tribesmen tried to say something in a different language while pointing at the table full of food. Kalli asked the man if they wanted them to eat, but Boromarl, fearful, asked if they were being fattened up to be eaten later, recalling rumors that desert tribes were cannibals. Kalli began to eat and told Boromarl they should eat first. Boromarl then noticed something and asked about the huge statue in front of them. Kalli replied that it looked like a wooden sculpture and commented on their skillfulness. The man said Khan, and Kalli asked if it was Khan, to which the man replied to Khan. Kalli didn't know what it meant, but he guessed they worshipped something called Khan and noticed that symbols of it were all over the village. A few days later, the man put food in front of Kalli again, making him remark that his stomach would explode if they kept eating. Boromarl fearfully asked how he could continue to live like that, saying he was sick of it. Kalli told Boromarl they should endure it and reminded him that many people live without both arms. Boromarl reminded him that not everyone was as strong as Kalli, but Kalli replied that no one is born strong, strength is developed. He then asked Boromarl if he knew that even the emperor of the empire almost died in his mother's womb. Kalli told Boromarl that whether emperor or slave, everyone is born with clenched fists, and besides, Boromarl still had his left arm, which brought tears to Boromarl's eyes. Suddenly, the tribesmen barged into their room, speaking in another language. They threw Kalli and Boromarl outside, making Boromarl stutteringly shout that he knew they were going to eat them. One of the tribesmen hit Kalli on the nape with a stick while Kalli shouted at them not to touch him. Kalli collapsed, making Boromarl worriedly call his name. The tribesmen dragged them to a cliff where they saw a huge pillar with a horn, leaving Boromarl wondering where they were being taken. The tribesmen tied them to the pillars and continuously called Dakan Yaren in front of a cave. After that, the tribesmen ran away, leaving them there. Boromarl panicked, asking what they were doing. He then heard a huge growling sound coming from inside the cave, terrifying him. He tried to wake Kalli and told him about the strange sound, but when Kalli didn't respond, Boromarl teared up in fear. Despite his fear, Boromarl tried to gather himself, knowing it was now up to him. A moment later, as the sun rises, Kalli wakes up feeling dizzy. Boromarl notices it and is glad that Kalli is finally awake. Kalli, confused, asks Boromarl what just happened. Boromarl explains that after Kalli fainted, they were dragged to the cave, tied up, and that there are living monsters inside. Still disoriented, Kalli asks what he means by monsters, unaware that a creature is growling at him from within the cave. He is shocked when he hears it, and Boromarl asks if he heard that, confirming his suspicion that the monster had been watching them all night. Kalli then tells Boromarl that it must be the Dakan, the creature the desert tribes spoke of, and that they're likely the sacrifices. Boromarl asks why the monster didn't eat them, and Kalli guesses that it didn't want to eat cold food and was waiting for the sun to warm them up first. Suddenly, Kalli is shocked to see Boromarl's teeth broken and his mouth bleeding. He notices that the ropes binding him are ripped. Boromarl, with a pained expression, tells him that he thought he had just done something meaningful for the first time in his life. He urges Kalli to run, warning that if they notice him untying his ropes, it'll be too late. Boromarl insists that Kalli shouldn't die in a place like this, which surprises him. Kalli quickly moves his arms, thanking Boromarl, and manages to free himself. But before he can escape, a huge monkey-like creature emerges from the cave. Boromarl shouts for him to run, but Kalli ties the rope around his arm and calmly asks what nonsense Boromarl is talking about, dismissing the creature as just a monkey. He throws off his cape as Boromarl continues to shout at him to flee, warning that the creature is far stronger than it looks. Kalli, however, remains silent, comparing the difference between him and the monkey to that of him and an ogre. He reassures himself that it's just a monkey, albeit a much larger one with long fangs. The monkey screams, and Kalli mockingly calls it a monkey beast, daring it to attack. The creature charges at him, and though Kalli blocks it with his arm, the monkey's strength is double what he anticipated, throwing him back. He quickly realizes its range is longer than he thought. Acting fast, Kalli grabs a handful of sand and throws it into the monkey's eyes, temporarily blinding it. He seizes the opportunity, jumping forward to punch the creature in the face. However, his attack only causes minimal damage, leaving him in disbelief that he put all his strength into that hit, yet the monkey barely got a nosebleed. The monkey retaliates, grabbing Kalli back to gain force before hurling him to the ground. The impact is brutal, and Kalli feels a sharp pain as he notices his side bleeding. Furious and frustrated, he acknowledges that he stands no chance of winning this fight, especially now that a bone is piercing his body. But despite the odds, he forces himself to stand, knowing that if he tries to remove the bone, he'll die from bleeding out first. Determined, he decides to attack one more time, gripping the sharp bones and shouting at the monkey to come at him. The monkey halts its approach, and Kalli realizes it's not attacking because it sees the bones as weapons. Recognizing the creature's intelligence, he rushes forward, knowing that if the battle drags on, he'll be at a disadvantage. The monkey swings its fist at him, but Kalli dodges, closing the distance. He swings the sharp bone in his hand, stabbing it into the monkey's side. But the bone barely pierces its skin. Undeterred, he throws the other bone from his other hand and forcefully drives it into the monkey's side, this time successfully penetrating the flesh. The monkey roars in pain and in a desperate move, slaps Kalli hard. He nearly collapses from the blow, but manages to hold himself together, driving the bone deeper into the monkey's side, causing it to scream even louder. Boromarl, witnessing the fierce battle, is shocked and wonders how Kalli can grow stronger as he fights. Kalli then slammed his body into the monkey and began to punch it repeatedly. The monkey raised both its hands, attempting to smash him, but Kalli slid under the creature just in time to dodge the attack. He quickly turned around and sat up, facing the monkey head-on. Untying the rope from his arm, he dashed toward the beast. But his vision suddenly became blurry. The monkey seized the moment, landing a punch that made Kalli cough up blood. Despite the pain, he managed to endure it and grabbed the monkey's hand. Kalli then wrapped the rope around the monkey's head, weaving it tightly as he maneuvered around its back. He pulled the rope with all his might, causing the monkey to panic as it struggled to breathe. In a desperate attempt to free itself, the monkey slammed Kalli against the cave wall, horrifying Boromarl. The creature continued to bash him into the wall, trying to force him to let go, but Kalli held on, pulling the rope tighter. The monkey, now frantic, grabbed at the rope and began tearing it apart. Panicking as the rope started to give way, Kalli looked down at his side, where a bone was still lodged. With a scream of pain, he ripped the bone from his side and, with all his strength, drove it into the monkey's head. The monkey fell to the ground, dead, with the bone protruding from its eye. Exhausted, Kalli turned away from the corpse and began walking out of the cave, leaving the dead beast behind. Boromarl, stunned, called out his name with a stutter as he saw him emerge from the cave. He asked Kalli if he was okay, to which Kalli sarcastically responded, asking if he looked fine, before telling Boromarl to stay still so he could untie him. After untying Boromarl, the man was moved to tears, expressing disbelief that Kalli had returned after defeating the monster. But then Boromarl panicked as Kalli didn't respond, remaining on his knees. Boromarl quickly lifted Kalli onto his shoulder and began to walk away, carrying him. However, he stopped in shock when he saw a swarm of people approaching them. He wondered if they were assassins sent after them or perhaps a desert tribe, but quickly realized the group was far too large to be assassins. He then noticed a flag among the group and wondered if they were part of an army. Deciding not to dwell on it, he knew he needed to escape quickly. As he tried to turn around, someone ordered him to stop, introducing themselves as the Western Conquest Army of the Empire. The man leading the group demanded Boromarl identify himself. Boromarl responded that he was Jensen Boromarl, the Lord of Boromarl County. The soldiers laughed, pointing out the injured man on his shoulder and mockingly mentioning that Boromarl was even missing an arm. However, another man ordered them not to laugh, calling it rude. The man on horseback then addressed Boromarl, saying he had heard rumors of a beast worshipped by the local barbarians, and asked if he had seen it. He introduced himself as Iskandar, the leader of the Western Conquest Army of the Empire. Boromarl struggled to respond properly, but then Iskandar dismounted his horse and noticed Kalli behind Boromarl, prompting him to ask what Kalli was doing there. A moment later, as they settled into the tents, Iskandar was furious upon learning that Kalli had defeated the monkey first. He shouted that it should have been him who beat the god of the barbarians, causing Boromarl to become fearful. Stuttering, Boromarl asked Iskandar if he knew Kalli, to which Iskandar replied, of course, while glaring at Kalli, who was unconscious in the bed. Iskandar then angrily kicked the bed, causing Kalli to fall to the ground. The army physician, clearly frightened, reminded Iskandar that Kalli was still in critical condition. But Iskandar shook Kalli roughly, dismissing the concern, saying that Kalli wouldn't die just because of a hole in his stomach, knowing that Kalli was a monster himself. Iskandar continued to call out to him, shaking him until Kalli finally woke up and saw Iskandar's face. Confused, Kalli instinctively punched Iskandar, who then kicked him out of the tent, shouting that he treated him with all his heart. The physician panicked and stutteringly explained that he had just treated Kalli, but Kalli soon came to his senses. Once he confirmed it was Iskandar, he asked him why he was there. Iskandar responded that he had said he was going to conquer the western desert, and had never heard that Kalli was leaving the empire. He added that Kalli had left without even saying goodbye. Kalli dismissively asked what the point was of saying goodbye to someone as muscle-brained as him, which made Iskandar curse him. Boromarl, shocked, wondered how Kalli could behave this way toward the Grand Duke. A moment later, Iskandar told Boromarl that they should start as soon as his wound healed, but Boromarl remained silent. Kalli called his name, prompting Boromarl to confess that he was honestly scared to go back because the nephew he raised like a son had tried to kill him. Despite this, Boromarl admitted that he wanted to hear directly from his nephew why he had done it. Kalli agreed and told Boromarl that they should confront that ungrateful wretch. Later, at Boromarl Castle, Kalli was crawling through the window of someone's room. It was Began Boromarl's room, the nephew of Count Boromarl. Kalli greeted Began, waking him up. Began sat up in a panic when he saw Kalli, stuttering as he asked what the hell he was doing there. But Kalli angrily called Began an ungrateful brat and accused him of sleeping well after trying to kill his uncle. When Began attempted to call for help, Kalli quickly grabbed his mouth and told him that it had taken him about a month to get there and asked if they should finish this quickly. Kalli then kicked Began's door open, startling the guards outside. They shouted, demanding to know who he was, but Kalli just pointed his knife at Began's neck and calmly replied that he was an assassin, asking them what was wrong. The guards noticed that he was holding their lord, Began, hostage and shouted that they needed to save him. But Began, panicking, ordered his guards to back off, asking if they wanted to see him die. Kalli, teasingly, asked the guards if they had heard their lord and told them they were heading straight to the castle gate. A moment later, at the gate, Kalli shouted at the surrounding guards, who were aiming their spears at him, to get out of his way, threatening that if they didn't, their master would die. Began, seeing the situation, shouted at Kalli to look around, pointing out that he was already surrounded and that it wasn't too late to let him go. Began then tried to bribe him, asking if he needed money and shouting for him to name his price. But Kalli simply smiled and replied, "No need," before ordering the guards to open the gate. Began shouted to the guards not to open it, but Kalli interrupted, forcing Began to choose between his left arm or right arm. When Began hesitated, confused, Kalli punched his right arm, declaring, "It's the right arm," causing Began to scream and cry out in pain. Kalli then threatened to break Began's other arm if the guards didn't open the gate. In fear, Began shouted at the guards to hurry up and open it, which they did. As the gate opened, Began's horror grew when he saw his uncle, Boromarl, standing outside. Boromarl ordered the guards to lower their weapons, warning that anyone who laid a hand on his friend would be executed. The guards, gripping their weapons tightly, were stunned. They had always thought of Boromarl as a timid man and couldn't believe he would say such a thing. Began, desperate, shouted at the guards not to listen to Boromarl, claiming that he was the Count now. But Boromarl silenced him with a shout, demanding to know how Began dared to try to assassinate him and then pretend to be the Count. Boromarl then threw his sword onto the ground and declared, before everyone present, that he, Jensen Boromarl, would duel with Began Boromarl, and the winner of that duel would become the true Count of Boromarl. Began protested, claiming the duel was unfair given the state of his arm. But then he noticed that Boromarl didn't have a right arm either. Boromarl pointed this out, asking if it wasn't fair now. Began furiously stared at his uncle and then grabbed the sword near him, realizing that Boromarl was serious. As Boromarl confidently raised his sword with his left hand, Began was filled with fear, wondering if his uncle was truly no longer afraid to die. Overwhelmed, Began let go of his sword and fell to his knees, crying and admitting his wrongs. He stutteringly begged Boromarl to spare him, but Boromarl coldly ordered the guards to drag Began, the sinner, to prison. The guards, still shaken, stuttered out a response and obeyed. Began's rebellion ended in less than 2 months, and Count Boromarl regained his original position, executing the traitors. A few days later, Boromarl assisted Kalli out of the castle, remarking that his name seemed familiar and asking if he was really the Ogre Slayer. Kalli cursed in anger, calling it an embarrassing nickname. Boromarl chuckled and then mentioned that he almost forgot something. He handed Kalli a necklace, explaining that he made it in a hurry but didn't do it half-heartedly, hoping Kalli would like it. Kalli took it, warning Boromarl not to regret it later by claiming he hadn't repaid him enough for the match. Boromarl smiled and assured him that he had already paid enough, waving him goodbye as Kalli rode off on a horse. Meanwhile, at the Aegis mansion, Azalea's butler reported that Jethro had arrived. She ordered the butler to let him in. As the door opened, she welcomed Jethro, the leader of the Jethro merchant group. He greeted her warmly, complimenting her on her beauty. After sitting down across from her, Jethro mentioned that he had looked around the barony before coming to the mansion and observed that the farmers were struggling and public sentiment was poor, indicating that the barony's situation was dire. Azalea knew that Jethro had risen from commoner origins to become a powerful and notorious merchant, known for driving others into misery. She then asked him directly why he was there. Jethro replied that it was time to collect the 30,000 guilds she had borrowed last winter. He mentioned that he had planned to wait until autumn, but he didn't think he could afford to wait that long. Azalea paused in thought, but then Jethro added that with interest, the debt had increased to 35,000 guilds. He noted that it could have reached 40,000, but he had given her a discount. This infuriated Azalea, as she wondered if Jethro was joking, questioning how interest could add up to 5,000 guilds in just half a year. 2 years ago, after Azalea returned from a merchant trip, Gadolf had become bedridden, sick, and unable to rise due to his drinking habit. His incompetence in financial management led to his death, leaving behind a massive debt. Despite using the money she had earned from the merchant trip and other funds, the debt remained substantial. Additionally, the money Azalea borrowed from various merchants and other families was still unpaid. Calmly, she told Jethro that she couldn't afford to repay him right now and begged him to wait until autumn. However, Jethro suggested she sell the fighters from her training center. Azalea refused, explaining that even if she sold all the pugilists, it wouldn't be enough to repay the debt. Moreover, if they sold the pugilists, who were their only source of income, Aegis would collapse. Jethro, now furious, demanded to know what she planned to do since she had no money and refused to sell her pugilists. He pressed her, asking if she shouldn't give her all to solve these problems for the sake of her people. Azalea clenched her teeth in frustration, trying to restrain herself from talking back. Suddenly, the door burst open, and she furiously shouted that she was having an important conversation, and that no one should be allowed in. Kalli walked in, saying that he had planned to wait outside, but after hearing what was happening, he couldn't stay out of it. He then asked her if he should address her as Baroness. Azalea was surprised to see him, but Jethro angrily interjected, saying he was in the middle of discussing something important with his master, dismissing Kalli as just a worthless pugilist. Kalli turned to Azalea and asked how much debt she owed Jethro, but she cut him off, insisting that it wasn't his business. Jethro, however, replied that the debt was 35,000 guilds and taunted Kalli, asking if he even knew what that amount looked like. In response, Kalli tightly gripped a bag of guilds, telling Jethro not to worry, and then slammed it hard into Jethro's face. He then shouted that the bag contained 40,000 guilds and told Jethro to use the extra 5,000 for his own treatment. Jethro stared at the guilds falling around him, and as the realization of the 40,000 guilds sank in, he swiftly grabbed each one mid-air with surprising speed and stood up, surprising both Kalli and Azalea. Smiling, Jethro told them that he would use the money wisely and thanked them, leaving both of them to wonder what kind of mindset he had. Azalea then asked Jethro if the money problem was now resolved. Jethro bowed and replied that it was indeed solved, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. He handed her the receipt, and she tore it up, telling Jethro that she had already checked it. Before leaving, Jethro asked Kalli if that was his name, noting that it sounded familiar as if he had heard it many times before. Kalli confidently replied that it was the name of the person who would be the champion of the next tournament, telling Jethro to remember it. As Jethro closed the door, he remarked that Kalli certainly had the confidence of a champion. Azalea then poured Kalli some tea and told him that she would make sure to pay back the 40,000 guilds, but Kalli waved it off, saying there was no need since it was money he shouldn't have had in the first place. She admitted that she didn't expect him to return, but he reassured her that he was just a bit late and asked if he had ever broken a promise, to which she sweetly replied, "Of course not," never, leaving him stunned. Shyly, Kalli noted that she had become a baroness now. Azalea explained that not long after she returned from her merchant trip, her father passed away. Rather than feeling sad, she was bewildered by the reality that confronted her and had been busy paying off her father's debts ever since. She then asked how he had been over the past 2 years, and Kalli replied that he had just been working for Filippo's. She inquired if he had come back because of his promise, to which he answered that there was nothing left for him where he was. Azalea, knowing that Kalli didn't desire wealth or fame, acknowledged that he wouldn't find anything there. She then asked him if he was still good at fist pugilism, to which he replied, somewhat confused, that he didn't think he was bad at it. Azalea then shocked him by telling him to leave Aegis, saying that he was a free man now. Kalli, in disbelief, cracked the mug handle in his hand and asked what she meant by that. She calmly repeated her words, explaining that as the Lord of Aegis, she could no longer accept him there. He shouted, asking why she had asked him to return if this was her intention, but she firmly told him that she had hoped he wouldn't return, leaving him stunned and silent. Furiously, Kalli asked her if she had another man in mind, to which she replied that it wasn't the case. He then demanded to know if she didn't want to be involved with a former slave, and she shouted, yes. She explained that was exactly what she meant. She was the one responsible for Aegis, and she couldn't commit to a future with someone who had nothing. Biting his lip in frustration and pain, he asked her why she had said what she did 2 years ago. She responded that she was young back then, but now she was facing reality. Kalli walked to the door in silence as she told him he could take as much rest as he wanted there and reunite with his old friends. He didn't respond, slamming the door shut behind him. Left alone, she put her head in her knees, apologizing to him quietly, and saying that he no longer needed to be held back by her family. A moment later, Kalli found himself in a bar, drunk, staring at the necklace and cursing under his breath. Suddenly, someone teasingly called out to him, asking if he was the proclaimed champion of the next pugilism tournament. When he looked back, he saw Jethro approaching with 2 men. Kalli told Jethro that he didn't have any money right now and warned him to get lost before he beat him up. The bar owner, overhearing this, nervously asked Kalli if he truly didn't have money, while Jethro teased him, asking if things hadn't gone well with Azalea because he looked like a drowned rat. Jethro then sat next to him, saying he had heard a lot about him and called him Ogre Slayer Kalli. Kalli, angered, pushed Jethro away, shouting for him to get lost. Jethro was slammed to the floor, shocking the 2 men who demanded to know what Kalli was doing. Jethro stared at Kalli in anger for a moment, but then he smiled. Signaling the 2 men to back off, Jethro calmly explained that it seemed he had bothered Kalli too much and told the bar owner that he would buy Kalli's drinks. Kalli took a deep breath, reminding himself that he wasn't a barbarian and that he needed to control his emotions. Apologizing to Jethro, he admitted that he shouldn't have vented his anger on him. Jethro, understandingly, replied that as a pugilist, it was natural for Kalli to have a bit of a temper. Jethro knew that the current era was the era of pugilists, and Ogre Slayer Kalli, who had defeated Dorman's Ogre and won the Korin Fist fighting tournament despite an injured leg, was a figure many would pay to see fight again after being veiled for 2 years. In other words, Kalli was a goldmine. Kalli then asked if he could inquire about a few things. Kalli slapped his own face to sober up, then asked how the Aegis barony had fared over the past 2 years. Jethro explained that since Azalea Aegis became the Baroness, the barony had completely severed ties with other families, and its situation had worsened even more than when it was under pressure from Joseph's family. The only way to stabilize a shaky Aegis barony under the current Baroness was for her to marry someone from a prominent family that couldn't be traced back to another family. This situation was a direct consequence of Gadolf's death. Jethro continued, revealing that Azalea had refused to attend any social gatherings and had repeatedly turned down marriage proposals, leading all the young lords to eventually turn their backs on her. Kalli asked if there hadn't been any pressure or threats from Joseph's family, to which Jethro replied that Joseph's family had lost interest in Aegis. Now, Aegis was facing inevitable decline both financially and politically. He added that the barony had a debt exceeding 300,000 guilds tied up with high-interest loans, a situation too complex to resolve with money alone. Kalli sighed, admitting that he hadn't realized Azalea was facing such hardship. Jethro agreed, saying it was all due to the previous Baron, Gadolf, and that the once renowned, intelligent lady Azalea had been forced to hide herself from society. Standing up, Kalli told Jethro that he had heard enough. Jethro then offered his help, saying he would be around if Kalli needed anything. As Kalli walked out of the bar, he began to piece things together. He realized it was a lie that Azalea didn't want to be with him because of his background as a former slave. If that were true, there would be no reason for her to reject all other marriage proposals. He began to wonder what Azalea was really hiding. Later, in the Aegis pugilist area, Kalli was warmly greeted by the pugilists, who rushed to him with happy faces. As he looked around, he noticed Nixar watching him. Kalli waved happily at Nixar, who smiled and told him that his leg had healed. However, Nixar added that due to his leg injury and his age, it was impossible for him to be active anymore, and he envied Kalli's vitality. Kalli noticed that Nixar had lost a lot of muscle and gained white hair, remembering how kind Nixar had been to him since he first arrived there. Kalli then asked Nixar where Kijo and Torres were. Nixar replied that Kijo was at the lodging, and Torres was away for a match. Nixar mentioned that Torres would soon be a free man, with 67 wins, and had nearly paid off his entire debt. Kalli asked if Torres would leave Aegis once he was free, but Nixar said he wasn't sure, adding that Torres was loyal and might choose to stay. Suddenly, Kalli heard someone call out to him from behind, asking where he had been wandering. He recognized the long arm and height and knew it was Kijo, so he waved back, replying that it had been a while. But he was stunned when he saw that Kijo had only one eye. Kijo explained that he had lost his eye in a fight, but his opponent had suffered an even greater loss. Kalli didn't know when Kijo had lost his eye, but he understood that for an outboxer like Kijo, it was a severe handicap. Losing an eye made it difficult for Kijo to estimate distances and execute long-distance attacks, which were his specialty. Saddened, Kalli approached Kijo, telling him that he had truly become a man, to which Kijo replied with a grin, saying he had always been a man. After a moment of thought, Kalli asked Kijo about Rovo, mentioning that he had heard Kijo was taking care of him. Kijo replied that Rovo was in the West Forest and had grown so large that he couldn't overcome his instincts and had retreated into the woods. With tears in his eyes, Kijo admitted that he wished Rovo had shown him his face one last time before leaving, revealing a sensitive side to him that Kalli hadn't seen before. Kalli then asked Kijo one more question, if Azalea ever visited the training center. Kijo, unsure, replied that she might have come around last year. He added that he had heard Gadolf had fallen severely ill with a contagious disease, so he hadn't seen anyone except for a few of his servants. After some conversation, Kalli waved goodbye to his friends, thanking them before heading into the West Forest to find Rovo. As he walked, he wondered if Azalea's inability to go out into society was connected to Gadolf's illness. A short while later, he arrived at the forest and began calling for Rovo. Suddenly, he heard a growl from behind, and when he turned around, he saw a huge wolf approaching him. The wolf licked him, and Kalli realized it was Rovo. He chuckled, telling Rovo that no one would tease him as a fat dog anymore. Rovo then walked away and stopped, looking back at Kalli and then ahead, as if signaling him to follow. Kalli followed Rovo to a nearby cave, where he was surprised to find small wolves inside. He patted Rovo, understanding now why Rovo hadn't returned to the training center. He had a family to take care of. Kalli asked if Rovo had brought him there to show him its family. With a sad smile, Kalli told Rovo that this might be their last time together. But then, something clicked in his mind. Rovo looked at him, confused, as Kalli stood up, realization dawning on him. Panic set in as Kalli sprinted back toward Ajust, cursing himself for not realizing the truth sooner. When he arrived at the gate, the guards were shocked to see him. He urgently told them he needed to speak with Azalea, but one of the guards angrily reminded him that no matter how close he was to her, he was still just a slave fighter, and there was a limit to his rudeness. Apologizing, Kalli punched the guard out of the way, shocking the other guard, whom he also knocked aside before rushing through the door. As he raced through the castle, he berated himself for not noticing that something had been off for the past half year. He slammed open the door to Azalea's room, but she wasn't there. He hurried to her office, but she wasn't there either. Desperate, he dashed upstairs and flung open a door, calling her name. He froze when he saw a baby bed and toys inside the room. Azalea, standing there with a baby in her arms, spoke softly, "I knew you were quick-witted." Kalli, stunned, walked slowly and calmly toward them. He reached out, and the baby grasped his finger. As he looked down at his son, who looked exactly like him, Kalli's world changed in that instant. Kalli then remembered the night when he was with Azalea in the Imperial Palace. He was certain that the baby was his son. He had asked her if their baby was a boy or a girl, to which she replied, "A boy," and told him that she had named him Soren after her grandfather. Kalli then asked her why she hadn't mentioned it earlier. She responded that she didn't want to tell him because she was afraid it might change him. Angrily, he demanded to know what she meant by that, but she simply asked him back if he could take responsibility for the child, making him even angrier. He shouted at her that no matter what, Soren was still his son. Azalea then told him that if he truly thought so, he should quit pugilism, take over the estate, and end the era of Kalli the pugilist. Her words stunned him. He told her that he didn't know anything else and that she shouldn't ask him to quit fist fighting. She replied that if that was the case, he should just leave quietly because she wasn't going to tell Soren that his father died in a pugilist match. He reminded her that he had always won, to which she responded that she knew, but he always pushed himself to the brink of death. She asked him what she was supposed to tell Soren if he died before Soren grew up. She also questioned if he could guarantee that he wouldn't die, leaving him momentarily stunned. He replied that he mostly won his fights. She told him that if he quit pugilism, he would become a noble by marriage, and added that he was probably the only person who would hesitate with such an offer. The next day, while at the training ground, Kalli realized that because Azalea wanted him to continue his dream of living as a pugilist, she had hidden the fact that she was pregnant and had even forgotten about her fief. He knew they had endured bad years, were in debt, and that the citizens were on the verge of an uprising. Kijo then launched a punch at him, asking if he had time to think about anything else. Kalli easily dodged it. Kijo repeatedly punched him, yet Kalli dodged without difficulty, noticing that, as he suspected, Kijo had developed a different sense of distance. He decided to just continue their fight. An hour earlier, Kalli had told Nixar that Kijo should stop pugilism. Nixar agreed, saying that after Kijo lost his eyesight, he barely managed to beat his opponents. Nixar had asked Kijo to retire or become an instructor, but Kijo refused, saying he wanted to fight a few more matches. Back in the present, Kalli dashed closer to Kijo and launched a punch at his blind spot, but he stopped just short of Kijo's head, telling him to quit being a pugilist. This angered Kijo, who demanded to know what Kalli was saying. Kijo shouted, reminding him that when he hurt his feet, he could still continue to fight. But Kalli explained that their situations were different, to which Kijo replied that he knew Kalli was a genius pugilist, while he was just mediocre. Kijo then asked if Kalli was worried that his own crotch would rip while trying to imitate him, surprising Kalli. Finally, Kalli asked Kijo if there was any reason why he had to remain a free man, which left Kijo silent and taken aback. After getting dressed, they sat down on a bench. Kijo told Kalli that he had noticed a woman at the training center who had been around for quite some time. She was a cook there, and Kijo confessed that he really liked her because she was a good woman who cared for him despite his status as a slave. However, he lamented that a slave couldn't marry a free woman like her, so he needed to become a free man as soon as possible. Kalli then asked if this meant that Kijo was also having trouble with a woman. Kijo, confused, asked what he meant by that, but Kalli just shrugged it off, saying it was nothing. Kalli then asked Kijo what was more important than life itself. Kijo confidently replied, "My woman, because I'd rather die than give up on her." Kalli realized that Kijo didn't have the strong determination to be a pugilist or to seek strength for its own sake. He then recalled how Kijo had always helped him in the past and realized that Kijo's true desire was to be with someone he cared about. Later, in the workroom of the Aegis mansion, Azalea was busy with paperwork, stressed and burned out. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. When it opened, she saw Kalli standing there, making her ask what had happened. As she stood up, she told him that she was busy and that they shouldn't talk right now. However, Kalli interrupted her, announcing that he was going to become the Baron of Aegis, which left her stunned in shock. He repeated, "I'm going to become one of those damn nobles." Pugilist Kalli will now become the damn Baron of Aegis. Azalea walked closer to him, not liking the change she saw in Kalli, who had always been strong. She didn't want to hold him back, knowing that he was moving forward. But she also hoped he wouldn't give up on being a pugilist. In tears, she rushed to him and hugged him tightly, because she appreciated how he was willing to throw away everything important to him to prove how much he cared for her. News of Kalli and Azalea's marriage quickly spread, not only throughout the fief but also across the kingdom. Some nobles and lords supported the union, but most cursed it. The marriage of a former slave and a noble woman was unprecedented, seen as a challenge and a rebellion against aristocratic society. Meanwhile, Count Joseph looked at a picture of Azalea and remarked that she was still alive. A few days later, Nixar approached Kalli and handed him the list of pugilists who would be participating in an upcoming friendly match. Kalli asked when Torres would be back, and Nixar replied that Torres wouldn't make it within a week and likely wouldn't be able to join the match. As Kalli scanned the list, he remarked that there were no veterans except for Kijo, which was concerning. Nixar admitted that winning hadn't been a priority lately and that friendship wouldn't make them any money. Kalli acknowledged this but insisted that they still needed to make an effort. With the famine continuing and the citizens on the verge of an uproar, they couldn't afford to lose. He also noted that many people were unhappy with him becoming a lord after being a slave. Kalli then slammed the list onto the table and told Nixar that this was his first job as Baron of Aegis, so if they lost, they would also lose the trust of the people. Confidently, he told Nixar that they would definitely win. Kalli knew they couldn't waste time. He hadn't expected the 3-year cycle of the league to return so soon. As they prepared, they realized they were facing Doryman in a friendly match in just 7 days. Kalli then told Nixar that they should put Kijo on the list first. Nixar responded that Kijo must have been too stubborn for Kalli to resist. Kalli insisted that there was no pugilist who could fight better than Kijo right now and that, for this match, they would pay Kijo the full price, which shocked Nixar. Nixar reminded Kalli that although he was close to Kijo, it was impossible to free him right now, and their financial situation wasn't in good shape either. After a moment of thought, Nixar admitted that it would be great if Kalli himself could enter the match. This surprised Kalli, who asked what he meant, but Nixar quickly dismissed the idea, reminding him that he had quit pugilism and they should forget about it. As Nixar left the room, he reflected on the fact that there was no precedent for a noble participating in a pugilism match. However, he knew that the pugilist the citizens most wanted to see was Kalli. Meanwhile, Kalli reached into his pocket and pulled out a necklace, realizing that he still hadn't given it to Azalea. He knew that if he gave it to her now, she would probably just sell it for cash immediately. More pressing, though, were the tangled and twisted debt relationships, which were too overwhelming for him to handle alone. They needed a competent treasurer. Kalli then headed to the bar he had frequented before. As he entered, the people around him started whispering, noticing the noble suit he was wearing and realizing that he was now the new Baron Aegis. He overheard them muttering that the new Baron was just a pugilist who only knew how to punch, and that they would have preferred to have someone like Gadolf instead. This made Kalli think that he was more like Iskandar than Philippos, and he acknowledged that he was indeed the same type as that muscle-brain guy because politics didn't suit him. However, he knew that it didn't matter if he wasn't good enough, he could always have someone like Philippos by his side. He then spotted Jethro and called out to him. Jethro teasingly greeted him as Baron Aegis and asked if there was anything he could do for him. Kalli replied that he needed Jethro's help. Jethro immediately said he didn't have any money and didn't care about Kalli becoming the new Baron. He couldn't afford to lend him money because he was low on cash himself. Jethro then stood up to leave, but Kalli punched the table hard and ordered him to stop, making it clear he wasn't finished talking. Jethro, now worried, wondered what was wrong with Kalli and why he was so intimidating. Stammering, Jethro suggested they continue their conversation and discuss business. Kalli then calmly asked if Jethro didn't want to roll in money under his leadership, leaving Jethro confused. Later, at the dinner table, Azalea asked Kalli why he had chosen Jethro. As he grabbed the steak by the bone, he explained that they needed a treasurer because he had little knowledge of economics and, as a baron, it would be hard for him to manage everything on his own. She slapped his hand, telling him she didn't like Jethro and that he shouldn't eat with his hands. Kalli looked down at the meat on his plate and admitted that he didn't like Jethro either, but Jethro could handle all sorts of nefarious activities, and they needed someone who could read the situation and act accordingly. He remembered when he had worked for Philippos and how the process of achieving his ideas had been dirty and ugly. Philippos hadn't hesitated to assassinate even the most dangerous individuals. Kalli had hated it, and when his time there ended, he had quickly left the empire. But now, he knew he would need to resort to similar methods. Azalea replied that she understood and assured Kalli that she would leave everything to him. She knew it was unusual to hand over all the power of the family to a son-in-law, and if the son-in-law wasn't superior in intellect, physicality, or appearance, such a transfer of power could be a mistake. Instead, it could become nothing more than a burden of debts and responsibilities. Days later, they were at a picnic ground, and Kalli was playing with Soren. Azalea watched them, reflecting on how hard Kalli had been working for the fief in the past few days. She noted that Kalli had always done his best, even during his days as a fighter-slave. But now there was a difference. When she observed him at the training ground, watching the pugilists train in their own ways, she noticed that Kalli didn't look happy at all. 4 days later, after finishing his shower, Kalli grabbed a towel and wiped himself down, reflecting on how, for the past 3 years, his life had revolved solely around pugilism. But since becoming a baron, he hadn't practiced pugilism or even kept up with his daily physical training. As he looked at himself in the mirror, he saw his former self, and wondered why he had come to this world and what his purpose was. A moment later, Doraemon's carriage arrived. Kalli gracefully welcomed Doraemon, with Azalea standing by his side. Doraemon stepped out of the carriage, visibly angry and sweating profusely as he confirmed that Kalli had indeed become a baron. Doraemon managed to say that the famous pugilist was now a baron, to which Kalli shook his hand and replied that it had been a while, reminding Doraemon that 3 years ago they had met while he was still a slave. Doraemon responded that it was only a matter of time before Kalli rose in status because of his abilities, but he still couldn't believe he was shaking hands with a former slave. They then sat down in the visitor area. Kalli told Doraemon that he had handpicked the pugilists for the upcoming match himself, and while they might not be as strong as the ogre, each of them was quite formidable. Doraemon, shaking with anger, mentioned that ever since then, the ogre's fighting spirit had completely disappeared, leaving him mentally broken. Kalli asked if it was correct that the match would be held as scheduled in 3 days and assured Doraemon that the arena would be ready by then. Doraemon then looked at Kalli's muscular biceps, worriedly thinking that with a body like his, Kalli could still fight actively. He asked Kalli if he was planning to fight as well. Seeing Azalea pouting beside him, Kalli replied that he wasn't because he had quit pugilism. Doraemon, relieved, laughingly told Kalli that nobles shouldn't be fist fighting with slave fighters anyway. Doraemon then thought to himself that with Kalli and Tora's absent, aside from the blind mantis Kijo, the pugilists they had were just rookies. Doraemon smiled, relieved that he would be able to completely crush them. 3 days later, the arena was opened, and Jethro stood at the entrance, shouting at the citizens to stand in line properly. The citizens were happy, munching on the bread they had received, while Jethro fumed, irritated that the bread had been bought with his money and was quickly disappearing. Jethro then screamed that money was like his blood and asked Kalli if he was really going to return the money. Kalli calmly replied that he wasn't someone who could deceive a cunning person like Jethro, to which Jethro begrudgingly said he'd take that as a compliment. However, Jethro furiously reminded Kalli that his claim of being an acquaintance of Count Boromarl had better be true, making Kalli sigh in frustration. A moment later, the Aegis vs Doraemon friendly match began. The citizens, who had received bread to watch the fight, speculated that Kalli must have a lot of money since he was giving out so much bread for just a match. However, they were angry as they ate, grumbling that Kalli was just like the other lords. They had expected him to be different since he had once been a fighting slave, but now that he had become a baron, they assumed he didn't care about them anymore. Meanwhile, Kijo shouted to Shram to do well and come back safe, to which Shram replied with a determined yes. Kalli then raised his hand and shouted for the match to start. The pugilists faced each other in the ring, and the citizens cheered for Shram, urging him to crush his opponent. Kalli knew they needed to relieve the people's anger before the harvest season, so winning the match was crucial. Shram launched his fist at his opponent, who quickly jumped away to avoid it and attempted to counterattack with a punch of his own. Shram managed to dodge the blow. Watching from the sidelines, Kalli confirmed what he had suspected. Although still clumsy, the pugilism match had started to resemble modern boxing. This made him wonder if things had changed while he was away in the Empire, noticing that the technical aspects were developing, with styles like Wistri's becoming more centered and refined. Kalli tightly gripped his chair handle, guessing that perhaps the development had accelerated because of his influence. Suddenly, Kalli saw Shram's opponent land a punch to Shram's face, causing Shram to spit out blood and wince in pain. The other citizens, now cheering for the opponent, urged him to smash Shram to pieces. But when the opponent tried to land another punch to Shram's face, Shram blocked it with his arm, grabbed the opponent's hand, and pulled him closer, delivering a powerful punch to his face. The opponent became dizzy, realizing that Shram was more agile than he had anticipated and punched so fast that even the audience could barely notice. Shocked, the opponent was overwhelmed as Shram unleashed a barrage of punches, not giving him any chance to fight back. The other pugilists were excited to see Shram's performance, but Kijo was alarmed. He knew that Shram had gotten too excited and agitated, and once his attack ended, he would be exhausted and vulnerable to being beaten. Shram began to struggle with his breathing, and when his opponent noticed this, he seized the opportunity. Thinking that Shram was done for, the opponent lunged at him and delivered a hard punch to Shram's stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Shram attempted to counter with a punch of his own, but he missed as the opponent stepped back, taunting him, "Did you really think I'd get hit by such a lousy punch?" The opponent then struck Shram's chin, making his vision blur as he slammed against the ring ropes. But the opponent wasn't finished. He advanced and landed another blow to Shram's face. Shram fell to his knees on the ring floor, and Kalli quickly realized that Doraemon was intent on crushing them completely. Even though Shram was clearly unable to continue the fight, his opponent kept attacking. After several more punches, Shram collapsed in the ring, and his opponent raised his hand in victory. The citizens watching from the stands began to shout in disbelief, asking how they could lose like that and calling it a disgrace to ageist. Doraemon, laughing, apologized mockingly to Kalli, saying, "I'm sorry about that. Sometimes our kids act a bit rough." Kalli replied calmly that such things could happen during a match, to which Doraemon chuckled, adding that he expected more from a former pugilist. Kalli knew that the skill difference was too great. Everyone on their side was still clumsy, except for Kijo. Shram had shown good grit, but Kalli understood that a week's preparation wasn't enough. The second pugilist from their side, seeing Shram bleeding and collapsed, trembled in fear but still stepped into the ring. Kijo, frustrated, could see that their next fighter was already scared, and as expected, in the second match, Doraemon's pugilist skillfully overpowered and easily defeated Kalli's pugilist. The citizens erupted in anger, shouting at the pugilists, "How can you lose like that when your Baron is a famous pugilist? If you can't win, you should just die and get lost." Doraemon, now smug, turned to Kalli and declared he won 2 matches. Think it's safe to say the victory is his. He then asked if Kijo would be the last pugilist to fight, to which Kalli replied, yes. Azalea, peeking at Kalli, was horrified to see him fuming with anger, struggling to keep his composure. She gently touched his hand and whispered for him to calm down. Doraemon continued, saying Kijo the Mantis is a fierce one, but he doubt he stands a chance against his pugilist. He added that the pugilist coming out next was one of his top fighters, the most outstanding among all those he had trained over the years. Doraemon then introduced his top pugilist, Charon. The citizens began to shout encouragement at Kijo, urging him to crush Doraemon's bastard. Kalli knew they had already lost the match overall, but given the public's opinion, they had to win this round. He stared at Kijo, believing that Kijo could win this match. Before the match, Kijo recalls Kalli telling the second pugilist not to be intimidated by their opponent's strength, reminding him that every blow hurts both sides equally. He advised the pugilist to block with all his might, to which the pugilist replied with a firm yes. Kalli then turned to Shram, encouraging him by saying that he had both perseverance and skill, urging him to fight calmly and not let his emotions take over. Shram, although nervous, stuttered that he understood. Kijo then looked at his own fist, confiding in Kalli that he didn't want to become as strong as him. All he desired was to escape the life of a slave fighter and live a normal life like everyone else. But deep down, Kijo knew that to achieve that freedom, he needed to win. As the match began, the crowd erupted in cheers. Kalli carefully observed Kijo, aware of the difficulty of gauging distance with only one eye, but determined to give his all. Kijo initiated the attack, throwing punches from a distance with his long arm, but Charon blocked them effortlessly, mocking Kijo for being a one-eyed pugilist. Kijo noticed Charon's feet inching forward, and Kalli panicked, knowing that if Charon got too close, the fight would devolve into a slugfest. Kijo swiftly stepped back to maintain distance, But to his shock, Charon closed the gap with incredible speed. Kijo launched another punch, realizing that Charon was trying to exploit his blind spot. Charon, now serious, stepped back, dodging Kijo's punch, leaving Kijo in disbelief. Kalli observed that Charon was reading Kijo's movements, and Charon dashed forward, frustratedly declaring that only a challenge like Ogre Slayer was worth his time. Kijo, shouting that he was enough of a challenge, tried to punch Charon. But Charon ducked under it and closed in even more, making Kijo realize that keeping his distance was futile. Even if he created space, Charon would close it instantly. With no other options, Kijo charged forward to meet Charon head-on, launching his fist. Charon landed a punch to Kijo's face, but Kijo retaliated, striking Charon in the side. Kalli stood up, worried, knowing that if Kijo engaged in a slugfest with Charon, he would surely lose. If only Kijo had both eyes, Kalli thought, he could win. As they exchanged blows, Charon teased Kijo, asking if he should take out his remaining eye. Kijo, desperate to protect himself, distanced himself from Charon. But Charon quickly followed up with a hard punch to Kijo's stomach, then another to his side, hitting his head. Kalli watched in rage, struggling to restrain himself. Charon continued his relentless assault, knocking off Kijo's eye patch, but he didn't stop. He sneered that he had heard enough about the Ogre Slayer over the past 2 years to be sick of it. Lifting Kijo's long arm, Charon declared his intent to defeat Kalli and claim his reputation if they ever crossed paths. However, he added with disappointment that since Kalli had become a noble, he would never return to the sand arena. Charon suddenly felt a sharp pain in his side, making him wonder if it was from the earlier slugfest. He noticed Kijo grinning mischievously at him. In response, Charon snapped Kijo's finger, calling him an arrogant bastard, causing Kijo to scream in pain. The citizens angrily questioned why they were subjected to such a poor fight, accusing Kalli of neglecting his duties since becoming a noble. Amidst the chaos, Charon heard Dorman laughing victoriously while the citizens blamed him in anger. He saw Kijo writhing in pain, clutching his hand, which triggered memories of his own brutal past. He recalled the time when he, as Park Kang-ti, was beaten to death and how he later triumphed as the slave Kalli. These memories made him snap, but he was brought back to the present by thoughts of his son, Soren. In his rage, he crushed the chair handle with just a grip, shocking Dorman into fear. Azalea called out to him in concern, but Kalli only apologized, which shocked her. He admitted that he didn't think he could be a good father. Ignoring Azalea's pleas to wait, he stood up and called out to Dorman, removing his suit while suggesting another round, which horrified Dorman. Kalli then leaped off the stage, despite Dorman's attempts to stop him, and headed to the ring. Once inside, the citizens began to cheer for him, calling him the Ogre Slayer. Charon teased Kalli, saying he couldn't believe he was making an appearance with his noble body, asking sarcastically what brought this on. Kalli advised Charon to rest until the cheers subsided. But Charon stretched and insisted there was no need. He then dashed toward Kalli at incredible speed. Charon thought he could end the fight before Kalli warmed up, and when Kalli tried to punch him, he dodged and landed a blow on Kalli's stomach. However, Kalli remained unfazed. Charon taunted him, claiming that the Ogre Slayer's reputation was exaggerated, and that there was nothing special about him. But then, to Charon's shock, Kalli suddenly appeared in front of him at blinding speed, asking if Charon planned to fight with just his mouth. Kalli struck Charon's arm shield, sending him flying backward. As Charon stared in disbelief at his shaking arms, Kalli coldly remarked that he despised the title of Ogre Slayer and that he would carefully choose his next title. Charon unleashed a flurry of punches, but his Kalli blocked them all, noting Charon's impressive speed. He considered that Charon might be one of the fastest opponents he had ever faced, though not so fast that he couldn't dodge. Positioning his foot, he skillfully evaded Charon's next punch. Charon, trying his best to land a hit, couldn't fathom how his opponent had dodged so easily. Then, in a flash, Kalli dashed to Charon's side and landed a solid punch to his face, leaving Charon in disbelief at how easily he countered and avoided his attacks. Determined, Charon attempted another punch, but Kalli sidestepped once more. Charon saw the intensity in Kalli's eyes and, summoning all his speed, launched a fist aimed at his head, managing to land a blow that drew blood. As blood dripped to the ground, Kalli muttered that he must have gotten rusty, though he was fortunate it was only a slash to the forehead. He knew he had to act quickly, with his vision blurring and the bleeding showing no signs of stopping. He dropped his guard and stepped back slightly, intending to lure Charon in. Charon noticed the lowered guard and, curious about what Kalli was planning, dashed forward, wondering if he was about to give up. Charon's punch connected with Kalli's face, causing the crowd to erupt in anger, questioning why he was suddenly acting hesitant after being so confident. Their shouts only fueled his fury, he just wanted to fight. With a burst of rage, he punched Charon in the stomach, making him cough up blood and scream in pain. Charon, desperate, threw more punches, but they were blocked effortlessly. Kalli retaliated, refusing to throw away everything he had achieved thus far, landing another punch on Charon's face. Yet, Charon didn't back down and threw another multiple punch in anger, but he took it without flinching and responded with another blow to Charon's face. Charon cursed under his breath, knowing he had hit harder than before, but Kalli was still standing. As he approached, Charon couldn't understand how he hadn't fallen. Kalli then remembered his past fight against someone who seemed impervious to pain, an enemy who wouldn't go down no matter how hard he hit, a terrifying opponent. But he realized that in the past, the opponent had only been bluffing, pretending not to feel pain. Kalli launched a punch, filled with anger, sent Charon staggering back. The citizens cheered wildly, urging him to crush Charon. Charon tried to punch again, but Kalli dodged and struck Charon in the side, delivering another devastating blow. Charon felt intense pain as Kalli struck the spot where Kijo had hit him earlier. Kalli then threw another punch at Charon, taunting him about leaving his jaw exposed. The punch connected with Charon's jaw, and he heard the sickening crack of bone breaking before he collapsed to the ground. But Kalli didn't stop there. He grabbed Charon's hand and broke one of his fingers, telling him it was for Kijo and that he should never forget it. Turning to Dorman, Kalli commented that the condition of his remaining two pugilists didn't seem too bad either. He asked Dorman if they should continue, causing Dorman to question whether he had lost all sense, even after becoming a noble. Dorman angrily declared that the ridiculous fight was over. Feigning exhaustion, he shouted that he was very tired now and asked Dorman's pugilists when they planned to earn a spectacular title if not now. This comment boosted the pugilists' confidence, and they began to argue over who would fight him first. He chuckled, telling them to stop talking nonsense and just come at him simultaneously, as it would make them equal in his eyes. As the two pugilists rushed toward him, he glanced at Azalea with an apologetic expression, noticing her worried look. He knew he couldn't discuss his life without mentioning pugilism right now, realizing that quitting the sport was an impossible promise. Bracing himself, he saw the two pugilists enter the ring. He felt the blood on his head clotting as the bleeding finally stopped. Assessing his opponents, he determined they were below Charon's level. When one of the pugilists threw a punch at him, he ducked down to avoid it and countered with a blow to the pugilist's stomach, defeating him easily. The other pugilist then appeared at his side and tried to land a punch, but he understood that what people needed right now wasn't bread or material things, they needed hope. He dashed forward, landing a punch on the pugilist who had stepped back to cover his face. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't fast enough and took the punch squarely in the face, collapsing in defeat. Raising his fist in victory, he heard the citizens cheer for him. He knew they needed someone to trust, someone who could carry their hopes for the future. He then shouted to them that, just like them, he had experienced hunger and had once laid his face down, enduring the stench of the nobles. Dorman turned pale as a ghost in shock. Kalli then addressed the citizens, telling them that he had come this far with his fists, and it would remain the same in the future. He reminded them that he had never lost a fight and that if they found it hard to believe him, they should at least believe in his fists. A moment later, the friendly match was over and everyone was leaving the venue while he rested in the clinic, catching his breath in exhaustion. Kijo approached him, commenting that, in the end, he couldn't stay away from the match. He asked Kijo if he had heard about it, to which Kijo replied that it was impossible not to when everyone was shouting about it. He cursed under his breath and admitted to Kijo that he had promised never to do pugilism again. But Kijo reminded him that he was different, pugilism was his life's purpose. Surprised, he told Kijo that he had quite a subtle insight. To which Kijo responded, "How could you not know that?" With a sigh, Kijo then remarked that in his current state, he would have to delay his dream of becoming a free man. But he replied that after that match, he would indeed be a free man. Kijo was shocked and told him not to joke about such things because he didn't have that kind of luxury. He explained that it was on the condition that he would serve as a pugilism instructor for 2 years, and after that, he could finally settle down, start a family, and live as a free man. With his experience, he believed he could definitely do that. Overcome with emotion, Kijo rushed to him and hugged him tightly, crying and thanking him repeatedly. He told Kijo to hold on, but Kijo's grip only tightened, prompting him to punch Kijo and scream in pain. Later, back at the mansion, he was being treated by Azalea. Worried, she asked him if she was angry that he had broken his promise. She simply replied to forget about it, adding that she knew he couldn't keep that promise anyway, which made him realize that she was truly upset. He then apologized seriously, telling her that she and their son were precious to him, but that he couldn't give up pugilism because living the rest of his life feeling empty was not an option. Azalea sat on his leg, asking what would happen if he ended up dying because of it, and what she should tell Soren when he asked where his father was. He admitted that he wasn't sure, but imagined Soren asking him why he had quit pugilism. If he replied that he stopped because he couldn't do it because of Soren and his mother, it would sound so lame. He then explained that, at the very least, he wanted to become the kingdom champion. That way, he could tell Soren that he quit because there was nowhere higher to go, preserving his dignity as a father. Azalea sighed and hugged him, wondering aloud how she had fallen for such a crazy guy. He wrapped his arms around her, apologizing again and promising her that he would try not to die. Her eyes filled with tears as she begged him not to die. He knew that Park Kang-tae's life was over, and the only connection he had to a life beyond death was pugilism. If he lost the chance to be a pugilist, he felt as though he would truly die. A few days later, Torres and the instructors returned after finishing the match. While they were away, many changes had taken place in the Aegis barony, the most significant being that Kalli had become Baron Aegis. Torres approached Kalli's office, hesitating before knocking as he wondered how to be respectful. Eventually, he managed to knock, reassuring himself that treating Kalli with respect wouldn't kill him. Kalli invited him in, and upon seeing Torres, he was surprised at how much bigger Torres had become, though he still maintained his balance and composure. Torres walked closer, calling Kalli's name seriously, which confused him. Torres then asked if he had been with Azalea since the caravan merchant's trip 2 years ago, to which Kalli stutteringly replied yes. Without warning, Torres punched Kalli hard on the nose, causing him to yelp in pain. Kalli suddenly remembered Kijo mentioning that Torres admired Azalea. Kalli shouted at Torres, reminding him that he was now a baron and, on top of that, injured, showing his bandages as proof. But Torres just told him to shut up, insisting that Kalli was still the same to him, baron or not. Torres then sat down in front of him, cursing under his breath and admitting that he had suspected something was off ever since the caravan trip 2 years ago. After a moment, Torres smiled and said the past was the past, which made Kalli sigh in relief. Kalli then congratulated Torres on earning his freedom, noting that he was the first pugilist from Aegis to do so in nearly 5 years. Torres apologized for giving him a nosebleed, explaining that seeing his annoying face after so long had just irritated him. Kalli calmly sipped his tea and suggested that maybe it was because he was now a noble and his face wasn't soaked with sweat anymore. Torres scoffed, telling him to shove his nobility, and teasingly mentioned that he heard Kalli had recently stormed out to the arena in a fit of anger, sarcastically calling him a grand lord. Kalli noticed that Torres didn't seem genuinely angry, which made sense since Torres rarely spoke to people he wasn't close to. Kalli then told Torres to feel free to curse him all he wanted, adding that, in truth, he should be the one bowing to Torres. After all, a free pugilist wasn't obligated to sign a contract with the training camp they were affiliated with before. He knew that Torres, the wild boar of Aegis, had become one of the kingdom's most famous pugilists, but despite his fame, Torres was a loyal man. Torres suddenly slammed his cup of tea on the table and asked if Kalli planned to continue being a pugilist now that he had become a noble. Kalli replied that if he were going to quit just because of a change in status, he would have done it when his leg was broken. Torres then told him that he wouldn't be affiliated with Aegis anymore, making Kalli stare at him seriously. "Don't make such a sarcastic face," Torres said, explaining that he had originally planned to stay with Aegis. Kalli asked if it was because of him, or because he had married Azalea, which made Torres angry. Torres shouted that, yes, he had liked Azalea, but asked if Kalli really thought he would leave over such a trivial relationship issue. Torres then confessed that he had planned to stop pugilism once he gained his freedom, training hard to earn wealth and honor. However, after seeing Kalli, he changed his mind. Pugilism had become more than just a means to an end for him, which surprised Kalli. Torres added that he thought it would be satisfying to knock someone like Kalli out with his own hands. Kalli smiled and asked if Torres wanted to see who would get beaten up. Torres then told him that he'd be competing in the Kingdom tournament with a different training camp. He explained that it was forbidden for more than one participant from the same camp to enter, which made Kalli realize why Torres wouldn't be affiliated with Aegis anymore. Before leaving, Torres told Kalli that he still considered him a friend and that during the fight against the ogre, he had desperately hoped Kalli wouldn't die, genuinely cheering for him. But Torres reminded Kalli that they were both walking the same path, and only one person could enter the narrow threshold of success. Torres then told him that he didn't like him enough to give up that narrow threshold, to which Kalli replied that the feeling was mutual. They said their goodbyes. A few days later, Baron Dorman left Aegis, and Torres was among his party, once known as the Boar of Aegis. Before Dorman and Torres leave Aegis, Dorman meets with Torres and tells him it's amazing that the Wild Boar of Aegis wanted to join his team. He adds that the trainees at the training center must have been giving Torres a hard time. However, Torres replies that he doesn't care, and the Dorman Training Center was simply the closest one. He then stares seriously at Dorman and tells him that he has changed a lot since they last saw each other, while glancing at Dorman's shiny head, making Dorman beg him to stop. Dorman smiles, unable to believe that the most coveted pugilist came to him on his own, and he knows he can't miss this opportunity. A few days later, while on the road, Dorman tells Torres that his territory is just over the hill and asks if he'd like to rest when they arrive or meet the other slave fighters instead. Torres thinks for a moment and replies that he wants to meet an ogre, which surprises Dorman, but he agrees. When they arrive at Dorman's territory, Torres is shocked to see Ogre carrying two massive piles of wood on his shoulders. Up close, Ogre looks even scarier, and Torres asks Dorman if Ogre has gone mad. Dorman replies that Ogre still can't compete in any matches and has completely lost his fighting spirit. Torres remembers it's been a while since he last saw Ogre, and his curiosity grows. Dorman explains that a year ago, he wasn't sure what to do with Ogre. Since Ogre wasn't participating in any matches and was draining their food budget, they struggled to control him during his rampages. But these days, Ogre is getting better and even helps with the labor. Dorman then asks Ogre how his work is going. Ogre replies that it's fine, and Dorman reminds him to keep an eye on his surroundings while working so he doesn't crush anyone like last time. Torres then mentions Kalli, saying he was impressive because he could knock down a monster like Ogre. This shocks Dorman, who shouts that Kalli's name is forbidden. But it's too late, Ogre has already heard it. Ogre screams in anger and Dorman stutters, saying they're doomed. Ogre punches the wood nearby, destroying everything in his path. People start to run when they realize Ogre has lost control. Ogre continues to destroy everything around him, screaming in frustration. Torres asks Dorman what exactly happened, and Dorman replies that it still haunts Ogre. Since losing to Kalli 3 years ago, Ogre remembers it constantly. Whenever he hears the names Kalli or pugilism, he reacts like this. Dorman looks at Ogre, who is now bent over, shaking, and crying from trauma and fear. Torres stares at his fist, realizing that Kalli destroyed not only the body but also the spirit of a monster like Ogre. This makes Torres smile as he confirms to himself that he must face Kalli. Weeks later, the harvest season arrived after the friendly match between Agest and Dorman. Agest was struggling to get through the winter, but thanks to the skills of their current treasurer, Jethro, they were able to purchase grain from various places to meet their needs. However, Agest's debt continued to grow, and the wedding of Kalli and Azalea was fast approaching. He reminds Jethro about it, but Jethro angrily shouts that it's not important right now and asks if he realizes how much he owes him. Apologizing, he tells Jethro that he'll contact Count Boromir soon. He also mentions that they need to prioritize the citizens and asks Jethro what's more important, money or people. Jethro replies sternly, saying that in this world, nothing is more important than money. He explains that it's a world where people sell their children or even kill their parents for a few coins. Jethro then reminds him that he came from a background rooted in slavery, so he should understand that money can also buy humans. Horrified, he realizes that Jethro's words are true. Jethro then sincerely tells him that money is the only thing he trusts. He returns to his work, adding that, for now, he'll cover the cost of the wedding. Grateful, he thanks Jethro, knowing that while Jethro is a competent man, failure to repay him could lead to exploitation of the estate. In the worst-case scenario, he could ask Philippos for help. But the thought of what that sneaky man might demand in return keeps him cautious. After all, it's how he became entangled with the Empire in the first place. Azalea snaps her fingers, bringing him back to the present, and asks if he's even listening. She hands him a coat, reminding him that he'll wear it for their wedding. As he tries it on, Azalea tells him he needs to dress formally since many aristocrats will likely attend. He questions why they need to go to such lengths when it's just the wedding of a local baron's family. She reminds him that she's still his partner, and it's important to see if the aristocrats will treat a baron of humble origin favorably. She then looks him over in the suit and decides that it'll work because he looks good in it, making him realize just how preoccupied he's been lately. The wedding date is set, and invitations are sent to various nobles. When the day of the wedding arrives, nobles travel to the Agest territory, each with their own agenda. They talk among themselves about Kalli, remarking on what a great man he seems to be and recalling his matches. However, others know him as a former slave fighter, and they note that Count Joseph despises him, so many are curious to find out what kind of man Kalli really is. Azalea greets the guests gracefully and respectfully, but as the stream of visitors slows down, she sighs in exhaustion. There are far more people than she had anticipated. Suddenly, she sees a carriage stop in front of their mansion, and to her shock, it bears Count Joseph's crest. Furious, she realizes she didn't invite the Josephs. Someone steps out of the carriage and greets her as Lady Azalea, but Warren Joseph immediately apologizes and teasingly asks if he should start calling her Baroness now. Azalea glares angrily as Warren approaches her. Azalea tells Warren that she doesn't remember sending him an invitation and asks him what brings him there. However, Warren responds by asking if he's right in thinking they have quite a bond. Without welcoming him, she turns away and tells him she hopes he has a great time, knowing that if she kicks him out, rumors will spread. Warren then thinks to himself how he couldn't miss this, considering Azalea, the woman who insulted him, and Kalli, the former slave, are getting married. A moment later, everyone is enjoying the celebration while Warren mingles with the guests. Meanwhile, Lorvin watches them, thinking they're pathetic fools for groveling to the same man who was beaten for trying to harm Azalea. Lorvin wonders if they feel no shame, especially in front of their daughters, after such a disgraceful act. Just then, someone approaches Lorvin with his daughter, commenting on the fortune of meeting there. As the man begins introducing his daughter, Lorvin excuses himself and walks away. Lorvin then knocks on a door and overhears the butler encouraging Kalli to bear with his discomfort, reminding him that he's strong enough to endure even broken bones. Kalli responds that it's different this time, the collar feels too tight. Lorvin enters the room to greet Kalli, realizing that the man before him is Spyron, but corrects himself, knowing Spyron was originally Lorvin from Corin. The butler, visibly exhausted, is at Kalli's side, having finally loosened the collar. Kalli shakes Lorvin's hand, and Lorvin remarks that it's been a while. Although he had predicted Kalli wouldn't remain a slave, he hadn't expected him to become a noble. Lorvin then gazes seriously at him and asks if Kalli is aware that his name is the most talked about among the nobles recently. Kalli playfully responds that it's no wonder his ears have been itching. Lorvin informs him that while there are some compliments, most of the talk is negative, and Count Joseph has laid significant groundwork in central politics, gaining many followers. Lorvin adds that Count Joseph's daughter recently became a princess, meaning the royal family now backs them, which could keep Kalli in check. Kalli responds jokingly, saying he should be more careful about the people around him, which makes Lorvin relax. Lorvin then turns to leave, remarking that he's taken too much of the groom's time. As Lorvin walks away, he reflects on how pugilism is now a popular form of entertainment, similar to the heyday of gladiatorial combat. Step by step, Kalli has risen from slavery to become a noble pugilist, giving him enough influence over the public to ease any of his concerns. A moment later, Kalli and Azalea stand at the altar, and the pastor asks if the groom swears to care for the bride forever before the goddess of love. Kalli swears but can't believe he's really getting married. He is shocked when he looks at Azalea and sees her smiling at him so beautifully, leaving him open-mouthed in disbelief before he smiles back at her. The pastor, holding locks of their hair, tells them he will send a part of both to the goddess. He then places their hair in the fire, declaring that their souls are now united. After the ceremony, they proceed to the reception, where an artist plays beautiful music for the guests. People congratulate them, with some remarking to Kalli that many young men must be heartbroken to see him with such a beautiful wife. Suddenly, Warren approaches to congratulate them, shocking both Kalli and Azalea, as they know Warren likely has no good intentions. Warren comments that Kalli must have significant financial resources to afford such a grand wedding. Kalli responds that he didn't know Warren cared so much about Agest's finances, to which Warren replies that he has his reasons. Meanwhile, the other guests quietly distance themselves from the brewing tension. Warren then produces a contract, telling them it's an agreement because the Agest family has debts to his family. He adds that while it was rude to attend without an invitation, he really needs the money. Teasingly, he demands 100,000 guilds. The artist stops playing, shocked, and everyone stares at them in disbelief. Both Kalli and Azalea are furious, but just then, the door to the venue opens. Someone apologizes for being late and asks if the ceremony is over. The guests are even more shocked when they see Count Boromarl, now missing one of his hands. Boromarl notices the whispers around him and asks Kalli why there's no music and why the mood is so gloomy when it's supposed to be his wedding. He jokes that it feels more like he's attending a funeral. Kalli welcomes Boromarl and shakes his hand. Boromarl then notices Warren standing nearby. Warren respectfully introduces himself, surprised to see one of the kingdom's wealthiest nobles in attendance. He wonders why Boromarl, a man with such influence, is here. Since losing his arm, Boromarl has been highly active in trade, and his vast wealth could easily win him political followers. Boromarl asks Warren about the paper he's holding, pointing out that it doesn't look like a wedding gift. Warren stammers, explaining that he urgently needs to collect the Agest family's debt. Boromarl questions whether it's appropriate to collect money at a wedding where everyone should be celebrating, and asks if the Joseph family has lost all sense of manners. Warren insists he must collect the money now and warns Boromarl to be careful with his words. Boromarl then seriously asks whether the Joseph family has become blind in their pursuit of wealth, and inquires about the amount of the debt. Warren replies that it's 100,000 guilds. Warren watches as Boromarl pauses in thought, expecting him to refuse to part with such a large sum. To his shock, Boromarl snaps his fingers, and his knights place a large chest of money before Kalli. Boromarl tells Kalli that, since he went so far as to send him a letter, he thought Kalli urgently needed a substantial sum. Warren is stunned as he sees the chest full of gold guilds, while Boromarl casually mentions that there are 500,000 guilds inside. The guests are astonished but not entirely surprised, given the Boromarl family's immense wealth. Kalli, thinking to himself, realizes Boromarl is truly remarkable since he had only requested a loan of 200,000 gilds. Kalli turns to Warren and tells him it's getting late, suggesting they discuss the debt tomorrow, by which time he'll have the payment ready. Warren, completely stunned, clenches the contract in frustration, bowing his head and muttering his agreement before walking out of the venue in embarrassment. As he leaves, Kalli smiles proudly. He then quietly asks Boromarl if it's really 500,000 gilds, but Boromarl winks at him and says it's no big deal when it's him. Boromarl then approaches Azalea, telling her it's an honor to meet her. She asks Kalli how they know each other and remarks that he should have mentioned it earlier. She praises him, but Kalli awkwardly replies that it's a long story. Azalea excuses herself from Kalli and asks Boromarl privately how he knows him, leaving Boromarl confused. Laughing, Boromarl turns to Kalli and asks why he didn't tell her, saying it's Kalli's story to share. Kalli awkwardly faces them both and asks where he should even begin. A moment later, Boromarl shouts to everyone that it's true, boasting that he cut the ropes with his teeth while tied up, and then Kalli handled the monsters. A guest asks what he means by monsters, but Kalli knows no one will believe it. He barely believed it himself after encountering that monstrous monkey. Boromarl adds that his injuries were so severe he wondered if it would be the end for him. But just as he begins to mention Iskandar, Kalli quickly covers his mouth, telling everyone Boromarl is drunk. Boromarl suddenly remembers he shouldn't mention the Empire. Kalli knows that being close to Boromarl already attracts enough attention from nobles, and getting involved with the Empire would only complicate things further. Kalli is fully aware of the Empire's vast power, and if he truly wanted to succeed, he could leverage that influence. But Kalli just wants to live as a pugilist, driven by his passion for the sport. Suddenly, Kalli remembers something and calls out to Azalea, who is gazing out of the window to relax. He shows her a necklace and tells her that he had been trying to give it to her but couldn't find the right moment. She looks at the necklace and tells him it's beautiful. Kalli shyly explains that it's a ruby crafted by Arzen's master artisan. He starts to say the name of the crafter but forgets it, causing her to laugh and ask if it's Quill Herson. She adds that Herson is the most famous artisan in Arzen. She also mentions that she sold all her jewelry except her mother's, and thanks him for the thoughtful gift. The next day, Warren leaves just after a night of drinking. He angrily climbs into the carriage, cursing Kalli as a filthy slave before they depart. Kalli smiles to himself, relieved that he doesn't have to worry about Warren for a while. Jethro then appears behind him, asking if he slept well. Jethro kneels before him, but Kalli, disgusted, tells him to stop because it's burdensome. However, Jethro loudly proclaims that he'll never stop pledging his loyalty. Kalli reminds him that his loyalty is not to him, but to the 400,000 guilds, before walking back to the mansion. He tells Jethro that he kept his promise to give him a substantial amount of money. Jethro carefully budgets enough to get through the winter, and even though 400,000 guilds is a huge sum, they've only managed to pay off part of the debt. Aegis is filled with mountainous, barren lands, so most of its income comes from the pugilism training academy rather than serfs and manors. Currently, many of the top pugilists have left. If they were to pay off all their debt with that 400,000 guilds, they wouldn't be able to bear the financial burden. While walking in the mountains, Jethro gets the idea to make a raspberry drink, a plan that will one day lead to Aegis thriving. Days later, in the warmth of the room, Kalli softly poked Soren's cheek and remarked how fascinating he found him each time he looked at him. Azalea approached, handing him something, and told him it was a letter from the kingdom. Confused, he asked her what it was about. Upon reading the letter, he discovered that in celebration of the Crown Prince's wedding and his 17th naming day, a pugilism competition was going to be held. Kalli stared silently at the paper, which Azalea noticed. She held his hand and told him that although she'd prefer he rest for another year or two, she knew he would go to the tournament regardless. She asked if she was right, and Kalli, holding her hand in return, confirmed with a yes, adding that he would leave after winter. The next day, the pugilists were running shirtless in the cold winter air, with Kalli, the Lord of Aegis, leading them from the front. Kijo, now an instructor, shouted at the pugilists to improve their form and asked if they weren't going to try to run faster. When Kijo realized his comment could have been directed at Kalli, he stutteringly explained it wasn't meant for him. Kalli simply told him to speak freely, and they continued training, with Nixar watching from behind, smiling. Later, Kalli was punching a tree with his bare fists, and the other pugilists were shocked as they watched him destroy it. Kijo shouted at him, asking what they were supposed to do if the tree was smashed into pieces, and reminded Kalli that they were already low on supplies. Kalli stuttered an apology. Kijo sighed, which Nixar noticed, and asked if being an instructor was working out for him. Kijo responded that it was, but admitted he hadn't realized teaching would be so difficult. Nixar sighed in agreement, remarking that if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be work. Nixar added that it had been quite a year. The slave who once limped had returned and become a noble, while the one who was least trusted had become an instructor. Kijo asked if Nixar was referring to him. Nixar, however, turned his gaze toward Kalli, who was doing a shadow boxing, and said he was simply glad Kalli had returned alive. Kijo agreed, watching Kalli with admiration. During the winter, Kalli worked hard to tighten his muscles and sharpen his senses. As spring approached, his body, having gone through the tempering process, became honed and perfected like a finely sharpened blade. Days later, the time to leave arrived. Kalli stood outside, ready to depart, when Azalea asked him if he was sure he didn't need any guards. He reassured her that it was fine and that he would travel alone. She sighed, telling him she didn't understand why he kept worrying her until the very last moment. Sweetly calling his name, she asked if she was right in thinking that he understood what she meant, even without her saying it. Kalli smiled, raising his fist confidently. Then, with a light heart, he set off on his journey, guiding his horse forward. 2 days after leaving Aegis, Kalli was traveling along the road when he heard someone shouting for help. He saw bandits surrounding a man, and when they noticed him, they remarked that their harvest was good, as another traveler had arrived. The bandits glared at Kalli and ordered him to give them everything he had, promising to spare his life. However, Kalli observed their nervous expressions, tattered armor, and weapons made from modified farming tools, realizing they were likely serfs who had fled due to financial hardship. One of the bandits, growing impatient, shouted angrily, asking if Kalli thought they were joking. He threatened Kalli again, demanding he hand over everything if he didn't want to die. Kalli unsheathed his sword and calmly asked, "What happens if I don't feel like following your orders?" The bandits were visibly shocked. Kalli dismounted his horse as the bandits nervously muttered to one another, trying to reassure themselves with their numbers, 4 against 1. He then reversed his grip on his sword and drove it into the ground in front of them, startling the bandits even more. As Kalli walked toward them, the lead bandit stuttered, asking what he was doing. Without answering, Kalli launched a punch straight into the bandit's face, sending him sprawling to the ground, unconscious. The remaining bandits panicked and rushed at him together. Kalli calmly adjusted his stance, glaring at them. One swung a small scythe at his head, but Kalli dodged with a swift bend and countered with an uppercut to the attacker's chin. Another bandit appeared behind him, ready to strike with a shovel, but Kalli swiftly sidestepped and kicked the man in the face, knocking him out cold. The last bandit, wielding a garden fork, charged at him despite trembling with fear. Kalli quickly pulled his sword from the ground, blocking the attack, and then landed a punch on the man's face, causing him to drop the fork and collapse. Within minutes, all the bandits were lying unconscious on the ground. Kalli turned toward the hostage and asked if he was all right. The man, who introduced himself as Began Boromarl, the disgraced nephew of Count Boromarl, asked if Kalli was indeed Kalli Aegis. This confused Kalli, who then asked if they had met before. Began replied that he knew Kalli wouldn't remember him and properly introduced himself. After a moment of thought, Kalli recalled Began as the nephew who had tried to kill Count Boromarl. Began confirmed this, and Kalli immediately pointed his sword at him, demanding to know why he was there, asking if this was some form of revenge. Began, clearly shaken, stammered that it wasn't revenge and explained that, by his uncle's order, he had come to find Kalli. Began was on his way to Aegis to deliver a letter but had been attacked by bandits, and Kalli had saved him. Kalli took the letter from Count Boromarl and began to read. The Count got straight to the point, asking Kalli if he remembered his nephew Began Boromarl, the one who had been imprisoned from summer until winter. The Count explained that, over time, he could no longer ignore the bond that had formed, so he decided to give Began a second chance. The letter requested that Kalli take Began on as his squire and make him work hard. However, the Count added that if Kalli found Began hopeless, he should feel free to kill him. Kalli couldn't believe what he was reading and felt burdened by the task. The letter continued, stating that if Began truly straightened out and became a decent person, Kalli should send him back. Kalli glared at Began, thinking that he preferred to handle things on his own and didn't need a squire. At the end of the letter, Count Boromarl reminded Kalli that if he chose to send Began back, he would still need to repay the 500,000 guilds. Angrily, Kalli crumpled the letter, thinking that Boromarl should have sent him someone worth 500,000 guilds. He turned to Began and said that, since it was the Count's request, he would keep an eye on him for now. However, Kalli warned that if Began acted up, he would break his limbs and leave him behind. Began confidently replied yes and then asked if Kalli could loosen his restraints a bit. Later that night, Kalli and Began rested near a bonfire, with Kalli eating the meal Began had prepared. He reflected on how Began was more polite and useful than he had expected, recalling how Began had started the fire with a plank of wood, prepared the food, and cooked it. Kalli then commented, half-jokingly, that it was hard to believe Began had once been so wicked. Began awkwardly replied that it was precisely why his uncle never expected him to betray him. Kalli shouted back, "That's not something to brag about," and added that it wasn't as if Began had been the one to cut off the Count's arm. Began calmly responded, explaining that he had told Boromarl to cut off his arm as punishment. But instead, Boromarl treated him with kindness, which made him reflect deeply. Kalli grew quiet for a moment, then remarked, "People change once they've been to the brink of death." The next day, Began continued to dutifully perform his role as Kalli's squire. While they traveled toward the kingdom's capital, Dragos, Kalli began teaching Began pugilism bit by bit to pass the time. By the time they drew closer to the capital, the gates of Dragos came into view. After the guards confirmed their identities, they were allowed to enter the city. Kalli looked around, amazed by the grandeur of the kingdom's castle. Began asked him if it was his first time in Dragos, and Kalli replied yes, marveling at the beautiful buildings around them. Began explained that they were on a street called Wings of the Dragon, where most of the nobles lived. He then suggested they go to the mansion that Kalli's predecessors used, as it was nearby. Kalli smirked and told Began that he was more useful than he'd thought. Suddenly, a tomato was thrown at Began, hitting him in the head, surprising both of them. A group of furious nobles began shouting at Began, calling him a wicked brat and shameless for daring to show his face there. The nobleman angrily ordered Began to leave the district, but Began only bowed his head and stayed silent. Kalli knew that Began had committed acts that even in a place with looser ethical standards would be considered wicked, so Began had no right to complain about the treatment. However, Kalli dismounted his horse and walked toward the angry nobleman, who immediately backed away upon recognizing him as Kalli Aegist. One of the nobles, still defiant, asked what Kalli's problem was. Kalli responded that the treatment of his companion seemed too harsh. The man scoffed, pointing out that Began deserved every bit of scorn for his past actions, and that it was an insult for someone like him to enter their district. Kalli thought for a moment, then stated, Began's sins have already been forgiven by Count Boromarl, and he'd been entrusted with his care now by the Count himself. Began, shocked by Kalli's words, looked up in surprise. Kalli then warned the nobles that if they had any issues with Began's presence, they would have to go through him. The nobleman glared at him in anger but remained silent. The lead man turned around, muttering a final warning. Even Kalli wouldn't have an easy time walking around with someone like Began. As the nobles departed, Began stood quietly, clearly pained by the encounter. A few minutes later, they arrived at Boromarl's mansion. Began, still upset, told Kalli that he shouldn't have gotten involved, confusing Kalli. Began explained that if Kalli got involved in every conflict like that, he would end up making enemies of all the nobles, just like him. Kalli sighed and replied that he wasn't exactly welcomed either, so they were in the same situation. But Began insisted they were different, pointing out that many people were indebted to Kalli, unlike him. Frustrated, Kalli dropped his bag and told Began that he wasn't there to flatter the nobles or win their favor, he was there to win the tournament. He added that he wouldn't treat Began like trash just to gain the approval of the nobility. Kalli then recalled that he, too, had once been in the gutter and had been given a second chance to set things right. He reflected that if Began was truly remorseful, he might be the one person who could help guide him back on the right path. Began, struggling to hold back tears, shouted for the butler to show Kalli to the nicest room in the mansion. The butler nodded and replied, yes, right away. The next day, Kalli stared at the pile of messages in front of him and stutteringly asked what they were. Began, who hadn't slept well, replied that they were invitations to various banquets and balls. Kalli, clearly frustrated, remarked that he didn't know most of the names and didn't recognize any of them. Began reminded him that Kalli had once mentioned that many people were favorable towards him, and explained that declining these invitations would be considered a serious insult. This made Kalli even more frustrated. All he wanted was to participate in the tournament, and he grumbled, "Those stupid nobles are bothering me again." Began explained that there was still a month left until the tournament's qualifying round, so Kalli should at least consider attending some events. Kalli scoffed, saying it would be impossible to attend all of them unless he had multiple bodies. Began suggested that he should choose the most powerful family to visit and use that as an excuse to decline the others. Kalli thought it over and decided to visit one of the great duchies, mentioning that he had received an invitation from Duke Wister. However, However, Began disagreed, explaining that the most influential family in the capital wasn't a duchy, but the only marquee family, the Eldrin family. Began mentioned that they had also sent an invitation. Kalli, confused, asked what he meant by the only marquee family. Began explained that the head of the family, Angleson Eldrin, had led the royal guards and suppressed the gladiator rebellion over 20 years ago. While Angleson's title was honorary and he didn't hold any actual territory, he wielded immense power as the head of a warrior family. There were even rumors that Angleson controlled the royal guards and used them as his personal army. Kalli compared it to a division commander using drivers as personal servants, then asked Began if there was anything else interesting about Marquess Eldrin. Began, excited, responded that Angleson's daughter was very beautiful. Kalli, annoyed, hit Began and reminded him loudly that he was married. Later that evening, they headed to Marquess Eldrin's mansion. The butler guided them inside, and Kalli, looking around, commented that the architecture seemed imperial in style. The butler confirmed that they had hired an engineer from the Empire. Soon, they arrived at the dining room, where the butler opened the door for them. Marquess Angleson Eldrin, seated at the center of the table, warmly welcomed Kalli, telling him it was an honor that he had accepted the invitation. Kalli greeted Angleson respectfully, with Began at his side, and Angleson invited them to sit, mentioning that he had brought in the royal head chef for the occasion. Both Kalli and Began were surprised, with Kalli wondering if Angleson meant to show off his power in a subtle but impactful way. As they sat down, Angleson couldn't help but glance at Began, clearly displeased that someone like him had been brought to his mansion, and if Began hadn't been with Kalli, he wouldn't have allowed him inside. After the meal, Kalli thanked Angleson, telling him the food was excellent. Angleson responded with a simple okay and suggested they move to the banquet after some light conversation, as there was something he wanted to ask Kalli. Kalli commented that it seemed all nobles had questions when they met him, but Angleson laughed, saying that unlike the others, he genuinely liked Kalli, and the fact that he was a warrior who knew how to wield his power was a bonus. Angleson went on to say that he had faced discrimination among the nobility because he came from a warrior family. He expressed disdain for those who merely inherited titles but lacked the strength to defend themselves, walking around like they were better than others. Kalli agreed, adding that it would be troublesome if those types were the first to flee during a war. Angleson laughed again, saying he liked Kalli more and more, and then half-jokingly remarked that if Kalli weren't already married, he'd marry him to his daughter. Began, overhearing this, was in disbelief that Kalli had managed to win Angleson's favor so easily. Angleson then asked Kalli what brought him to the capital, but Kalli responded with a question of his own, asking if it wasn't obvious why a fit fighter like him would come to Dragos at that time. He then explained that he was there to win the tournament. Angleson, surprised, remarked that he'd never heard of a noble competing in the tournament, unless it was through sending a sponsored pugilist to elevate their honor. Kalli explained that he was a pugilist before becoming a noble, so to him, his title was just a byproduct of pugilism. This surprised both Began and Angleson, but then Angleson laughed heartily, telling Kalli that other nobles might have taken that as an insult if he had said it directly to them. Luckily, Kalli had come to him first. After his laughter subsided, Angleson told Kalli that the servants would guide him to the banquet hall, where he would introduce him to his people and family. Angleson then took a moment to observe Kalli, thinking that many nobles with illegitimate backgrounds often had an inferiority complex, but Kalli, despite coming from slavery, showed no such insecurity, which Angleson admired. A short while later, at the banquet, the nobles were surprised to see Kalli enter, assuming Angleson must favor him. Began whispered to Kalli that many of the nobles present were officers in the royal guard, confirming the rumor that the royal guards were like Angleson's personal soldiers. The room fell silent when Angleson entered with his daughter. Began pointed out that the woman beside him was Nasha Eldrin, Angleson's only daughter. Kalli noticed that Nasha looked emaciated and pale, and he asked Began if something was wrong with her. Began explained that Nasha had been sick from a young age. Nasha's gaze then landed on Kalli, surprising him with a sense of dissonance he couldn't quite place. She gracefully bowed and greeted him, introducing herself and mentioning that he was the subject of much talk. Kalli returned the introduction, and Nasha, noticing a scar on his nose, commented that she had heard he was a pugilist but saw the mark of a sword on his face. Kalli replied that being a slave brought its share of troubles. She asked if he had fought that particular opponent barehanded, and when he confirmed it, she expressed amazement, calling it wonderful. Nasha then addressed the gathered nobles, telling them that Kalli once fought an armed opponent while unarmed, and asked if they wanted to hear the story, which left Kalli shocked. Soon, several ladies excitedly crowded around him, asking if it hurt, how he managed to win, and whether it was scary. Annoyed, Kalli wondered how just one word had spiraled into this. He glanced at Nasha, who was laughing, and realized she was the queen bee of the room. Nasha went on to add that the noble Kalli had saved during that time was now his wife, which made the ladies swoon, declaring how romantic romantic it was. They gushed about wanting a lover like that while Kalli, blushing, felt embarrassed by the attention. Suddenly, a man spoke up, saying that he had also heard Kalli's story but found something unclear. Kalli recognized the man as the noble who had thrown a tomato at Began earlier, and wondered if he was looking for revenge. The man explained that words alone weren't enough to convince him, especially about how Kalli fought an armed opponent with his bare hands. The man, sounding confident, remarked that as someone who had spent his life handling weapons, he found it hard to believe. Kalli calmly reiterated that it was the truth. The noble then suggested they reenact the scenario, offering to use a practice sword with a dull edge. Kalli sighed, thinking how there were always people like this wherever he went, and they never seemed to change. He agreed to the challenge, saying it would be easier to explain with his fists than with his mouth. A servant handed the noble a wooden sword, and the man remarked that he had seen many people boast before. Nasha turned to her father and asked if he shouldn't intervene, but Angelson simply raised his hand to stop her, saying there was no need. He added that this was shaping up to be quite an event, and he was curious to see just what kind of pugilist Kalli truly was. The man then pointed the wooden sword at him and told him that, even though it was a practice sword, if he made even a small mistake, he'd break his bones. However, he calmly assured the man that he wouldn't hold him accountable for any fractures, so he could do as he pleased. He then took off his shirt, surprising the ladies, who were stunned when they saw his body. They whispered among themselves, asking if his physique didn't look wild, like that of a bear. The man began to sweat upon seeing his body but still instructed him to let him know when he was ready. He responded that they should begin now. The nobles walked away to give them space, forming a circle around them to watch. Angelson remarked that everyone wanted to take a look, thinking that the interest was because Kalli had only participated in a handful of official matches despite his fame. Meanwhile, Kalli stared at his opponent, remembering that to face a sword with bare hands, some form of protection was usually necessary. However, since it was only a practice sword, he decided he didn't need it. He then dashed toward the man, who swung his sword at him, shouting that he was too impatient. But Kalli easily dodged by moving to the side. When he saw the man coming at him again, he kicked the man behind the leg, causing him to growl in pain and kneel on the ground, stuttering as he asked how he could attack with his feet. He called him a coward, but Kalli simply asked how about him, reminding him that he was fighting an unarmed man with a sword. He then questioned whether the man was implying it would only be fair if he used his fists, making the man shake with embarrassment as the nobles laughed around them. Angelson observed Kalli's composure and confidence, guessing that he must have gained experience outside of official matches. Angelson realized that Kalli had the potential to stir up the stagnant waters of noble society. The man then stood up and warned Kalli that from now on, he would fight properly. He gripped his sword tightly and swung it repeatedly at Kalli, but Kalli effortlessly dodged each slash. The man glared at him, realizing that his usual attacks wouldn't work, and attempted a direct stab. But Kalli quickly dashed in a triangular pattern, easily avoiding the stab, then punched the man in the side, telling him he knew his tactics. The man dropped to his knees and vomited from the pain, causing the nobles to shout in disgust at the mess. Kalli looked at the man with concern, thinking he had controlled his strength, and asked if he had pushed him too far. The man, trembling, tried to stand and admitted his mistake. Angelson, impressed by what he had seen, shouted that it was truly impressive, while Nasha looked on in shock. She smiled excitedly, thinking to herself that Kalli was a man with turbulent vitality. After that incident, Kalli was frequently invited by Marquis Eldrin while staying in the capital. One day, Angelson asked him if it meant he had no knowledge of swordsmanship at all, to which Kalli honestly replied that he hadn't had the luxury to learn it. Angelson told him it didn't matter and that from now on, the nobles' cultured martial art would be pugilism, not swordsmanship. Kalli, confused, asked what he meant by that, and Angelson explained that since Kalli wouldn't have to worry about dying in a duel, unlike real pugilists, he would only be betting on his honor, not his life. Angelson then asked if he had ever met the king, to which Kalli replied that he hadn't. Angelson went on to explain that the king was merely a puppet and that the land and power truly belonged to the great lords. Military power, for instance, was essentially under their control. However, he added that the king was a wise ruler. Since the king couldn't maintain power on his own, he had dispersed it among the lords to maintain balance. The real problem, according to Angelson, was the king's successor, the crown prince. Young, arrogant, and naturally cruel, the crown prince was likely to become a tyrant. Kalli told Angelson that the crown prince would indeed be a tyrant. Angelson responded that he secretly wished to see the second prince on the throne, but the second prince had only just turned 5. Such a situation would undoubtedly lead to a civil war over the regency, with disputes about bloodlines. However, Angelson added they couldn't afford another civil war or rebellion. He He then warned Kalli that he would soon receive an invitation from the crown prince and advised him to be careful with his words around that damn brat, as he never knew what the stubborn prince might do. Kalli replied that his bad luck was so strong that he would somehow survive, which made Angelson smirk. Angelson remarked that Kalli was like a mercenary who lived with death always by his side, despite being a noble. He then added that he could smell the scent of death on Kalli, which left him shocked and wondering what Angelson meant by that. After his meeting with Angelson, Kalli walked out, recalling something, specifically the strange feeling he had when he saw Nasha Aldrin on the day of the banquet. He couldn't understand why he felt that way about her. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him, startling him. When he turned around, he saw it was Nasha, asking if he was leaving already. He stared at her for a few seconds before respectfully replying, yes, as she walked closer to him. She then grabbed his arm and asked why he was being so formal with her. Nasha told him to call her by her name, leaving Kalli stunned and staring at her in silence, his bad feeling intensifying. Kalli then asked Nasha if she could let go of his arm. She stared at him in a strangely unsettling way for a moment before releasing him. She changed the subject, asking if it was true that the tournament's qualifier round was coming up soon. Nasha added that she would definitely come to cheer for him and bring lots of pretty girls along. Kalli replied politely that she was welcome to attend, but there was no need to bring the girls. Teasing him, Nasha said she would bring handsome guys instead, pretending to misunderstand his reaction. She jokingly suggested that she didn't know he had such tastes and reminded him, with feigned shock, that he was a married man acting so sneaky. Her comment infuriated Kalli, and he firmly told her that no matter her intentions, he had made a lifelong vow to a woman and had no desire to joke about such things. He declared it would be the last time he tolerated such remarks, leaving her visibly shocked. Nasha's expression darkened with anger. She reminded him that she was the only daughter of Marquis Eldrin and accused him of insolence. But Kalli, equally furious, told her that the only reason he wasn't retaliating was not because of her noble status but because she was a woman. He then turned away, saying that if she had nothing else to say, he would leave. Slamming the door hard behind him, he left Nasha trembling and stammering in disbelief. Moments later, her shock turned into soft laughter, which quickly grew into loud, crazed laughter. She shouted gleefully that Kalli had the best unwavering attitude and confidence, and a body full of vitality. She then called out to someone named Blair, prompting a figure to emerge from the shadows. She ordered Blair to write something about Kalli next. The next day, at the Boromarl mansion in Wingside, Kalli slammed a massive piece of wood in front of Began. Began stared at it in confusion and stammered, asking what it was. Kalli replied that it was training equipment and ordered Began to carry it. Began hesitated, bewildered, but obeyed. Within minutes, he was on his knees, gasping for air. Began silently regretted his earlier claim that he wanted to learn pugilism. Kalli, still carrying the heavy wood with ease, casually told Began that they would be doing this every day. Began stood up in shock, shouting that he felt like he was going to die from the training. Kalli brushed off his complaints, remarking that Began seemed full of energy. He then explained that basic physical strength was essential for pugilism. While one could craft a fine blade by leaving it to a skilled blacksmith, there was no shortcut for building a strong body. Training was the only option. Kalli added that Began had done well to keep up so far, which made Began blush and nervously ask if he really meant it. Kalli, however, fell silent, distracted by his own thoughts. He worried that he might have gone too far the previous day. Nasha seemed increasingly dangerous, especially when she started mentioning Azalea. Kalli resolved to find a way to stop Nasha but pushed the thought aside for now. With less than a week left before the tournament's qualifier round, Kalli decided to focus on the task at hand. He asked Began to clean up, explaining that he would be stepping out for a bit. When Began asked where he was going, Kalli replied that he needed to buy some leather straps and ointment. A moment later, at the market, Kalli was holding a bag and glancing around. His eyes fell on a tent tucked into an alley, and it sparked a sense of familiarity. He recalled seeing something similar before, the gypsy tent where he and Azalea had their fortunes told in Wistry. Curious and thinking there was no harm in trying, he decided to check it out. Inside the tent, a lady sitting in the center greeted him, saying she had been waiting for him and calling him warrior. Puzzled, he asked what she meant by that. She replied that she was simply speaking as she saw him, but if it was unpleasant, she could use another term. He shook his head and said it was fine before asking if this was really a place for fortune-telling. As he looked around, he mentioned that an old woman had once read his fortune in a similar tent. The lady nodded and explained that they usually didn't read fortunes for just anyone. However, the old woman must have sensed something about him, just as she did now. Gently, she took his hand, making him wonder why she wasn't using a crystal ball. The woman closed her eyes while holding his hand and said that he had come a long way, far beyond his imagination. This surprised him. She went on, describing strange things, a human in a box, a wagon that moved without a horse, all things she claimed never to have seen before. Her words echoed what the old fortune teller had said back in Wistry, making him wonder if gypsies truly possessed divine powers. Then he remembered his unique circumstances, having been reincarnated as a slave in another world. He realized that being a supernatural being himself, divine powers weren't entirely implausible. The lady then remarked that an unusual guardian was watching over him, a sign that his fate was significant. He dismissed the idea, telling her that what had saved him wasn't a guardian, but his own fists. The lady smiled and replied that was precisely why he was a warrior. She explained that warriors were destined to fight, overcome challenges, and endure hardships throughout their lives. She then asked if she was right in guessing he would be competing in the pugilism tournament. Surprised, Kalli asked how she knew about it. She simply replied that news traveled fast in the capital. However, she warned him to be cautious as there would be many disruptors. Leaving the tent, Kalli recalled Began's earlier words, "Capital Dragos is the most corrupt place in the kingdom." He wondered if it meant someone could bribe the referees and regretted bothering with the fortune-telling in the first place. 1 week later, on the day of the tournament's qualifying round, at the arena, the crowd roared with excitement as Torres stood on the stage, relentlessly punching his opponent. His rapid strikes gave the man no chance to counterattack, and the match ended when his opponent collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, another man tried to ambush Torres from behind. However, Torres sensed the attack just in time, dodged the incoming fist, and countered with a powerful uppercut. The attacker fell instantly, joining the others who had collapsed on the stage. The referee, visibly shaking with fear, stammered as he announced the winner, Dorman Torres. The crowd erupted into cheers as Torres advanced to the main round of the tournament. On the second day of the qualification tournament, Kalli stepped onto the stage, greeted by the loud cheers of the audience. As he prepared for his match, 2 men behind him started arguing loudly, leaving him frustrated. The match hadn't even begun, yet they were already causing unnecessary commotion. In the stands, Nasha watched from above, pleased that it was finally Kalli's turn. Blair stood beside her, glaring at Kalli with disdain. Nasha, pleased with her plan, directed Blair to use his dark magic to deal with Kalli. Blair bowed in acknowledgement, outwardly complying, but inwardly mocking her. He considered Nasha naive for believing in something as absurd as dark magic, though he found it unsurprising given her circumstances. As he left, he privately resolved to keep exploiting her wealth and, when she was no longer useful, eliminate her entirely. On the stage, Kalli surveyed the setup and immediately noticed the absence of ropes around the arena. He realized that the qualification round was a chaotic free-for-all, with 20 participants fighting at once. Only the last 3 standing would move on to the finals. Looking at the uneasy expressions of the men nearby, he recalled hearing that participants often ganged up on well-known pugilists in these matches. The referee struck the drum, signaling the start of the round. The arena erupted into chaos as pugilists launched into battle against one another. Kalli eagerly readied himself, waiting for an attack. To his confusion, no one approached him, despite the intense fighting around him. His excitement gave way to bewilderment as he tried to figure out why he was being avoided. Moving purposefully, Kalli began swinging his arms to draw attention, but his efforts were met with reluctance. Some of the fighters muttered that challenging a noble would be a foolish risk. Others speculated that such actions could provoke retaliation later, making it unwise to engage him. Irritated by their hesitation, Kalli decided to act. Charging at 2 men nearby, he interrupted their fight with a sudden strike, declaring that if they wouldn't come to him, he would come to them. His attack startled the other pugilism, who stopped fighting to confront him. They questioned his sanity, pointing out that staying out of the fray would ensure his easy advancement to the next round. Kalli dismissed their logic, focused only on forcing a fight. Turning his attention to a gray-haired man, Kalli demanded that he stop avoiding him and face him directly. The gray-haired man hesitated, voicing concerns about whether Kalli would seek revenge later. Kalli brushed off the idea, implying he had no interest in such petty behavior. To escalate the situation, Kalli made a bold declaration, offering a reward of 10,000 guilds to anyone who could defeat him. His offer immediately captured the attention of the fighters, who quickly shifted their focus toward him. One of the men shoved his opponent aside, declaring that the 10,000 guild was his. With determination, he charged at Kalli, promising that Kalli would regret his offer. However, Kalli retaliated by throwing a fistful of sand at the man's face, shouting that he would strike first. The sand hit the man's eyes, momentarily blinding him. Taking advantage of the opening, Kalli landed a punch squarely on the man's chest, sending him collapsing to the ground. The spectators were stunned by the move. The other fighters, enraged, rushed at Kalli, calling him a dirty little punk and questioning whether he was truly a noble. Kalli effortlessly dodged their attacks, taunting them by suggesting that they were the ones being petty now and daring them to figure out how to stop him. In the chaos, he spat toward the gray-haired man, who instinctively covered his face to avoid it. Taking the opportunity, Kalli delivered a powerful uppercut, sending the man staggering. A bald fighter attempted a surprise attack from Kalli's side, shouting insults, but Kalli dodged with ease. He shouted back that this was how fighting was done in the Empire and told them to watch and learn. Another man tried to strike from the opposite side, but Kalli evaded him as well. The man accused him of bluffing, claiming he'd never seen such techniques before. Kalli responded teasingly, insisting it was the truth. The audience, watching intently, was stunned by Kalli's actions. Some were shocked by his audacity, while others marveled at his skill. It became clear to them that the rumors of Kalli's prowess were not exaggerated. Many were thrilled by his unexpected performance. A moment later, only one man remained standing against Kalli. Seeing the hesitation in his opponent's eyes, Kalli taunted him, suggesting that at this rate, no one would claim the 10,000 guild. Despite his fear, the man launched an attack. As expected, he failed to land a hit, while Kalli countered with a strike to his head. The man collapsed to the ground, unconscious, leaving Kalli as the last man standing. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement filling the arena. In the stands, Nasha watched the match with interest and asked Blair for his opinion. Blair admitted that Kalli's life force was overwhelming and that he had never seen anything like it before. Privately, Blair mulled over his next move. He reasoned that to ensure Nasha believed in the efficacy of dark magic, he would need to eliminate Kalli. However, no matter how he approached the problem, he found it impossible to imagine killing someone like Kalli in combat. Concluding that poison was the only viable method, Blair began plotting his next steps as Kalli advanced to the tournament's main round. Later, at the Eldrin mansion, Angleson Eldrin complimented Kalli on his performance in the qualification tournament, saying he had enjoyed watching it and found it impressive. However, Angleson paused thoughtfully, prompting Kalli to ask if something was wrong. Angleson admitted, with some frustration, that the Crown Prince had also watched the match. The prince had referred to Kalli as the dark horse of the tournament and expressed a desire to invite him to the palace. Angleson apologized to Kalli, acknowledging that his earlier prediction had come true. Kalli reassured him that it was fine and something that was bound to happen. Angleson promised to intervene if any issues arose but advised Kalli to remain cautious. Kalli nodded in agreement. At the Crown Prince's palace, Creon Larges, the Crown Prince, welcomed Kalli and expressed gratitude for accepting his invitation. Creon, visibly excited, praised Kalli's performance in the tournament, commenting on his skill and elegance. Kalli responded respectfully, thanking Creon for his kind words. As Creon spoke, he gestured flamboyantly, swinging his fist near one of his servants and derisively referring to Kalli's defeated opponents as filthy, lowly scoundrels. Kalli found Creon's behavior frivolous and rude, making him question how someone like Creon could be the Crown Prince. Compared to Creon, even Iskandar, with all his flaws, seemed more dignified. Creon stood abruptly and asked if Kalli was aware that the tournament was part of the celebrations for his upcoming wedding. Kalli confirmed this, prompting Creon to draw his sword. Creon expressed outrage at the idea of a lowly individual winning the tournament, emphasizing his words with careless swings of his sword near his cowering servants. Watching the two trembling attendants, Kalli concluded that Creon, as arrogant and foolish as Angleson had described, also lacked basic decency as a person. Growing impatient, Creon demanded to know why Kalli hadn't responded to his comments. Kalli quickly assured him that he was determined to win the tournament, which elicited laughter from Creon. Creon then inquired about the man standing beside him, and Kalli introduced Began Boromarl as his servant. Creon descended from his throne, furious, recognizing Began and referring to him as an unruly brat. Without warning, Creon slapped Began hard across the face, shocking Kalli. Turning away, Creon shouted at Began, commanding him to leave the palace immediately. Kalli, hiding his anger, stood and calmly informed Creon that he would take his leave, citing prior dinner plans. Creon, incensed by the perceived slight, demanded to know how Kalli dared to leave. Kalli coolly explained that the dinner was with Angleson, which startled Creon and made him visibly anxious. Trying to mask his fear, Creon begrudgingly allowed Kalli to leave, but he added a pointed remark that next time, Kalli should not bring the unpleasant brat with him. Kalli stopped in his tracks, anger flickering in his eyes. Began tried to calm him, grasping his arm, but Kalli turned back to Creon and asked if he knew about his past. When Creon questioned what he meant, Kalli proudly revealed that he had been a slave fighter, someone from a vulgar and utterly despicable bloodline. The admission shocked Creon, leaving him momentarily speechless. Without waiting for a response, Kalli turned and walked away, with Began following closely behind. Creon, clenching his teeth in fury, shouted after them that he hoped their paths would never cross again. Later, back at the Eldrin mansion, Kalli furiously cursed Creon while adjusting his suit. Anglesone reminded him that Creon was their future king, as the current king's worsening illness meant he likely wouldn't survive the year. Anglesone shared that when he was Creon's martial arts teacher, he had tried to curb the prince's temper, but some traits were too deeply ingrained to change. Kalli recalled Lorben mentioning that Count Joseph's daughter had recently become the crown princess, with the Joseph family being closely aligned with the royal family. He asked Anglesone why Joseph would marry his daughter to someone like Creon, suspecting it was a calculated move. He commented that nobles would even betray their own blood to secure their family's revival, though he couldn't bring himself to act in such a way. Anglesone agreed, adding that he could never send Nasha to someone so vile. He explained that Nasha wasn't suited to survive in such harsh circumstances. Kalli awkwardly acknowledged the sentiment, expressing his understanding. A moment later, as they walked through the hallway, Kalli instructed Began to prepare the wagon. Began complied and began walking off. As Kalli glanced to the side, he muttered a prayer, hoping he wouldn't have to see her again. Then, noticing movement, he called out to Nasha, who had been hiding nearby. She stepped forward, bowing her head, and admitted her previous mistakes, pleading for his forgiveness. Kalli responded curtly, saying he understood, and added that if there was nothing else, he would take his leave. However, Nasha gently grabbed his sleeve, asking him to wait. She insisted he was being too cold and asked if he could spare a moment for her. Remembering how aggressive he had been during their last interaction, Kalli felt a pang of guilt. Realizing he had lost control, he reluctantly agreed. Nasha handed him a necklace, explaining that it was a talisman meant to wish him success in the tournament. When he asked about its purpose, she revealed that she had always been weak and had tried many remedies to no avail. Despite her frail constitution, she believed superstition had helped keep her alive. Kalli asked if the talisman was part of that belief and apologized for not placing faith in superstitions. Nasha insisted that while it might not mean much to him, it was important to her and begged him to accept it as her apology. She swore she wouldn't trouble him again. Surprised by her sincerity, Kalli decided it would be the last time he indulged her, and hoped she would keep her promise. He accepted the necklace and put it on, asking if she was satisfied, to which she happily replied yes. As he turned to leave, Nasha bowed and apologized again. After he departed, she looked up, her expression shifting into a sinister smile. The next morning, at the Boromarl mansion, Began burst into Kalli's room, excitedly announcing that the match schedule for the main tournament had been released. Kalli questioned why it had come out so late, considering the tournament began the next day. Looking over the list, he saw his opponent's name, Garrett. Confused, he asked Began if Garrett was a well-known fighter. Began turned to the butler, who explained that Garrett was a mercenary who had recently switched to pugilism. Began speculated that Garrett was likely someone motivated by money. Kalli acknowledged that being in the main tournament suggested Garrett was skilled. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Kalli's body, leaving him stunned and wondering what was happening. His skin began to itch intensely. Reacting instinctively, he tore the talisman necklace from his neck, angrily shouting about the discomfort it caused. Began noticed the necklace and asked about it. Kalli explained that Nasha had given it to him but decided to throw it away. Began, shocked, pleaded for the necklace if Kalli didn't want it. Kalli dismissed him, questioning why someone with so much money would want something so insignificant. The next day, at the opening ceremony of the main event for the pugilism tournament, the king shakily stepped onto the stage. Clearing his throat, he began to speak, but his voice was too faint to be heard. The crowd quickly realized how gravely ill their king had become. Kalli, standing among the pugilists, noted that the king likely didn't have long to live given his frail appearance. The royal servants hurriedly assisted the coughing monarch off the stage, and another servant stepped forward to explain that the king's speech would be postponed. The host then enthusiastically announced the arrival of the crown prince and princess of Creon. Creon stepped forward and shouted for the tournament's opening, while the crowd erupted in cheers, wishing him a long life. The host followed up with an announcement that, before the official pugilism matches began, there would be a prisoner execution event. Soon after, 5 petite prisoners were brought onto the stage. The knights escorted the pugilist participants back to the waiting room. On the way, Kalli asked one of the knights about the prisoner execution. The knight explained that Creon had hastily decided on it the day before, claiming that spilling blood would stir up excitement. He advised Kalli to return to the waiting room quickly for his own safety. As the stage gates opened, 3 enormous, starving lions were released. The prisoners panicked and fled, but the lions quickly caught up, brutally mauling and devouring them. The crowd erupted in wild cheers at the gruesome spectacle, while Creon watched with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the audience's reaction. Angelson, standing near Creon, glared at him with disdain, thinking him nothing more than a scoundrel. From the waiting room, Kalli observed the scene, reflecting that while death was commonplace in this world, the cruelty was appalling. He thought to himself that trying to impose Earth's ethics in such a place was futile, but even so, the scene was too barbaric for him to stomach. Only madmen could thrive in such an environment. Meanwhile, Blair turned to Nasha and asked if she had seen Kalli place the talisman necklace around his neck. Nasha confirmed that he had worn it himself, and Blair replied that it was enough. Their attention was drawn back to the arena as the host announced the next participant, Kalli Agest. Both Blair and Nasha looked for him and immediately noticed he was no longer wearing the talisman. Nasha became worried, realizing that Kalli had removed it. But Blair reassured her it wasn't an issue. Blair explained that as long as the talisman had been worn around his neck even once, its purpose had already been fulfilled. The moment it was placed, a fine needle coated with poison pricked him. Even if Kalli felt discomfort and removed it, the poison was already in his system. Without the antidote, he would gradually weaken and die within a few days, as though cursed. Elsewhere, Garrett approached Kalli, extending a hand. He greeted him warmly and mentioned he had heard a lot about him, asking if it was true that honorifics weren't necessary. Kalli shook Garrett's hand and asked if he wasn't originally a pugilist. Garrett replied that as a mercenary, he did whatever paid, whether it was throwing punches or wielding a sword. To him, it was all the same. Kalli smirked and told Garrett to surrender if he felt like dying or didn't want to live with permanent injuries. The two then prepared to face off as the referee signaled the start of their match. Kalli immediately noticed that Garrett's stance was loose and relaxed, but it concealed something deliberate. Knowing this, he dashed forward and threw a quick punch, but Garrett nimbly dodged it. Garrett laughed and shouted that Kalli was as fast as he expected from a pugilist. Kalli pressed forward again, asking if Garrett was a fake pugilist, and launched another attack. Yet again, Garrett evaded it, this time with a leap backward. Kalli realized Garrett was avoiding direct confrontation and seemed unfamiliar with pugilism techniques. However, Garrett's movements revealed significant skill. The audience began booing, frustrated by Garrett's evasiveness, and shouted for him to fight. Garrett calmly responded, explaining that while he had only trained in pugilism for 2 months, he had been a mercenary for nearly 20 years. Kalli was shocked. He knew mercenary and fist-fighting careers were notoriously short. To have survived 20 years, Garrett was either incredibly lucky or exceptionally skilled. Watching Garrett, Kalli was sure it was the latter. While Kalli was the more advanced pugilist in pure skill, Garrett had a decisive edge in combat experience. His years of survival had honed a form of foresight, enabling him to predict an opponent's physiology and attack patterns. When Garrett finally threw a punch, Kalli tried to dodge but was stunned when it connected with his face. He realized Garrett had anticipated his movement and had adjusted his punch to land at an awkward angle. Kalli steadied himself, launching a powerful punch in retaliation. Garrett, shaken, managed to dodge at the last moment, acknowledging to himself that Kalli was worthy of the Ogre Slayer title. Kalli complimented Garrett on his strategic thinking, but he was determined not to be outmatched. Despite his previous life boxing expertise and brainpower often giving him the upper hand, this was the first time he faced a mercenary with 20 years of experience. Kalli felt the psychological advantage slipping away. Determined to turn the tide, Kalli charged forward, thinking he only needed one solid hit to finish the fight. He swung a heavy punch while Garrett countered with his own, asking mockingly if Kalli really thought the match would end with one hit. Kalli dodged Garrett's strike but was caught off guard by another punch to his side. His confidence wavered. Garrett's unpredictable rhythm and unorthodox technique were throwing him off. Kalli launched another flurry of attacks, but Garrett evaded them all. Each counter punch from Garrett landed differently than expected, and Kalli began to lose his composure. Frustrated and unable to predict Garrett's next move, Kalli glared at his opponent, determined to uncover his strategy. Orthodox and southpaw were two foundational stances in boxing. The orthodox stance, common among right-handed fighters, positioned the left hand forward, while southpaw was preferred by left-handed fighters, placing the right hand forward. Most boxers were more familiar with orthodox opponents, which created challenges when facing southpaw fighters. The mirrored positioning of the limbs often disrupted timing, defense, and counterattacks. Southpaw fighters, on the other hand, were typically more accustomed to right-handed opponents, gaining an edge in experience. Yet the more intriguing question was, what if a fighter could seamlessly switch between orthodox and southpaw styles? As Kalli dodged Garrett's attacks, he counted rhythmically under his breath, trying to analyze his opponent's movements. Despite his efforts, one of Garrett's punches connected, pushing Kalli back. The impact, however, helped him decipher Garrett's technique. He realized Garrett was ambidextrous, equally adept with both hands, which explained his fluid style. Garrett retreated to create distance, but his expression betrayed his unease. He had noticed Kalli's sharp, calculating gaze and suspected his opponent had uncovered his secret. Shrugging off the thought, Garrett believed it wouldn't make a difference. A trained fighter couldn't adapt to such a rare skill set in the heat of battle. Kalli dashed forward but stopped abruptly, causing Garrett to hesitate. Clutching his head, Kalli reflected on his recent matches. He realized that the lack of challenging opponents had dulled his instincts. That would no longer be the case. With his focus sharpened, Kalli's demeanor shifted entirely, unsettling Garrett. The air around him seemed charged, as if he were a different fighter. Garrett observed Kalli closely, noting that his usual continuous movement had ceased. When Kalli first entered this world, he relied on his boxing skills, favoring evasive maneuvers. Over time, he adapted to the local fist fighting style, evolving into a pseudo-slugger who traded agility for raw power. Now, however, Kalli appeared to embrace a swarmer style, relentlessly pressing forward with calculated strikes and evasive agility. For Kalli, fighting styles were tools to be used as needed, their distinctions meaningless. Without warning, Kalli launched into a rapid advance. His precise footwork closed the gap between them in an instant. Feinting a punch, he baited Garrett into a counter-strike. Kalli halted his approach mid-motion, leaving Garrett exposed. Before Garrett could react, Kalli's fist shot toward his chin. Garrett barely tilted his head back in time to avoid the blow. Leaping backward to reassess, Garrett grew increasingly wary. Kalli's movements had become unpredictable, making it nearly impossible to anticipate his attacks. Yet Kalli reappeared in front of him with astonishing speed, landing a devastating punch that sent Garrett stumbling. The audience roared with excitement, the arena alive with cheers. From his seat, Angelson observed the fight with growing admiration. Kalli had positioned himself in the mid-range, a dangerous zone that balanced offense and defense. By carefully maintaining pressure, Kalli systematically dismantled Garrett's defenses. Angelson realized Kalli wasn't just trying to defeat his opponent. He was breaking him down, piece by piece. Garrett winced as pain shot through his left arm. Kalli's precise strikes targeted the weaker areas of his guard, exploiting every gap. When Kalli struck Garrett's right arm as well, Garrett's frustration boiled over. Kalli delivered another focused punch to Garrett's left arm. The sound of a bone cracking echoed across the arena. Kalli taunted Garrett, emphasizing the noise of the fracture. Launching another attack to finish the job, Garrett, overwhelmed and unable to continue, raised his hand in surrender. Kalli hesitated, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Garrett reminded him of his earlier statement about surrendering if he felt his life was in danger. The crowd erupted in rage, booing Garrett and demanding a more decisive finish. Recognizing the volatile atmosphere, Kalli leaned in close to Garrett, speaking softly. He pointed out the Crown Prince's grim expression and warned that ending the match so abruptly might result in both of them being sent to death row. Garrett sighed in resignation, lamenting that what began as an enjoyable fight had turned into a dangerous spectacle. Kalli reassured Garrett that he wouldn't kill him but needed to satisfy the crowd. He suggested dislocating Garrett's shoulder and instructed him to scream convincingly. Garrett nodded in reluctant agreement. Delivering a calculated blow, Kalli dislocated Garrett's shoulder. Garrett's agonized screams appeased the bloodthirsty audience, and the medics quickly intervened. As Garrett was carried away, he exchanged a silent nod with Kalli, vowing to repay the favor one day. Kalli raised his hand in victory, oblivious to the faint red mark forming at the center of his collarbone. From the stands, Nasha observed the red mark with concern. Turning to Blair, she questioned whether Kalli was truly under a curse. His performance was too strong to align with their expectations. Blair remained silent, sharing her doubts. Though the poison had been successfully administered, its effects seemed negligible. Blair concluded that Kalli's extraordinary vitality was likely resisting the toxin, a notion Nasha reluctantly agreed with. Despite this, Blair began formulating his next steps. He decided that administering painkillers would help mask the poison's effects and prevent suspicion. As Blair calculated his approach, Nasha observed him in silence, her expression unreadable. The next day, at the Boromarl mansion, Began stood in the study, staring at a pile of letters on the desk. The butler confirmed they were gifts and correspondence for Kalli. While sorting through them, one letter slipped from the stack. Began picked it up, but his expression darkened when he noticed the seal on the envelope. It was from Count Joseph. Began reported the letter to Kalli, handing it to him while explaining its contents. The letter, sent by Count Joseph, congratulated Kalli on passing the first round of the tournament, and suggested clearing up any lingering resentments or misunderstandings between them. Kalli read the letter, his expression hardening, before crumpling it in his hand and tossing it away. Began mentioned that Count Joseph maintained a friendly relationship with Angelson and would likely treat Kalli with respect, pretending nothing had happened, to avoid making an enemy of a Marquess. After a moment of thought, Kalli declared that Began would accompany him, surprising the squire. Began questioned whether Count Joseph would welcome such a move, but Kalli dismissed the concern. He stated that if Count Joseph disliked it, they could simply leave. After all, it was Joseph who had initiated the reconciliation. Kalli added that he wasn't the type to feign friendliness with a false smile, especially toward those he couldn't respect. The next day, outside the Boromarl estate on Wing Street, Warren stood waiting by a carriage, visibly agitated. He muttered to himself in disbelief that he had to personally escort Kalli, someone he viewed as a mere slave fighter. When Kalli finally emerged, Warren hastily composed himself as Kalli approached and casually apologized for the delay, citing prior obligations. Warren bowed stiffly and gestured toward the open carriage, indicating that Kalli should board. Before stepping inside, Kalli informed Warren that Began Borlmarl, his squire, would be accompanying them. Warren was taken aback, but before he could respond, Kalli smirked and remarked how ironic it was to live in a world where not only traitors, but also those who harmed women walked freely with their heads held high. The veiled jab infuriated Warren, but he held his tongue. Once inside the carriage, Warren slammed the door shut in anger. During the ride, Began noted that Kalli's words seemed to have struck a nerve with Warren. Kalli admitted that he couldn't treat Warren kindly, as he had too many unpleasant memories of the man. Suddenly, Kalli winced and gripped his head, overcome by a sharp pain. Began, alarmed, asked if he was alright, but Kalli brushed it off as a migraine. Unbeknownst to him, the poison coursing through his body was spreading further. Began suggested calling a physician, but Kalli firmly refused. Despite noticing that his headaches were growing worse, Kalli resolved to endure them, knowing that showing any weakness during this critical time would be disastrous. Upon arriving at Count Joseph's mansion, Joseph greeted them warmly at the door and extended his thanks to both Kalli and Began for coming. He guided them to the dining room, where dinner was already prepared. As the meal began, Began looked on in shock as Kalli ate without regard for etiquette, loudly praising the food's flavor. His crude behavior was intentional, meant to test Joseph's patience. Joseph glared at Kalli, feeling insulted by the blatant lack of manners. Inwardly, he seethed, dismissing Kalli as a base-born fighter who had no place at a nobleman's table. Warren, unable to contain his anger, slammed his fist against the table and berated Kalli, shouting that tableware was not just decorative. Kalli, unfazed, bent a fork in his hand and offered an apology, explaining that his humble origins left him unaccustomed to noble standards. Joseph, however, turned his ire toward Warren, chastising him for his outburst, and reminding him to show respect to their guest. Warren looked incredulous, questioning why he was being reprimanded. Joseph dismissed his protests, insisting that it was time to settle any lingering misunderstandings. This caused Kalli to snap, demanding to know what Joseph meant by misunderstandings. Joseph attempted to de-escalate, stating that he wished to mend the resentment between them and was willing to assist Kalli in any way necessary. Hearing this, Kalli leaned back in his chair, his expression turning cold. He remarked that his wife had warned him against accepting gifts from strangers. Joseph's composure cracked, and he warned Kalli that there were limits to his tolerance for such disrespect. Without warning, Kalli threw his glass of wine against the wall, shattering it. Warren rose in anger, but before he could act, Kalli punched the table with such force that it split in half. The sudden display of strength left both Joseph and Warren paralyzed with fear. Kalli's fury boiled over as he reminded Joseph of how he had nearly lost his life because of him. Kalli recounted his ordeal, helping someone nearly humiliated by Joseph's son, standing trial, receiving a death sentence, and being forced to fight a monstrous opponent. His voice grew louder as he described the frustration of being unable to walk and the anger of enduring Joseph's actions. He demanded to know what right Joseph had to speak of reconciliation or grudges. Both Joseph and Warren cowered under Kalli's intense glare, their confidence shattered. Began, equally shaken, nervously handed Kalli a glass of water, urging him to calm down. Joseph, visibly shaken, tried to salvage the conversation. He pleaded that continued animosity would be detrimental to both Kalli and the Aegis family and suggested that their descendants shouldn't inherit such a bitter feud. He implored Kalli to reconsider and aim for lasting reconciliation. Kalli took the water from Began and drank it slowly, forcing himself to relax. Joseph reminded him that he, too, was a noble of the empire and begged for leniency. While Kalli understood the necessity of reconciliation, he wasn't willing to forgive and forget so easily. His eyes shifted to Warren, who was still standing. Fixing his gaze on him, Kalli asked for one leg. Warren froze, horrified, and glanced around the room, hoping for clarification. When no one intervened, he pointed to himself in disbelief, his face pale. A scream of terror escaped him as Kalli's words fully registered.